be the big question, right, my friends? Does this mean I'm disqualified from playing the game? Question mark. Waiting Congresswoman Jackie Spears' office in D.C., having a pleasant conversation with the receptionist who was opening the mail when suddenly a porn magazine fell on her desk. I was like, wow, what's that about? Larry Flynt, she said. He sends all 500 of Congress with magazines. Who? I said. After that was an awkward silence other than the thump the magazine made hitting the bottom of the trash bin. I don't remember what the interview with the congressman was about. They definitely were waiting for her. Oh, wow. I left my microphone on. Well, that's good to know. Hope I didn't say anything too incriminating. I was just reading a post. All right, how do we share this fucker? Link to today's show. Just sent you the video link. Good morning, any friends who may be eavesdropping on me as I kept my microphone on. Good morning to you. Good morning. I'm not saying you had any bad intentions, but I'm going to turn the microphone down just so I can get out all of the expletives that I need to say
before I go on air, because it's actually not legal to say such things on air. So I'm going to turn down the microphone so I can go through my cathartic ritual of going through all of the 7 words you can't say on the radio. Good morning to you. We'll be back with you at the top of the hour for live coverage of Senate Impeachment Trial.
And I just want to point out that the public TV is now doing nightly stories on why we need to go back to Afghanistan.
All right.
This is how it
Good
works.
morning. Testing.
And I really hope that
1, 2, 3. I am
we
here.
develop an understanding of what the Trump phenomenon was, and he's the clown that slipped
Testing.
in
1, 2,
because
3, 4.
the rank and file
1, 2, 3,
Republicans
4.
didn't vote for the
Good
other
morning
9
to
guys.
everyone who is on our feed.
And the Democrats
This
are
is us
losing registered voters for the same reason.
KPFA, so that we can
That's a
broadcast on the
progressive
radio.
explanation for a lot
And
of
in
this.
just a
Thanks
moment, we will
I'll,
begin
take a
our
response on
live
the air.
coverage of the Senate impeachment trial.
All right, and we'll have about 1 minute for that response. You want to hop on anything there, Kat?
Nope, you take it away.
I don't know, man. I hear you. Trump distinguished himself within the Republican Party early by being, sometimes and inconsistently critical of U.S. military adventures abroad. That's not what was on the signs as the mob stormed the Capitol in D.C. I think the way he spoke to the strong white supremacist current that has run through American society since the founding of the Republic had a much stronger political valence with his base.
3, 2, 1.
So that's my feeling. And there you go. That'll do it for today's show. Upfront airs weekday mornings at 7 a.m. You can find information about our guests and topics online at kpfa.org. Email us at upfront@kpfa.org. A big thanks to the folks who make the show happen. Our producer, Corinne Smith, our engineer, Kirsten Thomas, our hosts, me, Brian Edwards-Teeker.
Me, Kat Brooks.
Tomorrow it'll be Janine Eder. Our reporting intern is Danielle Kay. Big thanks as well to Mitch Jeserich and Eileen Alfandary for their contributions to the program. All of KPFA's paid staff are in the same union, CWA Local 9415. Remember to stay home if you can. Wear a mask if you can't. Spread out when you go out. Wash your hands when you get back. Don't touch your face until you do. Be kind to each other and be kind to yourself. Stay tuned. Democracy Now! Live impeachment coverage is coming your way.
Come on.
After a quick public service announcement at 9 o'clock.
People who can believe that I was happy on the levee picking cotton, happy in the mines digging coal, and giving all this away to other people for their wealth, and unable to protect my house, my woman, my children, are people who can believe that I did this out of
Good morning,
love.
everybody. We are less than a minute from starting.
I was happy doing it.
Just
That all those
waiting for
songs
this
and
announcement.
dances
Listening to James
I
Baldwin.
learned while I was doing it meant that I was happy. Can believe anything.
James Baldwin, a voice synonymous with passion, integrity, and vision. No other station has been playing voices like these except KPFA.
You're listening to 94.1 KPFA and 89.3 KPFB in Berkeley, 88.1 KFCF in Fresno, 97.5 K248BR in Santa Cruz, and online worldwide at kpfa.org.
Welcome to a live Pacifica Radio broadcast of the Senate impeachment trial of former President Donald J. Trump, who has been charged with inciting an insurrection at the Capitol building on January 6th as Congress counted the Electoral College vote. Today is the third day overall of the trial and the second day that the Democratic impeachment managers will argue the merits of their case. This comes after a powerful presentation yesterday in which the managers went through what happened on that day. I'm Mitch Jeserich, your host, and we will begin our coverage right after these news headlines.
I'm Eileen Alfandary for Pacifica Radio. House managers are set to wrap up their arguments in the Senate impeachment trial of Donald Trump. They're expected to focus on Trump's lack of action to stop the mob and lack of remorse as they make their case that he incited the insurrection at the Capitol. Yesterday, they released never-before-seen surveillance video that showed the mob breaking into the Capitol and roaming the halls. There was also audio of the increasingly desperate police radio calls that there were officer injuries and they'd lost the line as they were overwhelmed by the mob.
Law enforcement entries! DSO, get up here!
50 county, we're still taking rocks, bottles, and pieces of flag and metal poles. Cruiser 50, the crowd is using munitions against us. They have bear spray in the crowd. Cruiser 50, we lost the line. We lost the line.
Stacey Plaskett of the Virgin Islands narrated footage that showed Vice President Mike Pence and his family being rushed to safety from a mob, some of whose members were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence."
This next security video shows that evacuation. You can see Vice President Pence and his family quickly move down the stairs. As the rioters reached the top of the stairs, they were within 100 feet of where the Vice President was sheltering with his family. And they were just a feet away from one of the doors to this chamber, where many of you remained at that time.
President Biden says he believes some Republican senators may change their minds after the display of the never-before-seen video of the assault on the Capitol.
I think the Senate has a very important job to complete, and I think my guess is some minds may have been changed, but I don't know.
California has identified 2 cases of the coronavirus variant that is dominant in South Africa, both in Northern California, one in Alameda and one in Santa Clara County. Current vaccines are believed to be less effective at preventing mild to moderate cases of illness from that strain, but the vaccines may protect against serious cases and death. I'm Eileen Alfandary.
This is a Pacifica Radio special broadcast of the Senate Impeachment Trial of former President Donald Trump. I'm Mitch Jeserich, and I will be your host for this coverage. The Democratic House impeachment managers will wrap up their oral arguments today. Yesterday, they gave, which was largely seen as a riveting account of the attack on the U.S. Capitol building on January 6 as Congress counted the Electoral College vote. Today, they are expected to further attempt to connect former President Trump to the attack and then explore his response in the days that followed. They will also make the argument as to why the former president should be convicted. On Friday and Saturday, Trump's defense team will get to counter the charges. Still unknown if there will be any witnesses in this trial. If not, it could wrap up in just a few days. So far, the House impeachment managers have relied a lot on videos taken at the Capitol on January 6th. So we have set up a live video simulcast of our own broadcast if you also want to see what's happening along with us. You can go to my home station's website, kpfa.org, and there on the front splash page, we will have a link to the video. You could also look for my YouTube page by going to YouTube and look for the name of my show, Letters and Politics. And if you do go there, make sure you subscribe so you know whenever we do go live or post a video. We are going to see if we can go to the floor now. Now speaking, just a moment ago, Jamie Raskin was speaking, and he has since sat down. And one of the other Democratic floor managers is making her way. We will hear her here shortly. Let's fix this audio. Again, live coverage will be to the sound in just a moment.
My own experience flooded back to me. I was one of the unlucky members who was stuck in the House gallery along with Congresswoman Dean.
This is Diana DeGette.
As the House floor was cleared beneath us of members and staff,
Democrat
we could see the mob pounding on the door to the House chamber. We could see the Capitol police officers inside the chamber pull their guns and point them at the intruders. Then we heard gunshots on the other side, and we flung ourselves down on the floor and removed our member pins. Then we heard pounding on the very flimsy gallery doors right up above us. Finally, after that situation for some time, we were told to run out of a door at the end of the gallery. As we ran through a line of police towards a staircase, this is what I saw. The SWAT team pointing automatic weapons at marauders on the floor. Looking at these people makes you wonder, who sent them here? In the next few minutes, I want to step back from the horrors of the attack itself and look at January 6th from a totally different perspective, the perspective of the insurrectionists themselves. Their own statements before, during, and after the attack make clear the attack was done for Donald Trump, at his instructions, and to fulfill his wishes. Donald Trump had sent them there. They truly believed that the whole intrusion was at the president's orders, and we know that because they said so. Many of them actually posed for pictures, bragging about it on social media, and they tagged Mr. Trump in tweets. Folks, this was not a hidden crime. The president told them to be there, and so they actually believed they would face no punishment. The defense argued in their briefs, and they argued again here on Tuesday, that the insurrectionists were acting on their own, that they were not incited by President Trump or acting in his direction. This is in their brief, quote, "They did so of their own accord and for their own reasons and are being criminally prosecuted." But that's just not the case. It's not what the insurrectionists actually said. They said they came here because the president instructed them to do so. Leading up to the attack, the insurrectionists said they were coming to D.C. for President Trump. He invited them with clear instructions for a specific time and place and with clear orders. Stop the fight, or to fight to stop the certification in Congress by any means necessary. The crowd at Donald Trump's speech echoed and chanted his words. And when people in the crowd followed his direction and marched to the Capitol, they chanted the same words as they breached this building. Now let's return to this speech for a moment. During the rally, President Trump led the crowd in a Stop the Steal chant. Here's what that chant sounded like from the crowd's perspective.
There's a favorite term that all of you people really came up with. We will stop the steal. Yeah! Stop the steal! Stop the steal!
Soon after, the president basked as the crowd chanted, "Fight for Trump." And when he incited the crowd to show strength, people responded. Storm the Capitol, invade the Capitol. Here are both of those moments, but from the crowd's perspective.
Thank you. Take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength.
Yes.
Invade the Capitol building.
We also have another perspective from this moment, online extremist chatter. At the same time as the people in the crowd shouted, "Take the Capitol building," as President Trump said, "Show strength," a person posted to Parler saying, quote, "Time to fight, civil war is upon us." Another user said, quote, "We are going to have a civil war, get ready." An analysis found that members of civil war quadrupled on Parler in the hour after Donald Trump said, "Show strength." When the insurrectionists got to the Capitol, they continued those rally cries. Insurrectionists holding Confederate flags and brandishing weapons cheered the president's very words. You heard them chanting, "Stop the steal." And as the crowd chanted at the rally, The crowd at the Capitol made clear who they were doing this for. They also chanted, "Fight for Trump." And it wasn't just that they were doing this for Mr. Trump, they were following his instructions. They said he had invited them, and in fact, as we heard, he had invited them. As one man explained on a live stream he taped from inside the Capitol, quote, "Our president wants us here. We wait and take orders from our president." Footage from inside the Capitol shows when the insurrectionists first got into the building and confronted police, the mob screamed at the officers that they were listening to President Trump.
We're outnumbered. There's a fucking million of us out there, and we are listening to Trump. You're the boss.
The insurrectionists argued with law enforcement that they shouldn't even be fighting them because they believed that the commander-in-chief was ordering this. This was the person's understanding. When President-elect Biden went on television that day to demand an end to the siege, one woman asked this.
Does he not realize President Trump called us to siege the place?
The examples of these types of comments are endless. Don't worry, I won't play all of them. But it wasn't just the words of the insurrectionists that proved that they did this in response to orders from their commander-in-chief. We can see this in the fact that they were not hiding. One rioter in a live stream at the Capitol said, quote, "He'll be happy. We're fighting for Trump."
Let's call Trump, yes! Dude, let's tell Trump what's up. Trump would be very upset. And he'd be like, no, just say we love him. We love you, bro. No, he'll be happy. What do you mean? We're fighting for Trump.
And again, this was not an isolated incident. The individuals in this slide posted photos of themselves committing these crimes. Trump supporters who had broken into the Capitol were taking selfies, streaming live videos, and posing. In fact, they wanted the president to know, "This is me." In fact, you can see the person wrote on his own posting, "This is me." And if there were any remaining doubt, after hours of prompting, when President Trump finally told the insurrectionists to go home, only then did some of them begin to listen. As you previously saw, at 4:17 p.m., Mr. Trump released a pre-recorded video saying to the mob, "Go home, we love you, you're very special." Shortly after he tweeted this video, a few of the insurrectionists who had seen it could be claiming victory and telling people to go home because of Donald Trump's message and instructions. You saw earlier the insurrectionist Jacob Chansley, who told someone, quote, "We won the day." A little before that video of Chansley, he said the same thing to the crowd through a bullhorn and instructed them to go home because of the video that President Trump had tweeted. Let's watch.
Today is ours. We won the day. That's why Donald Trump has asked everybody to just go home. You can look it up on his Twitter. He just did a video, a minute long. He asked everybody to go home.
Even after the attack, the insurrectionists made clear to law enforcement that they were just following President Trump's orders. They didn't shy away from their crimes because they thought they were following orders from the commander-in-chief, and so they would not be punished. They were wrong. After the attack, there were dozens of arrests. These were federal offenses, including assaulting the police. When law enforcement interviewed the people who were at the Capitol on January 6th, they once again said it was because the president told them to be there. Robert Sanford was seen in this widely circulated video throwing a fire extinguisher that struck a Capitol police officer outside the building. A witness told the FBI that Sanford said he had traveled to Washington, D.C. on a bus with a group of people. The group had gone to the White House and listened to Donald J. Trump's speech, and then had followed the president's instructions and gone to the Capitol. Folks, the insurrectionists didn't just make this up. As Sanford's lawyer explained, you're being told you've got to fight like hell. Does fight like hell mean you throw things at people? Maybe. The lawyer added that his client, quote, wouldn't have been there if it weren't for the president. Now, Sanford wasn't the exception. He was the rule. In their statements after the attack, insurrectionists routinely echoed what they had said before and during the attack. They were there because the president told them to be. Now, look, the lawyers who are saying that their clients were told to commit these acts by Mr. Trump, well, they know that putting the blame on the president doesn't exonerate their clients. They're just saying it, frankly, because that's exactly what happened. Another Trump supporter who's been federally charged is Texas real estate agent Jennifer Ryan. Now, Ms. Ryan has given many TV interviews in which she says she was only doing what the president asked her and others to do. She also recorded video before the rally talking about the mob's plans for violence. And here's what she said.
Personally, I do not feel a sense of shame or guilt from my heart from what I was doing. I thought I was following my president. I thought I was following what we were called to do. He asked us to fly there. He asked us to be there. So I was doing what he asked us to do.
Ultimately, yes, we were going in solidarity with President Trump. President Trump requested that we be in D.C. on the 6th. So this was our way of going and stopping this deal.
If it comes down to war, guess what? I'm going to be there.
We're all going to be up here, and we're going to be breaking those windows.
Yet another Trump supporter who was arrested after breaching the Capitol, Douglas Sweet, explained in a media interview why he did it. Referring to Donald Trump, Mr. Sweet said, quote, he said, hey, I need my digital soldiers to show up on January 6th, and we all did. Some of these individuals who joined in the attack on our Capitol did so as part of violent racist groups, which have been officially condemned by our government. Daniel Goodwin is a self-proclaimed member of the Proud Boys. He was one of many. On November 7th, Goodwin tweeted a picture showing the Proud Boys logo surrounded by "Stand back and stand by," and the quote, again, "Stand back and stand by," and await orders from our commander-in-chief. Look closely at this slide. You are looking at an image of Goodwin's own tweet. He was such a loyal follower of President Trump that he used the president's photo as his own profile picture on Twitter. Now, remember, President Trump told them to stand back and stand by at the debate. They took it as a call to arms. And when he called them to arms, they were all ready to act. They were waiting for their orders, which they got on January 6th. And Goodwin followed those orders. He stood ready as others broke into the windows at the Capitol and climbed inside. Here he is on another of the insurrectionists' live stream in one of the first floor hallways of the building. When it became clear that Donald Trump was not going to save these folks from prosecution, when it became clear that the commander-in-chief had given false commands that went against this country, some of his supporters even expressed regret, and they said they felt duped. Here's Jacob Chansley again, who we saw in a video claiming victory after the president told the rioters to go home. Earlier in the afternoon, as you'll recall, Chansley carried a spear as he breached the Capitol, entered the Senate through the gallery, and went right here onto the Senate floor. Chansley left a threatening note for Vice President Pence right there on the Senate dais. It read, quote, "It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming." On January 7th, Chansley spoke to the FBI, and he said that he came as part of a group effort with other patriots from Arizona at the request of the president that all patriots come to D.C. on January 6, 2021. On January 14th, Chansley's lawyer gave an interview to Chris Cuomo in which he said that Chansley was there, quote, "at the invitation of our president, who said he would walk down Pennsylvania Avenue with him." In fact, Chansley's lawyer now says that Chansley felt duped by the president and he regrets what the president brought him to do. This man who ran through our halls, who ran into this chamber, who sat right there on the dais, and who wrote a note for Vice President Pence that he was coming for him, he and those with him declared they would remove us from office if we went against Donald Trump. Now he's saying he would not have done any of that if Mr. Trump had told him not to. Chansley's not alone in his post-arrest confession that he was following the directions of Donald Trump. As more and more of these people have been charged, the confession and the regret simply cascades. More and more insurrectionists are admitting that they came at Trump's direction. When Riley June Williams, known for allegedly helping steal laptops from Speaker Pelosi's office, appeared in court on January 21st, her lawyer said to the judge, quote, "It is regrettable that Ms. Williams took the president's bait and went inside the Capitol." Troy Smocks, who was in the Capitol riot on January 6th, posted online that day, quote, Today, President Trump told us to fight like hell. He also posted that the president, quote, "said that our case was a matter of national security." Samuel Fisher was charged with disorderly conduct and illegally being in the Capitol on January 6th. That day, before the attack on this building, he wrote on his website, quote, "Trump just needs to fire the bat signal," and quote, "then the pain comes." The lawyer for Dominic Pizzola, a leader of the Proud Boys, who was the first person to break inside the Capitol, said that President Trump effectively told his client and others, quote, "People of the country, come on down. Let people know what you think." Quote, logical thinking was, he invited us down. Pizzola's lawyer went on, "These were people acting in a way they've never acted before. And it begs the question, who lit the fuse?" End quote. On January 6th, we know who lit the fuse. Donald Trump told these insurrectionists to come to the Capitol and stop the steal. And they did come to the Capitol. And they tried to stop the certification. They came because he told them to. And they did stop our proceedings, but only temporarily, because he told them to. Have you noticed throughout this presentation the uncanny similarity over and over and over again of what all these people are saying, they said what Donald Trump said, and they echoed each other. Stand back and stand by. Stop the steal. Fight like hell. Trump sent us. We are listening to Trump. The riots that day left at least 7 people dead, more than 150 people injured, members, senators, and our staffs, all traumatized to this day. Damage and pain to our Capitol, damage and pain to Americans, damage to our police force, and damage to other nations who have always seen us as a bastion of democracy. All of these people who've been arrested and charged, they're being held accountable for their actions. Their leader, the man who incited them, must be held accountable as well. But, as I said earlier, you don't have to take my word for it that the insurrectionists acted at Donald Trump's direction. They said so. They were invited here. They were invited by the President of the United States.
To the Constitution, not your paycheck! We were invited here! We were invited! Hey, we were invited here! They swore an oath against you! They're leaving so you can take care of it. They're leaving so you can do it. We were invited by the President of the United States! Waiting on their brothers, man.
And that was Democratic Representative Diana DeGette of Colorado, one of 9 House floor impeachment managers. This is Pacifica Radio's live coverage of the Senate impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump. This is Jamie Raskin, the lead manager for the Democrats. Setting his papers on the podium. Again, if there's a lot of video in this, and if you'd like to watch along with us, you can do so by going to kpfa.org, where we do have a link to our broadcast, so you could stay with us. Better to stay with us than going to corporate media to watch this. You can also find my YouTube page at Letters and Politics on YouTube. Today's the final day for opening arguments for the Democratic House impeachment managers. Tomorrow, Donald Trump's team will begin making his defense. It'll be interesting to see if the defense will refute how the Democratic impeachment managers have portrayed what happened on January 6th, or will they just say that Donald Trump should not be held responsible. The trial is expected to go into the weekend. Something's going on the Senate floor where the trial is occurring. I'm not entirely sure what. It looks like Jamie Raskin's trying to get some clarification.
Senators, Representative DeGette just showed how the insurrectionists believed and understood themselves to be following President Trump's marching orders. She explained in chilling detail how they were acting in perfect alignment with his political instructions and his explicit strategy to retain power. They did what he told them to do. This pro-Trump insurrection did not spring into life out of thin air. We saw how Trump spent months cultivating America's most dangerous extremist groups. We saw how he riled them up with corrosive lies and violent rhetoric, so much so that they were ready and eager for their most dangerous mission, invalidating the will of the people to keep Donald Trump in office. But we must remember that this was not the first time Donald Trump had inflamed and incited a mob. Trump knew that his incitement would result in violence, not only because of the thousands of violent messages that were posted all over the forums and the widespread news of preparations for violence among extremist groups and his communications on Twitter with the insurrectionists themselves. He knew it also because he'd seen many of the exact same groups he was mobilizing participate in extremist violence before. Moreover, he'd seen clearly how his own incitement to violence and praise after the violence took place galvanized, encouraged, and electrified these extremist followers. These tactics were road tested. January 6th was a culmination of the president's actions, not an aberration from them. The insurrection was the most violent and dangerous episode so far in Donald Trump's continuing pattern and practice of inciting violence. But I emphasize so far. Earlier, Congresswoman Plaskett showed several episodes of Trump's incitement that took place during the presidential election. But his encouragement of violence against other public officials who he thought had crossed him long predates the 2020 campaign. The incitement of violence is always dangerous, but it's uniquely intolerable when done by the President of the United States of America. But that became the norm. On President Trump's watch, white supremacist and extremist groups have spread like wildfire across the land. His own Department of Homeland Security called homegrown terrorism the #1 threat facing Americans today. But no matter how many people inside and outside government begged him to condemn extreme elements promoting violence, and indeed civil war in America, and race war in America, he just wouldn't do it. And that's because he wanted to incite and provoke their violence for his own political gain and for his own strategic objectives. Ever since he became president, Trump revealed what he thought of political violence. For his side, he praised it and he encouraged it. Right now, I'm going to play for you just a few clips from over the years when the president's words successfully incited his supporters into assaulting his opponents.
See, the first group, I was nice. Oh, take your time. The second group, I was pretty nice. The third group, I'll be a little more violent. And the fourth group, I'll say, get the hell out of here. All right, yeah, get him the hell out of here, will you, please? Get him out of here. Throw him out. I got a little notice, in case you see, the security guys. We have wonderful security guys. They said, Mr. Trump, there may be somebody with tomatoes in the audience. So if you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of them, would you? Seriously. Okay? Just knock the hell. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees. I promise.
Well, we've seen these clips and many, many more like them before, but think about the brutal power and effectiveness of his words with his followers. You heard him. He told his supporters to be a little more violent, and they responded to his command by literally dragging a protester across the floor at one of his campaign rallies. He cried, "Get him the hell out of here, throw him out." His supporters punched and kicked another protester as he was escorted from the hall. He told supporters to knock the hell out of people who opposed him and promised to pay the legal fees of the assailants. Time after time, he encouraged violence. His supporters listened, and they got the message. But it wasn't just Trump's encouragement of violence that conditioned his supporters to participate in this insurrection on January 6th. It was also his explicit sanctioning of the violence after it took place. Let's watch some of those incidents, beginning with Trump praising supporters who had assaulted a black protester.
But we've had a couple that were really violent, and the particular one, when I said, like to bang them, that was a very vicious, he was a guy who was swinging, very loud, and then started swinging at the audience. And you know what? The audience swung back. And I thought it was very, very appropriate. He was swinging, he was hitting people, and the audience hit back. And that's what we need a little bit more of.
And we'll talk to you about that later.
Yeah, but there's not going to be time. I'm just curious if you have the
Speak
right
with
now.
Shane, please.
But you don't.
Sick and tired of you guys. The last time you came in here, you did the same thing. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. The last guy did the same thing. You were the guardian.
Yes, and you just broke my glasses.
The last guy did the same damn thing.
You just body slammed me and broke my glasses.
But Greg is smart. And by the way, never wrestle him. You understand that? Never. Any guy that can do a body slam, he's my kind.
Video from Charlottesville.
I'm not even saying we're non-violent. I'm saying that fucking we didn't aggress. We did not initiate force against anybody. We're not non-violent. We'll fucking kill these people if we have to.
More video from Charlottesville, including the killing of Heather.
Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides. And you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
So just in case you didn't catch all of that, the president praised a Republican candidate who assaulted a journalist as my kind of guy. He said there were, quote, very fine people on both sides when the neo-Nazis, the Klansmen, and Proud Boys invaded the city, the great city of Charlottesville, and killed Heather Heyer. And he said that an attack on a black protester at one of his rallies was very, very appropriate. Does that sound familiar? Listen to how President Trump responded when asked about his own conduct on January the 6th.
So if you read my speech, and many people have done it, it's been analyzed, and people thought that what I said was totally appropriate.
So there the pattern is, staring us in the face. Very, very appropriate, he said after a man was assaulted at one of his rallies. Totally appropriate was how he characterized his incitement on January 6th, meaning that, of course, if given the chance, he would gladly do it again, because why would he not engage in totally appropriate conduct? An examination of his past statements makes it clear that when Donald Trump tells a crowd, as he did on January 6th, fight like hell, or you won't have a country anymore, he meant for them to fight like hell. On January 6th, that became clear to all of America. Now, let's consider the events, senators, that took place last year in Michigan, where President Trump demonstrated his willingness and his ability to incite violence against government officials who he thought were getting in his way. When responding to extremist plots in Michigan, Trump showed he knew how to use the power of a mob to advance his political objectives. Beginning in March, Trump leveled attacks on Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer for the coronavirus policies in her state. On March 17th, the day after Governor Whitmer pushed the federal government to better support the states on COVID-19, Trump criticized her handling of the pandemic, tweeting, "Failing Michigan governor must work harder and be much more proactive. We are pushing her to get the job done. I stand with Michigan." On March 27th, he added, "I love Michigan. One of the reasons we're doing such a great job for them during this horrible pandemic. Yet your governor, Gretchen Whitmer, is way in over her head. She doesn't have a clue, likes blaming everyone for her own ineptitude. Hashtag MAGA." By April, Trump's rhetorical attacks and name-calling turned to calls for mass mobilization of his supporters. This was a sign of things to come. On April 17th, 2020, he tweeted, quote, "Liberate Michigan." Not even 2 weeks later, on April 30th, his supporters marched on the Michigan State Capitol in Lansing. They stormed the building. Trump's marching orders were followed by aggressive action on the ground.
We have a right. Let us in. Let us in. Let us in. No more rainbows. No more. Heil Hitler. Heil Hitler. The winner. The winner. The winner. You policemen are all cowards. You betrayed us. The police have betrayed the people. Lock her up! Lock her up! Lock her up! Lock her up! Lock her up!
As the video shows, these militant protesters showed up ready to take a violent stand. They came armed and tightly packed themselves into the building with no regard, of course, for social distancing. This Trump-inspired mob may indeed look familiar to you. Confederate battle flags, MAGA hats, weapons, camo army gear, just like the insurrectionists who showed up and invaded this chamber on January 6th. The siege of the Michigan State House was effectively a state-level dress rehearsal for the siege of the U.S. Capitol that Trump incited on January 6th. It was a preview of the coming insurrection. President Trump's response to these two events was strikingly similar. Following the armed siege in Lansing, President Trump refused to condemn the attacks on the Michigan Capitol or denounce the violent lawbreakers. Instead, he did just the opposite. He upheld the righteousness of his violent followers' cause, and he put pressure on the victim of the attack to listen to his supporters. The day after the mob attack in Lansing, Trump told Governor Whitmer to negotiate with the extremists, tweeting that the governor should just, quote, give a little to the violent men who had stormed the Capitol, threatening not only the stability of the Michigan government, but her own life. As you can see, he tweeted, the governor of Michigan should give a little and put out the fire. These are very good people, but they are angry. They want their lives back again safely. See them, talk to them, make a deal. The president says heavily armed extremists carrying Confederate battle flags and pushing past police to overtake the Michigan State House chamber are very good people and just negotiate with them. It's clear he doesn't think that they're at fault in any way at all. But April 30th wasn't the only time Trump supporters stormed the Michigan Capitol. Emboldened by his praise and his encouragement and support, they escalated again. Governor Whitmer refused to capitulate to the president's demand to negotiate with them. 2 weeks later, on May 14th, Trump's mob again stormed the state capitol. This time, as you can see here, one man brought a doll with a noose around the neck, foreshadowing the appearance of the large gallows erected outside of this building, downstairs from here on January 6th, as the crowd chanted, and I still can hear the words ringing in my ear, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence. Over the coming months, even after a crowd threatening Governor Whitmer stormed the Capitol, Trump continued to assail her in public. At a rally in Michigan on September 10th, Trump whipped up the crowd against Governor Whitmer, saying, quote, she doesn't have a clue about reopening her own state's economy. The crowd cheered. Then, on October 8th, the precise consequences of the president's incitement to violence were revealed to the whole world. Look at this. 13 men were arrested by the FBI for plotting to storm the Michigan State Capitol building, launch a civil war, kidnap Governor Whitmer, transport her to Wisconsin, and then try and execute her. This was an assassination conspiracy, a kidnapping conspiracy. Look at the language that they used. In the charging document, the FBI reported that one of the conspirators said he needed, quote, 200 men to storm the Capitol building and take political hostages, including the governor. The suspect called it a snatch and grab, man. Grab the effing governor. One of those men has already pled guilty to this conspiracy. The plot was well organized, just like the one that was coming on January the 6th. The men in Michigan even considered building Molotov cocktails to disarm police vehicles and attempted to construct their own IEDs, something that actually happened here on January 6th. Police authorities arrested extremists who had weapons and materials to build explosive devices, including one man found with an assault rifle and enough materials to make 11 Molotov cocktails. On September 17th, 2020, one of the Michigan conspiracists posted, "When the time comes, there will be no need to strike fear through presence. The fear will be manifested through bullets." And what did Donald Trump do as president of the United States to defend one of our nation's governors against a plotted kidnapping by violent insurrectionists? Did he publicly condemn violent domestic extremists who hoped and planned to launch a civil war in America? No, not at all. He further inflamed them by continuing to attack the governor who was the object of their hatred in this kidnapping conspiracy. The very night this conspiracy became public, and that Governor Whitmer learned that there were 13 men who were planning to kidnap and likely kill her, Trump did not condemn the violence. He did not criticize the extremists. He didn't even check on Governor Whitmer's safety. He chose to vilify Governor Whitmer again, and then amazingly took credit for foiling the plot against her, demanding her gratitude. And then he quickly, of course, changed the subject to Antifa. He tweeted, "Governor Whitmer has done a terrible job." He demanded that she thank him for the law enforcement operation that had foiled the kidnapping conspiracy that had been encouraged by his rhetoric. On October 17th, a little over a week after these people were arrested for preparing to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, Trump riled up a boisterous crowd in Muskegon with more slashing personal attacks on Whitmer, driving the crowd to chant, "Lock her up, lock her up." He had now seen that some of his followers were prepared to engage in criminal violence with orchestrated attacks, deadly weapons, and willing bodies to storm a state capitol building and to attack his perceived political enemies. And so as the crowd chanted, "Lock her up," he pivoted to his next goal. He told them they couldn't trust the governor to administer fair elections in Michigan. He used a crowd that he knew would readily engage in violence to prepare his followers for his next and, of course, his paramount political objective, claiming the election was stolen and inciting insurrectionary action. And he did it again on October 27th during a pre-election rally speech in Lansing, Michigan, where the Capitol had been stormed. Trump openly joked with the crowd about critics saying his words had provoked the violent plot against Governor Whitmer. Check it out. It's telling.
We got to get her going. I don't think she likes me too much. See, I don't comment on that, because every time if I make just even a little bit of a nod, they say, the president led them on. No, I don't have to lead you on. Even a little nod, they say, the president said, your governor, at the urging of her husband, who has abused our system very badly, the only man allowed in the state of Michigan, the only man allowed to go sailing is her husband. No, your governor, I don't think she likes me too much. Hey, I'm the one, it was our people that helped her out with her problem. I mean, we'll have to see if it's a problem, right? People are entitled to say maybe it was a problem, maybe it was our people, my people, our people that helped her out.
So President Trump offered them a little winking inside joke about his constant incitement of the mob and how much can actually be communicated by him with just a little nod. Just a little nod. He presided over another pounding, rhythmic rendition of his trademark chant, lock her up, lock her up. Then, referring to the FBI's foiling of the kidnapping conspiracy, which was deadly serious. He said that he helped her out with the problem. Maybe it was a problem, maybe it wasn't. We'll have to see. Maybe it was a problem, maybe it wasn't. The President of the United States of America. He could not bring himself to publicly oppose a kidnapping and potential assassination conspiracy plot against a sitting governor of one of our 50 states. Trump knew exactly what he was doing in inciting the January 6th mob. Exactly. He had just seen how easily his words and actions inspired violence in Michigan. He sent a clear message to his supporters. He encouraged planning and conspiracies to take over Capitol buildings and threaten public officials who refused to bow down to his political will. Is there any chance Donald Trump was surprised by the results of his own incitement? Let's do what Tom Paine told us to do. Use our common sense. The sense we have in common as citizens. If we don't draw the line here, what's next? What makes you think the nightmare with Donald Trump and his lawmaking and violent mobs is over? If we let him get away with it, and then it comes to your state capitol, or it comes back here again, what are we going to say? These prior acts of incitement cast a harsh light on Trump's obvious intent, his unavoidable knowledge of the consequences of his incitement, the unavoidable knowledge of the consequences of his incitement, and the clear foreseeability of the violent harm that he unleashed on our people and our republic. January 6th was not some unexpected radical break from his normal law-abiding and peaceful disposition. This was his state of mind. This was his essential MO. He knew that, egged on by his tweets, his lies, and his promise of a wild time in Washington to guarantee his grip on power, his most extreme followers would show up bright and early, ready to attack, ready to engage in violence, ready to fight like hell for their hero, just like they'd answered his call in Michigan. President Trump has said over and over his supporters are loyal. In his own words, his supporters are the most loyal that we've seen in our country's history. And he knew that his most hardcore supporters were willing to direct violence at elected officials, indeed to attack and lay siege to a Capitol building. And he knew they would be ready to heed his call on January 6th to stop the steal by using violence to block the peaceful transfer of power in the United States. He knew they were coming. He brought them here, and he welcomed them with open arms. We hear you and love you from the Oval Office. My dear colleagues, is there any political leader in this room who believes that if he is ever allowed by the Senate to get back into the Oval Office, Donald Trump would stop inciting violence to get his way? Would you bet the lives of more police officers on that? Would you bet the safety of your family on that? Would you bet the future of your democracy on that? President Trump declared his conduct totally appropriate. So, if he gets back into office and it happens again, we'll have no one to blame but ourselves.
Jamie Raskin, the lead Democratic House impeachment manager. Live coverage of the Senate impeachment trial of former President
Lou will return
Donald
now
Trump.
to tell you about President Trump's total lack of remorse after the insurrection.
Again, live coverage of the Senate impeachment trial of President Donald Trump on Pacifica Radio. If you want to view this, you can by going to kpfa.org.
My colleagues
Check out
walk
our
you through
website.
President Trump's actions leading up to January 6th.
This is Democratic
and then
Representative.
the horrific events on January 6th.
Representative.
And we saw both during their attack as well as in the days after the attack that this was a president who showed no remorse and took no accountability.
Representative Ted Lieu
In fact,
of
quite
California.
the opposite. As Representative Raskin showed you, President Trump claimed that his actions were, quote, totally appropriate. Their assertion that everyone thought Donald Trump's actions were totally appropriate, including people in this room, is of course untrue. It is also dangerous. And that's why members of Congress and U.S. senators, former and current administration officials, state and local officials, all unequivocally confirmed what we witnessed with our own eyes, that Donald Trump's conduct was wrong, it was destructive, dishonorable, and un-American. President Trump's lack of remorse and refusal to take accountability during the attack shows his state of mind. It shows that he intended the events of January 6th to happen, and when it did, he delighted in it. President Trump's lack of remorse and refusal to take accountability after the attack poses its own unique and continuing danger. It sends the message that it is acceptable to incite a violent insurrection to overthrow the will of the people, and that a president of the United States can do that and get away with it. That is why we have to hold President Trump accountable, to send the message that it is never patriotic to incite a violent attack against our nation's capital, and that future presidents will know that they cannot follow in Donald Trump's footsteps and get away with it. So let's start with the day of the attack. On Insurrection Day, January 6th, President Trump did not once condemn the attack, not even once. Even when he finally asked the violent extremists to go home, which was 3 hours after the attack began, he sends this video, and he ends it with, "You're very special. We love you." That was his message to people who perpetrated this violent, gruesome attack. We love you. And then 2 hours later, he tweets, "Remember this day forever." This is not a man who showed remorse. But it's worse than that. After that tweet, it took him another full day to even condemn the attack itself. The very next day, President Trump was eerily silent. And then at 7:01 p.m., he releases a pre-recorded video. And there, President Trump, for the first time, nearly 30 hours after the attack began, acknowledges and condemns the violence and mayhem that occurred. He said the demonstrators defiled the seed of American democracy. He said that these demonstrators didn't represent this country, and if they broke the law, they would pay. But even in that video, he says more lies. He says in that very same video that he immediately deployed the National Guard. That, again, is not true. The National Guard was not deployed until over 2 hours after the attack began at around 3 p.m. Because of this late deployment, the National Guard did not arrive until after 5 p.m. And when the Guard was deployed, the Pentagon had released a statement that showed the list of people, and you saw that list, of folks that were consulted before deploying the National Guard. Several people were on that list, including the Vice President. President Trump was not on that list. And you know, as a veteran, I find it deeply dishonorable that our Commander-in-Chief did not protect us. And then later, he tries to take credit for something he failed to do. Shameful. Also in that video, you should note what it did not say. Absent from that entire video was any actual acceptance of responsibility for his actions. Absent from that video was a call to his most fervent supporters to never do this again. And here was his final message in that so-called condemnation of attack video. Here's what he actually said.
And to all of my wonderful supporters,
I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning.
President Trump not only failed to show remorse or take accountability, he made clear he is just beginning. For days, he did not address the nation after this attack. We needed our commander-in-chief to lead, to unite a grieving country, to comfort us. But what did President Trump do? Nothing. Silence. We're all aware that a violent mob murdered a police officer. It took President Trump 3 days before he lowered the flag of the United States of America. 3 days. And President Trump, who was commander-in-chief at the time, did not attend and pay respects to the officer who lay in state in the very building that he died defending. Now, some people have argued that President Trump made a mistake, that he gets a mulligan. But we know President Trump didn't make a mistake. Because you see, when you or I make a mistake and something very bad happens, we would show remorse. We would accept responsibility. President Trump didn't do any of that. Why not? Because he intended what happened on January 6th. And how do we know that? He told us. On January 12th, as President Trump was boarding Air Force One to head to Texas, and you saw this video before, and I'm going to show it again, he was asked by a reporter, quote, "What is your role in what happened at the Capitol? What is your personal responsibility?" And this was his response.
Analyzed my speech and my words and my final paragraph, my final sentence, and everybody to the T thought it was totally appropriate.
On January 12th, President Trump had seen the violent attack on the Capitol. He knew the people that died. And his message to all of us was that his conduct was totally appropriate. I'm a former prosecutor, and we're trained to recognize lack of remorse. But it doesn't take a prosecutor to understand that President Trump was not showing remorse. He was showing defiance. He was telling us that he would do this again, that he could do this again, that he and future presidents can run for national election, lose the election, inflame the supporters for months, and then incite an insurrection, and that would be totally appropriate. 1 week after the attack, on January 13th, President Trump, in response to continuing bipartisan criticism, releases another video. Here's part of what he said. "I want to be very clear. I unequivocally condemn the violence that we saw last week. Violence and vandalism have absolutely no place in our country and no place in our movement." President Trump, of course, had to make that statement. He needed to unequivocally condemn the attack. But he also needed to mean those words. You saw Donald Trump tweet endless attacks, sometimes 108 tweets in a day, and in public speeches and across rallies, repeating words of fight and stop the steal and never surrender. You know what it looks like when President Trump wants to convey a message. Forcefully, loudly, and repeatedly, he does that. This video sent after a week of the attack was not that. And we know this because in this video, he again does not show remorse, does not take responsibility. He again does not acknowledge his role in the insurrection. He does not say in that video, for example, "Everything I said in the months prior went too far." And he does not say the one sentence that matters. He does not say the one sentence that would stop future political violence. The election was not stolen. He still hasn't said that sentence. That is why National Guard troops in full body armor still patrol outside. Reports from the White House also confirm that President Trump believed he was, quote, forced by the bipartisan fear after the insurrection to acknowledge the new administration. We know he did not stand behind his belated condemnation because those around him confirmed it. And behind closed doors, sources confirmed that President Trump still refused to directly acknowledge his election loss to Joe Biden and refused to even attend the peaceful transition of power, the first president in modern history. President Trump even reportedly, while watching the impeachment vote, quote, focused his ire on the Republicans who voted for his impeachment, peppering aides with questions about what he could do to exact revenge. President Trump has made clear that if he is not held accountable, he will not be accountable. He will not stop. Now, President Trump would have his base and the world believe that his conduct was totally appropriate. It is important to impeach that falsehood, to make clear to his supporters and everyone watching that what Donald Trump did was not acceptable. In fact, quite the opposite. People in his own party, state officials, former officials, current officials, members of Congress, have all unambiguously and passionately said that what Donald Trump did was, quote, disgraceful, shameful, and they've called his behavior existential and wrong. And they said that his actions gave rise to one of the darkest chapters in United States history. Let's hear what some of these officials had to say. Here are Governors Spencer Cox, Charlie Baker, Mike DeWine, Larry Hogan, and Phil Scott.
People have to be held accountable, and yes, that includes the president.
It's important to remember that they were the culmination of months of President Trump repeating over and over again that the American electoral system is a fraud. After he stoked the flames of outrage for weeks leading up to the events of yesterday, he refused to adequately prepare the U.S. Capitol for the possibility of violence and left it nearly defenseless. His remarks during and after the travesty of the attack on the Capitol were disgraceful.
President Trump's continued refusal to accept the election results without producing credible evidence of a rigged election has started a fire that has threatened to burn down our democracy. This incendiary speech yesterday, when he gave preceding the march that he gave to the protesters, served only to fan those flames.
I proudly stood by my father's side at age 12 on the floor of the House chamber as we both took the oath of office, an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's clear to me that President Trump has abandoned this sacred oath.
Seeing our Capitol, a symbol of democracy around the world, stormed by an angry mob was heartbreaking. And let me be clear, these actions were not patriotic, and these people are not patriots. The fact that these flames of hate and insurrection were lit by the President of the United States will be remembered as one of the darkest chapters in our nation's history.
One of the darkest chapters in our nation's history. Former members of the Trump administration, long-standing Republicans, also made clear that President Trump incited this insurrection and it went against our democracy. The President's former Secretary of Defense, James Mattis, declared that today's violent assault on our Capitol, an effort to subjugate American democracy by mob rule, was fomented by Mr. Trump. Former White House Chief of Staff John Kelly also spoke on this as well, and I'd like to play an audio clip of what he said.
What happened on Capitol Hill yesterday is a direct result of his poisoning the minds of people with the lies and the frauds.
If you couldn't hear that, what John Coley said about President Trump was that what happened on Capitol Hill was a direct result of him poisoning the minds of people with their lies and their fraud. Former Speaker of the House, John Boehner, declared that, quote, the invasion of our Capitol by a mob, incited by lies from some entrusted with power, is a disgrace to all who sacrificed to build our republic. This was echoed by former Trump official after former Trump official. Here is what former National Security Advisors John Bolton and H.R. McMaster, former White House Communications Director Alyssa Farah, and former Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney said.
Let me just ask you, do you think President Trump has blood on his hands?
I think he does. Look, I agree with Bill Barr. I think he did incite this mob with the clear intention of having them disrupt the Electoral College certification and delay it to give him more time. I don't think there's any question about it.
You know, there are many reasons for this assault on the Capitol, but foremost among them was the president's exhortations, was the president's sustained disinformation. We've seen a president stoking fears amidst these crises.
And first and foremost, I want to say that what happened at the Capitol was unacceptable, un-American, undemocratic.
I think everybody recognizes that what happened on Wednesday is different. You could go down the long litany of things that people complained about with Donald Trump, and I could probably defend almost all of them. Many of them were policy differences. Many of them were stylistic differences. But Wednesday was different. Wednesday was existential. Wednesday is one of those things that struck to the very heart of what it means to be an American, and it was wrong.
Mick Mulvaney, President Trump's former chief of staff, is clearly saying what we all felt, that January 6th was different. It was existential. It was wrong. It was un-American. And this sentiment was echoed not just from people outside the administration, but from people inside the Trump administration. Perhaps most telling was the flood of resignations from people inside President Trump's administration with firsthand access to President Trump. His own officials felt so betrayed by his conduct that numerous officials resigned in protest days before the end of President Trump's term. 16 officials resigned in protest. 16. They all took this dramatic action of resigning because they saw the clear link between President Trump's conduct and the violent insurrection. Here are some of what they said. Secretary DeVos, who was in the administration the entire term, told President Trump in her resignation letter that, quote, "There's no mistaking the impact your rhetoric had on the situation, and it is an inflection point for me." Secretary Chow, who was in the administration their entire term, explained, "Yesterday, our country experienced a traumatic and entirely avoidable event as supporters of the president stormed the Capitol building following a rally he addressed. As I'm sure is the case with many of you, it has deeply troubled me in a way I simply cannot set aside." Deputy Costello told his associates the attack was his, quote, breaking point, and he hoped, quote, a wake-up call. These rebukes and resignations from President Trump's own administration make clear that President Trump's conduct was anything but totally appropriate. They also remind us that this can and must be a wake-up call. As Representative Fred Upton so eloquently put it, President Trump expressed no regrets for last week's violent insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. This sends exactly the wrong signal to those of us who support the very core of our democratic principles and took a solemn oath to the Constitution. It is time to say, enough is enough. Now, no one is saying here that President Trump cannot contest the election. Of course he can. But what President Trump did, as his former chief of staff explained, was different. It was dishonorable, it was un-American, and it resulted in fatalities. President Trump spent months inflaming his supporters, spread lies to incite a violent attack on our Capitol, on our law enforcement, and on all of us. And then he lied again to his base to tell them that this was all okay, that this was all acceptable. And that is why President Trump is so dangerous. Because he would have all of us, all Americans, believe that any president who comes after him can do exactly the same thing. That's why lack of remorse is an important factor in impeachment. Because impeachment, conviction, and disqualification is not just about the past, it's about the future. It's making sure that no future official, no future president does the same exact thing President Trump does. President Trump's lack of remorse shows that he will undoubtedly cause future harm if allowed, because he still refuses to account for his previous high-grade crime against our government. You know, I'm not afraid of Donald Trump running again in 4 years. I'm afraid he's going to run again and lose, because he can do this again. We're in an unusual situation, because despite President Trump's claim that everyone thinks what he did was fine, so many have come out and spoken so strongly and passionately about what happened here. I'd like to highlight a statement by Representative Anthony Gonzalez. He said, "The Vice President and both chambers of Congress had their lives put in grave danger as a result of the President's actions and the events leading up to and on January 6th. During the attack itself, the President abandoned his post while many members asked for help, thus further endangering all present. These are fundamental threats not just to people's lives, but to the very foundation of our republic." And now I'd like to show what members of Congress said leading up to the most bipartisan impeachment vote in U.S. history. Because I do want everyone watching, especially President Trump's supporters, to see firsthand what I believe we all feel, that what President Trump did was not appropriate, that it was not American, and that it absolutely cannot stand.
What he has done and what he has caused here is something that we've never seen before in our history.
All indications are that the president has become unmoored, not just from his duty, nor even his oath, but from reality itself.
The president's role in this insurrection is undeniable, both on social media ahead of January 6th and in his speech that day. He deliberately promoted baseless theories, creating a combustible environment of misinformation and division. To allow the President of the United States to incite this attack without consequences is a direct threat to the future of this democracy.
After this trial, I hope you will come together and cast your vote and make absolutely clear how we as a Congress and as a nation feel about what Donald Trump did by convicting him, and to prevent this from being only the beginning, as President Trump said, and to deter future presidents who do not like the outcome of a national election from believing they can follow in President Trump's footsteps. It is what our Constitution requires. It is what our country deserves.
Representative Ted Lieu of California, one of
Representative DeGette will now return to show how extremists were emboldened by the insurrection and plan to attack the inauguration.
Ted Lieu, again, from California, is one of 9 House floor impeachment managers. We now return to Democratic Representative Deanna DeGette of Colorado, again, another one of the 9 impeachment floor managers. This is live coverage of the Senate impeachment trial of former President Donald J. Trump.
My colleagues have showed you the overwhelming evidence of how President Trump's conduct assembled, incited, and inflamed the mob. We showed how and why this attack, this violence, was not only foreseeable, but preventable. We showed that President Trump knew his conduct could and would result in violence, and that when the attack occurred, he did not fulfill his duty as commander-in-chief and defend us. Instead, he was delighted. Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection, and he failed to defend our nation, our Capitol, this Congress, and our law enforcement from the attack he incited. Now I want to turn to the impact, the long-term harm of this conduct. My colleagues and I will walk through the breadth and gravity of this harm. I'd like to start with the effect President Trump's conduct had on our domestic security. We saw firsthand how Donald Trump's conduct emboldened and escalated domestic violence extremists. These folks are known in the law enforcement community as DVEs. These threats were and are made worse by President Trump's refusal to take accountability and his refusal to forcibly denounce what his own FBI identified as some of the most dangerous elements of our country. Even as the attack was underway, he tweeted words of support to his violent supporters. And then, in the aftermath on January 7th, President Trump made it clear this was only the beginning.
And to all of my wonderful supporters, I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning.
And he was right. Unless we take action, the violence is only just beginning. In the aftermath of the attack, we saw a huge rise in threats from domestic violent extremists, including specific threats to the inauguration in D.C. and also to all 50 state capitals. Our intelligence agencies confirmed that in addition to these specific threats, President Trump's conduct emboldened the very same violent groups who initiated the attack and sparked new violent coalitions. These groups believe that they're following his orders. They believe that their acts of insurrection and violence are patriotic. Violence is never patriotic, and it's never American. It's not the Democratic way, and it's not the Republican way. After the attack, the nation's top defense and law enforcement agencies reported an increase in credible threats to the inauguration from Donald Trump's supporters. On January 13, 2021, a joint intelligence bulletin issued by the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and the National Counterterrorism Center found, quote, since the 6th January event, violent online rhetoric regarding the 20 January presidential inauguration has increased, with some calling for unspecified, quote, justice for the 6th January fatal shooting by law enforcement of a participant who had illegally entered the Capitol building, and another posting that, quote, many armed individuals would return on 19 January. The agencies also made clear why these threats were escalating, especially regarding the inauguration. The report explained that a primary motivating factor was, quote, the shared false narrative of a stolen election and opposition to the change in control of the executive and legislative branches of the federal government may lead some individuals to adopt the belief that there is no political solution to address their grievances and that violent action is necessary. In other words, President Trump's spreading of inflammatory disinformation about the election incited the insurrection on January 6th and may lead to further violence. Online, just as they did prior to the January 6th attack, Trump supporters took to the internet to organize and document their desire and plans for future violence at President Biden's inauguration. And indeed, in the days shortly after the attack, Several posters on extremist social media websites made further plans for violence. They posted, quote, "Many of us will return on January 19, 2021, carrying our weapons in support of our nation's resolve, to which the world will never forget. We will come in numbers no standing army or police agency can match. Quote, we took the building once and we can take it again." Other users, eager to participate in additional attacks, confirmed that they were waiting on President Trump's instructions about what to do next. Referring to a future planned attack, a user on the online platform known as Gab posted, quote, "I'd like to come do this, but want to know, does our president want us there? Awaiting instructions." In fact, in the days leading up to the inauguration, multiple individuals, many potentially in an attempt to carry out the plots that I just previewed, were arrested in Washington, D.C., including on serious weapons charges. One of those men was Couy Griffin, the founder of Cowboys for Trump, who took part in the Capitol attack and was also arrested on January 17th. Here's what he said about his plans for violence.
You know, you want to say that that was a mob? You want to say that was a violence? No, sir. No, ma'am. No, we could have a Second Amendment rally on those same steps that we had that rally yesterday. You know, and if we do, then it's going to be a sad day because there's going to be blood running out of that building. But at the end of the day, you mark my word, we will plant our flag on the desk of Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer.
Blood running out of the building, this building, the Capitol, where all of us are right now. Now, the name Couy Griffin may sound familiar because he previously faced controversy for a May 2020 video where he said, quote, "The only good Democrat is a dead Democrat." Hear it from him yourself.
Where I've come to the conclusion that the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat.
Now, when he said this, President Trump actually retweeted Griffin and thanked him for that sentiment. When Donald Trump retweeted this, he was no stranger to Griffin. In fact, in March 2019, over a year earlier, Griffin and Trump had spoken on the phone for nearly 30 minutes. President Trump's conduct, without a doubt, made it clear that he supported Griffin. In fact, Griffin even said so himself. As Griffin later said about President Trump retweeting his inflammatory comment about the dead Democrats, quote, "It really means a lot to me because I know the President of the United States has my back." Remember, this is a man who was here on January 6th, who was arrested after threatening to come back here to make blood come running out of this building. Threats like Griffin's have triggered a deployment of forces, the likes of which we have never seen. There were approximately 25,000 National Guard troops brought in from around the country to protect D.C. leading up to and on Inauguration Day. As you know, many of those troops are still here. Take a look at that. These were scenes that played out all over the country. 5 days following the siege on the Capitol, on January 11, 2021, the FBI warned that, quote, "Armed protests are being planned at all 50 state capitals from 16 January through at least 20 January, and at the U.S. Capitol from 17 January through 20 January. As a result, at least 21 states activated their National Guards in preparation for potential attacks. President Trump's incitement has reverberated around the country, prompting massive law enforcement mobilization in several state capitals, including Washington, Illinois, Michigan, and Georgia. Look at these photos. This is what Donald Trump has done to America. This massive deployment of law enforcement has cost the taxpayers dearly. The National Guard deployment to D.C. alone is expected to cost at least $480 million. The bills are already also racking up in the states. North Carolina, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Utah, and Wisconsin have each spent about $500,000 to safeguard their capitals in the run-up to the inauguration. Ohio spent $1.2 million over the same two-week period. And remember, this is at a time when state budgets are already suffering under the weight of the pandemic. Our brave service members showed up. Thanks to their dedication and their vigilance, the inauguration and the days leading up to it mercifully proceeded without incident. In fact, after news broke of law enforcement's preparedness for further attacks, leaders of the Proud Boys, the Three Percenters militia, the organizers of the Million MAGA March, they all now told their followers to avoid protests up to or leading up to the inauguration for fear that law enforcement would crush them and arrest rioters who showed up. Thank God there wasn't an insurrection sequel here on January 20th. But look at the price we've paid. The price that we're still paying. It's not just dollars and cents. This Capitol has become a fortress, as state capitals have all across the country. Our constituents no longer have access to the elected representatives. Every Democrat and Republican, including people who came here on January 6th peacefully, is paying the price. And it's not just a loss of access. It's a dimming of their freedom. It's a dimming of all of our freedom. We must uphold our oaths, as the tens of thousands of law enforcement officers have done in the wake of January 6th. Because if we do not, President Trump's mob stands ready for more attacks. Now, this should be no surprise. Having a commander-in-chief who incites violence has given life to the existing violent groups he spent years cultivating and has inspired new coalitions among extremist groups who actually view January as a success. According to the FBI, President Trump's assemblage of his mob was particularly dangerous because, quote, in-person engagement between DVEs of differing ideological goals during the Capitol breach likely served to foster connections which may increase DVE's willingness, capability, and motivation to attack and undermine a government they view as illegitimate. In other words, they all got to talking to each other. This bulletin by our own Intelligence Committee was also confirmed by concrete evidence. Rioters celebrated their roles in the January 6th attack on social media. They boasted about their success in breaching the Capitol and forcing members of Congress and the Vice President to evacuate. Take, for example, right-wing provocateur Nick Fuentes. The day before the Capitol insurrection, Fuentes said this on his internet show.
What can you and I do to a state legislator besides kill him? Although we should not do that. I'm not advising that, but I mean, what else can you do, right?
Fuentes was at the Capitol on January 6th and praised the insurrection on a live stream as glorious and awe-inspiring. He later said, quote, "We forced a joint session of Congress and the Vice President to evacuate because Trump supporters were banging down and then successfully burst through the doors." Fuentes was not the only provocateur to revel in the violence. According to Mike Dunn, a member of the Boogaloo Boys, an anti-government movement whose adherents helped to lead multiple groups in storming the Capitol, the Boogaloo Boys will be, quote, working overtime to capitalize on the January 6th riots and hope it will lead to more action. They said, quote, just know there's more to come. Proud Boys members were bragging about the attack on the Capitol. One post on the Proud Boys Telegram channel said, People saw what we can do. They know what we're up to. They know and they want in. The leader of the Proud Boys himself sent the same message. Enrique Tarrio said the Proud Boys would be active during Biden's presidency. Tarrio stated, "You're definitely going to see more of us." Extremist groups are also boasting that the attack on our Capitol is a boon for their recruitment efforts. 3% Security Force leader Chris Hill says he's been contacted by several people interested in joining since the insurrection. And as one expert who focuses on domestic extremism, Jared Holt explained, by all measurable effects, this was a far-right extremist, one of the most successful attacks that they've ever launched. They're talking about this as the first stab in a greater revolution. And as indicated by Mr. Holt, their perceived success has given them encouragement to continue and to escalate attacks. Intelligence agencies have also noted that these extremist groups will, unfortunately, be targeting vulnerable minority communities in the U.S. A January 27, 2021 DHS bulletin warned, quote, long-standing racial and ethnic tension of the sort that led to a man killing 23 people at an El Paso Walmart will continue to grow and motivate further attacks. The January 13 Joint Intelligence Bulletin report stated that in addition to the other types of violence listed, DVEs may be incited to carry out more violence, including violence against racial, ethnic, and religious minorities and associated institutions, journalists, members of the LGBTQ+ community, and other targets common among some DVEs. These prejudiced elements could be seen visibly in the crowd that attacked the Capitol. Pictured here is Robert Packer. Robert Packer is an avowed white supremacist and Holocaust denier who proudly wore that sweatshirt which states, quote, Camp Auschwitz. These prejudiced elements could also be heard from the crowds. As you've heard, the insurrectionists that attacked the Capitol on January 6th hurled racial slurs, including at black police officers. One officer described the trauma he experienced when the rioters seized the Capitol. He said, quote, I'm a black officer. There was a lot of racism that day. I was called racial slurs, and in the moment, I didn't process this as traumatic. I was just trying to survive. I just wanted to get home, to see my daughter again. I couldn't show weakness. I finally reached a safe place, surrounded by officers. I was able to cry, to let it out, to attempt to process it. These extremist groups were emboldened because President Trump told them repeatedly that their insurrectionist activities were the pinnacle of patriotism. Well, let today be the day that we reclaim the definition of patriotism. Impeachment is not to punish, but to prevent. We are not here to punish Donald Trump. We are here to prevent the seeds of hatred that he planted from bearing any more fruit. As my colleague showed, this was not the first time that President Trump inspired violence, but it must be the last time that he's given a platform to do so. This must be our wake-up call. We must condemn it because the threat is not over. President Trump refused to condemn this type of violence. Instead, over and over again, he's encouraged it. Our response must be different this time. We simply cannot sweep this under the rug. We must take a united stand, all of us, that this is not American. Think back to August 2017, when a young woman was murdered during a white supremacist rally in Charlottesville, West Virginia. Her name was Heather Heyer. Her mother's name is Susan Breaux. Ms. Breaux has been a steadfast advocate for her daughter's memory. In a 2018 interview, she expressed concern that people had rushed too quickly to reconciliation without accountability.
If you rush to heal, if you rush to everybody grab each other and sing Kumbaya, then we've accomplished nothing and we'll be right back here in a few years.
We will be right back here in a few years. Those were her words in 2018, 3 years ago. Her daughter's murderer, he was held to account. But our nation did not impose any meaningful accountability on a president who at the time said that there were very fine people on both sides. And now where are we 3 years later? I'd argue we're not just back where we were. I would argue things are worse. In 2017, it was unfathomable to most of us to think that Charlottesville could happen, just as it was unfathomable to most of us that the Capitol could have been breached on January 6th. Frankly, what unfathomable horrors await us if we do not stand up now and say, no, this is not America? And we will not just express condolences and denunciations. We won't just close the book and try to move on. We will act to make sure this never happens again.
Democratic Representative Deanna DeGette of Colorado making the argument for convicting
Representative
former
Cicilline
President
and Liu
Donald
will
Trump.
now come to show the harm done and the damage done to Congress and our democratic process.
David Cicilline is
Mr. Cicilline.
David Cicilline is a Democrat from Rhode Island. Live coverage on Pacifica Radio of the Senate Impeachment Trial of President Donald Trump. Today, Democrat impeachment managers will wrap up their opening arguments.
Distinguished senators, you just heard from my colleague, Manager DeGette, how the conduct of Donald Trump dramatically increased the threats to our security and emboldened violent domestic extremists. I'd like to now turn to the harm that was caused here, inside these walls, as a result of the conduct on January 6th. The harm to us, to Congress, to those who serve our country, and to the constitutional processes as the Trump mob tried to stop the election certification process. The attack on January 6th was one of the bloodiest intrusions in the Capitol since the British invaded in the War of 1812 and burned it to the ground. And you've heard in painstaking detail that the president's mob posed an immediate and serious threat to the continuity and constitutional succession of the United States government. As the first, second, and third in line to the presidency, the vice president, the Speaker of the House, the President pro tem, were all together and faced a common threat in the same location. And we've seen the first and the second were purposely targeted by these attackers. These weren't idle threats. The mob, as you have heard, chanted, "Hang Mike Pence."
Hang Mike Pence! Hang Mike Pence! Hang Mike Pence! Hang Mike Pence!
The charging documents show that the rioters said they would have killed Vice President Pence and Speaker Pelosi had they found them. Dawn Bancroft and Diane Santos Smith, two of the rioters charged in the attack, were caught on tape discussing the brutal violence that they hoped to inflict on Speaker Pelosi had she not been rushed out to safety. They said, quote, "We broke into the Capitol. We got inside. We did our part. And we were looking for Nancy to shoot her in the frigging brain, but we didn't find her," end quote. Senators, simply put, this mob was trying to overthrow our government. And they came perilously close to reaching the first three people in line to the presidency. It wasn't just the vice president and the speaker. Rioters were prepared to attack any member of Congress they found. Thomas Edward Caldwell, Donovan Ray Kroll and Jessica Marie Watkins, 3 militia members, were also charged for their role in the attack. They discussed trapping us inside the underground tunnels. The indictment quotes social media chatter with Caldwell, quote, all members are in the tunnel under Capitol. Seal them in. Turn on gas. All legislators are down in the tunnels, 3 floors down. Do like we had to do when I was in the Corps and start tearing out floors, go from top to bottom, end quote. Never did any of us imagine that we or our colleagues would face mortal peril by a mob riled up by the President of the United States, the leader of the free world. But we did. All because Donald Trump could not accept his election defeat. Trump chose himself above the people, above our institutions, above our democracy, above all of you. You know, we've heard Trump espouse for years now this America First policy. But his true North Star isn't America's well-being. It's not country first like our dear departed colleague John McCain. No, his directive is Trump first, no matter the cost, no matter the threat to our democracy. But each and every one of us in this room must agree on one thing. We can never allow the kind of violent attack that occurred on January 6th to ever happen again in this country. In the immediate aftermath, we heard really disturbing accounts from many members of Congress about what they experienced that day. Here are some of those reactions. Following the attack, Representative Dusty Johnson expressed concerns that we had gotten to the point where so many of us had sown the seeds of anger and division.
We were barricaded, and there was some fear, to be sure, but overwhelmingly the emotion that I experienced was one of anger. I just could not believe that this was happening. I could not believe that we had gotten to this point where so many of us had sown these seeds of anger and of division, and we had built this powder keg. And really, we were starting to see this powder keg light up, and it was, frankly, I was furious.
Representative Jason Crow compared the events of this day to his time in Afghanistan as an Army Ranger, something Senator Reid knows something about.
What I felt in the Capitol behind us is something that I haven't felt since I was in Afghanistan as an Army Ranger. And to think that as a member of Congress in 2021, in the U.S. Capitol on the House floor, that I was preparing to fight my way out of the People's House against a mob is just beyond troubling.
Representative Pat Fallon was humbled by his experience on January 6th and described the events as surreal as they unfolded here in the Capitol.
It was something that I just never thought I'd see this in our nation's capital, and particularly in the House chamber. It was surreal when it was unfolding. Well, you know, what was interesting was the bravery and the courage of some of my fellow members. When we got to a point where the mob was banging on the doors, and all that kept them from reaching the chamber itself was the doors and then some furniture that we had moved and some Capitol Police, and they needed to be augmented. And so Tony Gonzalez, a new freshman rep from Texas, and Ronnie Jackson and Troy Nels and Mark Wayne Mullen stepped in, and we broke off furniture. Some of the hand sanitizer stations are on these big giant poles, wooden poles, and we turned them upside down, and we were ready to actually have the street fight in the House chamber. It was unbelievable.
Many members that day wondered if they would ever see their families again. As the rioters breached the Capitol and they were outnumbered and trapped inside, they were calling loved ones to say goodbye. Representative Dan Kildee was one of them. Listen to how he described the impact of the riot on him.
I was laying on the floor, trying to, protect myself behind this little wall. And, we all took our pins off because we're certain that if this mob were to come in, that would not be a good thing for them to quickly, easily be able to identify us as members of Congress. And I called my wife, and it wasn't until I heard her voice that I thought, wow, this is like one of those calls you hear about.
While most coverage is focused on the extreme danger posed to members and the Capitol Police who were targets of this attack, there were lots of other people in the Capitol working on January 6th as well. From personal aides to floor employees, cleaning staff, food service workers. We can't forget all the people that were in harm's way that day. These employees experienced trauma, some cowered, hiding in places just feet away from where this rabid crowd had assembled. Many were just kids, 20-somethings, who came here to work because they believed in their country and they believed in working to make it better. Others were dedicated food and service workers, all who work incredibly hard to make sure that we can come here and do our jobs. These workers are the lifeblood of the legislative branch. They deserved better. You've already heard from Speaker Pelosi's staff, the staff that was hiding under the conference table, cowering in the dark, making sure that the attackers couldn't hear them. But I'd like to share with you what some other staffers went through. Listen as two staffers recall what they experienced that day.
But then we were seeing on Twitter, on our phones, and then and hearing from some of the police officers on the floor that the building had been breached. Building breached, those were two words I had never heard.
That was particularly stressful, being in a room close to where things are happening and not really knowing what was happening, and seeing it come in live and getting texts from people, are you okay? And truthfully, I didn't know what was happening. I heard shots fired, shots fired, shots fired, show me your hands, show me your hands. Then I did not know if they were right outside, if they were lots of people with weapons, if there were one shooter, if they had, I didn't know what it looked like. I just knew that there were shots fired outside of the House chamber.
Just quickly, concurrently with these testimonials, they're also showing images, dramatic photos of people hiding in the Capitol.
As the rioters banged on his door trying to break in. The New York Times also reported that a senior black staffer was under lockdown for 6 hours during the insurrection, was so disturbed about these events that she quit her job. Another staffer who was on the floor of the House that day described that what happened on January 6th still echoes in his mind. Listen to him describe the moments just before this indelible image.
I heard glass break, and I could see the window panes on the house main door start to pop. And I figured that, obviously I knew they were at the door, and they figured out a way to break the glass. And the last thing I remember before I walked off the floor was several of the police officers had drawn their guns and had their guns trained on the door. Clearly that was, I didn't think there was anything else I could do, and I didn't want to be there for whatever was about to occur. So I got to the top of the stairs. The stairway was pretty packed, and right about that point, I don't know whether it was a police officer or somebody else said, they're right behind us, run. For me, the thing that I keep thinking about, and again, there isn't a day that hasn't gone by since January 6th that at some point in the day I haven't kind of gone back and picked at some little thing, but the sound of those window panes popping, I won't forget that sound.
Again, if you want to see these images that they are talking about at the same time, you can go to our website, kpfa.org, where we have a video link. That way you don't have to jump to corporate media, and you can stay with us. Just go to kpfa.org.
With the trauma of what happened that day. This includes, by the way, another group of people who were with us in the Capitol on that day, and that's the press. They were in danger, particularly after years of being derided by President Trump as fake news. Kristen Wilson, a reporter for CNN, recently tweeted about her experience. She said, I have 14 people on my team. We were scattered everywhere. 2 of them were on crutches and couldn't have run if they had to. They had to anyway. 1 was trapped in the House chamber and had to crawl out to hide. 4 of us barricaded ourselves in a room off the Senate chamber. Every bang on the door of them trying to come through, I can still hear in my head. The janitorial and custodial staff of the Capitol, the people who day after day tend to our home away from home, were also traumatized. But we don't talk about them and the harm they suffered often enough. One janitorial worker recounted how he was so scared that he had to hide in a closet during the attack. He said, quote, I was all by myself. I didn't know what was going on, end quote. Another employee, a mother of 3, said, the insurrection shattered all my sense of security at work. And an employee of the Capitol said, quote, I hope nothing else happens because these people were talking about killing us, killing federal employees, killing police. Another employee was afraid to work on Inauguration Day, said, quote, I honestly fear for my life. I've got 2 children at home, end quote. For many of the black and brown staff, the trauma was made worse by the many painful symbols of hate that were on full display that day. Insurrectionists waved Confederate flags and hurled the most disgusting racial slurs at dedicated Capitol workers. Then after all of that, these same workers, many of them people of color, were forced to clean up the mess left by mobs of white nationalists. One member of the janitorial staff reflected how terrible he felt when he had to clean up feces that had been smeared on the wall, blood of a rioter who had died, and broken glass and other objects strewn all over the floor. He said, I felt bad. I felt degraded. Let's also not forget that this violent attack happened in the middle of a global pandemic. Social distancing was impossible as we were hiding for our lives in cramped quarters for long periods of time. Since January 6th, at least 7 members who hid with other members of Congress have tested positive for COVID-19. At least 38 Capitol Police officers have either tested positive or been exposed, and nearly 200 National Guard troops who were deployed to our nation's capital to provide all of us protection have tested positive. The Capitol Police and the National Guard came here to keep us safe, to serve, and they put their lives in danger. They deserved better than this. We all did. That brings me to the next harm. Now, all of us in this room made it out alive, but not everyone was so lucky. 3 law enforcement officers tragically lost their lives as a result of the riot on January 6th. These officers, Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, Capitol Police Officer Howard Liebengood, and Metropolitan Police Officer Jeffrey Smith, all honorably served to protect and defend. My colleague, Mr. Swalwell, told you about Officer Sicknick. He was a 42-year-old military veteran who dedicated his entire life to public service. On January 6th, he fought a mob of rioters as they streamed into the Capitol and ultimately lost his life protecting us. Officer Liebengood was a 15-year veteran of the Capitol Police. His father served as Sergeant-at-Arms here in the Senate, and Officer Liebengood followed his extraordinary example of public service. Officer Smith served for 12 years with the Metropolitan Police Department. He heeded the call of duty on January 6th by coming to stand with the Capitol Police to help secure our democracy. Earlier, my colleague, Manager Swalwell, showed you terrible videos of the police being physically abused and injured. You remember what happened to Officer Fanone and Officer Hodges of the MPD, but there were scores of other officers whose names we don't know who were also brutalized that day. Injuries to the U.S. Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Department include concussions, irritated lungs, serious injuries caused by repeated blows from bats, poles, and clubs. Capitol Police officers also sustained injuries that will be with them for the rest of their lives. One officer lost the tip of a right index finger. In a statement issued on January 7th, the chairman of the Capitol Police Officers Union said, and I quote, "I have officers who were not issued helmets prior to the attack. who have sustained brain injuries. One officer has 2 cracked ribs and 2 smashed spinal discs. One officer is going to lose his eye, and another was stabbed with a metal fence stake, end quote. In total, at least 81 members of Capitol Police and 65 members of the Metropolitan Police Department were injured during the attack on January 6th. Former Capitol Police Chief Sund described the insurrection as violent, unlike anything he'd seen in his 30-year career in law enforcement. D.C. Police Chief Robert J. Conte III, who had spoken with an officer who had been beaten and injured with a stun gun, said, quote, "I've talked to officers who have done 2 tours in Iraq who said this was scarier to them than their time in combat," end quote. Of course, the physical violence is not the only thing that will have a lasting effect on our brave sworn officers. Trump's mob verbally denigrated their patriotism, questioned their loyalty, and yelled racial slurs. They called them traitors, Nazis, un-American for protecting us. For example, in the next clip, a rioter wearing a hunting jacket accosts a police officer.
Are you an American? Act like fucking what you don't know. You don't have no idea what the fuck you're doing. You guys have no idea what the fuck you're doing. Now, once again, we're America. Now, what idea? Don't touch me, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Don't touch me, motherfucker. Easy, man. Take it. No, they work for us. Fuck that.
Listen to how the Trump mob talked to these officers. You heard that with your own ears.
Fuck you! You're a fucking traitor! You come here, motherfucker! You're a fucking traitor to your country! Yeah! You're a fucking traitor! Fucking traitor!
Effing traitor. So much for backing the blue. There's a couple more examples.
Out over your paycheck! Fuck you guys! You can't even call yourself American! You broke your fucking nose today! 1776, bitch!
Oh, the joy of finally being able to broadcast expletives over the radio because it's coming from the Senate chamber during the Senate trial. This is a very visual presentation that they're giving, and just want to let our listeners on radio know that you don't have to go to corporate media to watch it, but we are broadcasting it visually ourselves. Just go to kpfa.org and find our link, or find us on YouTube. Just go to Letters and Politics. Live coverage of the Senate Impeachment Trial on Pacifica Radio.
Enforcement officers traitors. You have to wonder, who are these rioters sworn to? To whom do they believe the police owe their loyalty? To the people? To the Constitution? To our democracy?
KPFA, KPFB Berkeley, 88.1, KFCF
Even those
Fresno.
who are not outwardly injured, the mental toll has been significant. Several Capitol Police officers have reportedly threatened self-harm in the days following the riot. And in one case, an officer voluntarily turned in her gun because she was afraid of what might happen. Black police officers were also met with racist vitriol. You heard lead manager Raskin reference a black police officer who, weary from racialized violence that he had experienced that day, saying, "Tears just started streaming down my face. I said, what the F, man? Is this America?" Is this America, lead manager Raskin asked. Is this America? What is your answer to that question? Is this okay? If not, what are we going to do about it? These people matter. These people who risk their lives for us. So I ask you respectfully to consider them, the police officers, the staff of this building, when you cast your vote. These people are in deep pain because they showed up here to serve, to serve the American people, to serve their government, to serve all of us. And I ask each of you, when you cast your vote, to remember them and honor them and act in service of them as they deserve. I also want to recognize that 4 individuals, 4 insurrectionists, who also lost their lives during the attack. These people were led here by the words and actions of an individual who made them believe that they were patriots. The loss of human life is, of course, the most consequential. But that was not the only damage wrought that day. The Trump mob also damaged this building. They defiled some of the most sacred places. The Statuary Hall, the Rotunda, where some of America's greatest champions, presidents, Supreme Court justices, civil rights heroes, and other defenders are honored after their death. Trump's violent mob had little respect for this place. This video shows the wreckage left in the Senate parliamentarian's office by the insurrectionists.
Again, showing video without sound at the moment of inside congressional offices after the siege of the Capitol occurred on January 6th.
A bust of President Zachary Taylor was smeared with what appeared to be blood. An empty picture frame, presumably robbed of its contents, was found on the floor. And videos of the insurrection captured one man stealing a framed photo, another one tearing a scroll from the wall and ripping it up and throwing those pieces on the floor. A sign paying tribute to John Lewis was also shamefully destroyed, and only a broken piece of the memorial was found on the ground next to a trash can. The photo of Mr. Lewis was gone. The damage done to this building is a stain on all of us and on the dignity of our democracy. The attack we saw had a purpose: stop the certification, stop our democratic process. Fortunately, they did not prevail. Newspapers across America on January 21st, the day after the inauguration, proclaimed democracy has prevailed. President Biden said that in his inauguration speech. The headline was in so many places because the world's oldest constitutional democracy and the principles underlying it had been attacked and challenged. This wasn't just an attack on the Capitol building and the dedicated people inside. It was an attack on what we were elected to preserve, our democracy. This attack on our elections, on the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next, didn't even happen during the Civil War. But it did just happen because of the cold, calculated, and conspiratorial acts of our former president, Donald J. Trump. We showed you that the insurrectionists were deliberate, that they came looking for Vice President Pence and Speaker Pelosi, ready to kill. When President Trump incited a lawless mob to attack our process, he was attacking our democracy. He was trying to become king and rule over us against the will of the people and the valid results of the election. For the first time ever in our history, a sitting president actively instigated his supporters to violently disrupt the process that provides for the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next. Think about that for a moment. What if President Trump had been successful? What if he had succeeded in overturning the will of the people in our constitutional processes? Who among us is willing to risk that outcome by letting Trump's constitutional crimes go unanswered? The founders included impeachment in our Constitution not as a punishment, but to prevent. We have to prevent every president, today, tomorrow, or at any time in the future, from believing that this conduct is acceptable. Today, we have to stand up for our democracy and ensure we remain a country governed by the people, for the people, by telling Donald Trump and people all across this country and all across the world that his crimes will not and cannot stand.
That was David Cicilline, Democrat from Rhode Island.
The Senate will stand in recess.
I ask unanimous consent the House stand in recess for 15 minutes.
Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess.
Live coverage on Pacifica Radio of the Senate impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump. Today is the last day that the Democrats from the House of Representatives, who are the impeachment floor managers, will have in order to make their opening arguments and really their case concerning the need to, according to them, convict former President Donald Trump for inciting an insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on January 6. Today we've heard from the impeachment managers make the case, putting January 6 in a longer historical perspective, connecting it to what happened in Charlottesville, connecting it to the attempted kidnapping of Michigan governor that happened previously, connecting it to Donald Trump's seemingly support of a congressional candidate who had physically attacked a reporter, who had body slammed, actually, that reporter. I suspect when they come back from this break, and we do not believe that the Democrats are going to use all 8 hours available to them today, as they did yesterday. We suspect that they will adjourn today's trial a bit earlier. We don't precisely know what time. We never do. But once the Democrats and the Senate trial in its entirety come back from its break, I suspect that we will begin to hear constitutional arguments from the likes of Jamie Raskin, who is a Democrat from Maryland, the lead impeachment manager for the Democrats, that he will probably make the constitutional argument why it's necessary to convict Donald Trump and prohibit him from being able to run for a federal office in the future. Should point out, for that to occur, you do need 2/3 of all senators present to vote to convict the former president. And then afterwards, there would be an additional vote whether or not to disqualify Donald Trump. If there were the 2/3 votes to convict Donald Trump, then there would be another vote on the question of disqualifying the president, in which in that second vote, you just need a majority. Again, this is live coverage of Pacifica Radio's broadcast of the Senate impeachment trial. Let me point out again that this trial has been a very visual, has had large elements of visual evidence in it. And so what we have done, so that you don't have to necessarily go and to corporate media in order to watch it, what we have done is we have created a link on our website where we are broadcasting the proceedings. So you can watch it with us. Just go to kpfa.org, and we do have a link on our front page. It's a splash page. It gets a little bit confusing. I've gotten a few emails from folks. It's a splash page which opens up that says that we are broadcasting the Senate impeachment trial, and there should be a link there where you can get directly to our stream. But if you have any difficulty doing that, you can also go online and go to YouTube, where we have it streaming on our show's page, the show at least that I host, which is called Letters and Politics. So if you go to YouTube, search for Letters and Politics, find our page. You can watch our broadcast there. You can also subscribe there so that you know when in the future we go live with a video and when we put up videos of some of our shows. I am Mitch Jeserich, your host. After today, tomorrow, the Republicans will begin, I say the Republicans, I should say more like Trump's defense team will begin their 2 days of oral arguments representing Donald Trump and defending Donald Trump. It'll be interesting to see if I'm sure that they will try to say you can't blame the former president for what occurred at the Capitol on January 6th. It will be interesting to see if they challenge the narrative that the House Democrats have laid out on what actually happened at the Capitol on January 6th and violent acts that have happened leading into January 6th during the presidency of Donald Trump. I don't know if they're going to touch that narrative or not. So that will be something to see. The Democrats have made a very powerful presentation creating the narrative of what has happened, what had happened at the Capitol on January 6th. And we will just have to wait and see if Trump's defense team tries to even challenge that narrative or just tries to say our guy, our client, former President Donald Trump, cannot be blamed for what happened. The defense team will wrap up its oral arguments, at least its opening statements, on Saturday. Once that concludes, then they will take up they will have senator questions, in which senators will have 4 hours to ask specific questions to both the House impeachment managers and Trump's defense team. And then after that concludes, they will decide whether or not to have witnesses in this trial. If they choose not to have witnesses in this trial, then likely they will immediately proceed to closing arguments that could happen either on Sunday or on Monday. The schedule is still not quite clear. And then after closing arguments are made, all that is left is for the Senate to deliberate and then to finally have a vote whether or not to convict, which could likely happen as early as Sunday, probably more like Monday, probably no later than Tuesday, but we don't know for sure. Again, this is all contingent on them not having witnesses in the trial. If they do have witnesses in the trial, then this process would be prolonged significantly, probably a week, if not longer. Well, for more analysis on this impeachment process, we are now joined on the telephone by a good friend of ours over this past year who has joined us numerous times during our impeachment coverage, this being the second one in a year, and that is Neil Kinkoff. Neil Kinkoff is a constitutional scholar. He teaches at Georgia State University, and he was a former advisor to then Senator Joe Biden during the impeachment process for former President Bill Clinton in 1999. He joins us over the telephone. Professor Kinkoff, it is a great pleasure to welcome you back to the program, sir. Thank you for taking this time to join us.
No, thanks for inviting me.
Well, let me first begin, before we get to the trial, let me first ask you about what's happening in the state that you are in, that being Georgia. We learned yesterday that the state had begun a criminal investigation into Donald Trump for the phone call that he made to Georgia's Secretary of State, trying to urge the Secretary of State, the Republican Secretary of State, to find an additional almost 12,000 votes in order to give Donald Trump a victory in that state. How significant is that? And I don't know how much we know because it's just the beginning of a criminal investigation. So I don't know whether or not we actually know a whole lot more other than what has been reported. But what's your understanding of what this means?
Well, I think you're right that it's quite preliminary. So I suppose we should emphasize that we don't know very much factually, but it's tremendously significant that the local DA has decided to formally take the step of opening an investigation into that phone call by the former president. That places former President Trump in real legal jeopardy, and in jeopardy not in the sense of a civil case, but jeopardy of being found to have committed a crime and to be sentenced to prison. That itself is extraordinary. It is, in fact, I believe, unprecedented in the nation's history. I'm sure Richard Nixon would have been investigated and probably prosecuted had Gerald Ford not pardoned him. But save for that one example, no prior president has ever been the subject of a criminal investigation.
Yesterday, I got questions that I could not answer, and that is, could politics get in the way of this investigation that the DA has now commenced? Do you think so, or is this something that now just goes down a legal route?
Well, it goes down a legal route, although I think whoever was asking the question sort of puts their finger on an important element of this proceeding, right? I mean, it's impossible to ignore that there will be a political element, right? I mean, imagine trying to impanel a jury, finding jurors who don't know anything about this or who can claim to be objective and open-minded about the evidence will be very difficult, right? So I think there is a political aspect to the proceeding, inevitably, but this is something that the law is designed to take account of. There's nothing at all unprecedented about that. Finding jurors who hadn't heard or could maintain an open mind about, say, the guilt of O.J. Simpson was a challenge, but it was something that the legal system was able to take account of. So I think you're right that politics will be a presence in the proceeding, but there are procedures and mechanisms for overcoming that.
Again, we're speculating, I imagine, a great deal here because it's just the beginning of a criminal investigation into that phone call that Donald Trump made to Georgia's Secretary of State. But you mentioned the potential jail time. It could trying to pressure a Secretary of State to, as Donald Trump, in his words, come up with 11,800, I don't remember the exact number, to get him won over. Is that a crime that could result in jail time?
It certainly could. I mean, if you or I pressured imagine the dramatic example. If you or I pressured the Secretary of State, say, at gunpoint, that would clearly be a crime. If we pressured by blackmail, that would clearly be a crime. Now, Donald Trump in the phone call was clearly pressuring, although was being a little more artful than anything as blunt as what I'm describing. But that doesn't make it any less a crime. It makes the proof a little more difficult if you have credulous jurors who are willing to give Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt. He's given them a way to achieve that. But plainly, pressuring any election official to commit fraud is a crime, and in fact, a very serious crime.
Yeah, Neil Kinkoff, I'm sure if I was, pressuring the election official, I probably would go to jail. You probably would go to jail too if we were doing it in an illegal manner. It's just hard to imagine a former president going to jail. That's never really happened in this country before. But of course, we have seen such dynamics in other countries.
We have. And just before we lose the point, Mitch, I can't imagine you or I pressuring an election. I mean, who does that, president or not? Pressuring election officials? This is not something that happens in our republic. It's extraordinary. All the more so for a president to do it, but for anybody to do it, right? I mean, the overwhelming attitude, I think, among the public, Republican, Democrat, whatever, is, you participate in the electoral process, and whoever wins, wins. The idea that we would pressure or cheat or tell somebody to find votes, it's just extraordinary.
I mean, I guess the question also is where is the line, though, right? Because I'm sure, especially well-financed campaigns who have a team of lawyers, there probably are in communication with the Secretary of State's offices from all across the country monitoring the vote. So I guess where do you draw the line is a big question there.
Yeah, there are line drawing questions. I think that phone call is way over any line we might imagine drawing, though.
Yeah, for sure. Neil Kinkoff, we also want to talk to you about impeachment itself, its process. As I indicated as I was introducing you, you worked with Joe Biden when Joe Biden was senator in the late 1990s during the impeachment process of Bill Clinton. From your experience and having worked on this issue before directly, what is your take on what we've seen so far in this second Senate impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump?
Yeah, I think what's most striking in this trial is the way the House managers are graphically and convincingly presenting the proof that Donald Trump is guilty of what he's been charged of. Not to get into ancient history, but the real problem in the Clinton impeachment was that there was, at the end of the day, ultimately really no proof that Bill Clinton had committed the crimes he was impeached for having committed. But here the evidence is just overwhelming and graphic and I think undeniable. Today's session I thought was really just a brilliant performance in connecting the dots. Right. So, I think the House managers have anticipated what Trump's defense will be, and that's that, what happened in the insurrection was unfortunate, and the coincidence of his speech and the events that followed is just that, a regrettable coincidence. And so the managers have gone through in debunking that claim. They started with what you mentioned in the open, that the president knew and approved of his supporters engaging in violence, right? And that was the history of Charlottesville, of the Michigan militias plotting against Governor Whitmer, of those previous episodes. So the president, this wasn't just a coincidence. The president knew what his followers were capable of and inclined to do, and in many video clips, they showed him approving of violence. And then they connected the dots to the insurrectionists themselves using their words, right? So don't take the House manager's word for it. You had all of those clips from the insurrectionists saying that they understood Donald Trump to have invited them into the House, right? To have invited them into the Capitol, to have urged them to engage in violence, right? When he said to fight, he meant literally fight. And person after person said that, and they were chanting it and screaming it at the time, and they played video clips of that. And that, again, don't believe the House managers, but you had 16 members of Trump's own administration resign in protest because they understood that the president's comments had incited the violence. Again, the most loyal Trump officials, those who stayed with him until the end, right, who were still there on January 6th. So video clips were played of them. And then they played the video clips of Republican members of the House of Representatives who voted to impeach, all articulating the view that the president had in fact incited this, that it wasn't a coincidence, but that the president knew what he was doing, and that the insurrection was the direct result of the president's consistent actions and speeches urging on his followers to stop the steal and all the rest of that. And so when you put that whole thing together, I think it's a really resounding rebuttal of the argument on the facts that we're certainly going to hear from the defense team.
And then there's just the political nature of this. Even if there was the direct smoking gun, which I think Trump's defense team will argue there is not, where, Donald Trump saying, we don't have is Donald Trump saying, go to the Capitol, enter it, destroy it, scare them inside, make them hide in their offices. Even if there is that, there's the question of, well, would it even matter when it comes down to the final vote for whether or not to convict the president? Would even that at this point push Republicans to vote for a conviction?
So I don't know. I honestly don't know. President Trump has given deniability, I suppose, to anybody who wants to have it. But anybody listening with a fair mind to the presentation of the evidence can only come to one conclusion, right? So I think you're right to put your finger on partisanship. That is the only thing that can explain a vote to acquit Donald Trump, and I think it's an important component of these proceedings. And I think you're right to cynically think that may be the thing that ends up being determinative. And if President Trump is acquitted, that will in fact be the reason.
I have a question from our YouTube page from Steve, who writes, is it worth pointing out that even if conviction fails to get a 2/3 vote, Article 14, meaning of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, has a provision to prevent someone guilty of insurrection or rebellion against the United States from holding any public office. Neil Kinkoff, have you had an opportunity to look at this issue of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution?
Yeah, so, the scholars debate the applicability of that provision. Honestly, I think if someone were in the future elected president, that would be the judgment of the American people that third section of the 14th Amendment doesn't apply. And so I wouldn't put a lot of stock in the 14th Amendment, although certainly there's been a lot of discussion. And when you look at the text of it, it's pretty hard to argue that President Trump didn't do what Section 3 of the 14th Amendment describes. But I think as a matter of trying to enforce that provision, if it were to come to pass that he runs for president again and is elected, I don't think there's a mechanism for overturning the result of that, the result of an election.
When we think of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, first we usually think about birthright citizenship, and we think about equal protection under the law, really important aspects of that amendment to the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another section of it that I think was meant to deal with former Confederate soldiers and people part of the Confederacy, whether or not they could get back into office.
That's exactly right. That is the historical purpose of that section of the 14th Amendment, was to prevent Confederates from holding office in the federal government. I don't think there was any contemplation of former Confederates being elected president of the United States, which is why you don't really see in the 14th Amendment any effective mechanism for applying it to someone who's elected president.
And Neil Kinkoff, if you're teaching a law course right now and impeachment comes up, I mean, the thing I appreciate about these impeachment hearings, not just now, but what we had last year, was that I always have seen it as an educational opportunity to understand how it fits within the Constitution, what it says about the Constitution, what the moment of living in a time of an impeachment trial says about the Republic and its history. So if you're teaching a class and impeachment comes up, what do you think is important to know about the issue as we observe it going forward now?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that's important is that we tend to think of the Constitution as being the province of the Supreme Court. And impeachment is one of those mechanisms that is not at all the province of the Supreme Court. Right? But that doesn't mean the Constitution doesn't apply. In this instance, the Constitution is being given meaning and application by the political branches who are acting in response to their constituents, we the people. And so these are moments where the Constitution is something that is to be taken literally. That is, it is a constitution. It is a document that constitutes us, that defines who we are as a people. And, I think the House managers have been playing heavily on this point, that asking over and over again the question, is this who we are? And that's very much at stake in this impeachment. And this is one of the ways that we define what kind of people we are.
Earlier in the week, we spoke to Frank Bowman, who is one of the foremost experts on impeachment and the history of impeachment. He kind of lamented that if there was a time, and he pointed to another time, that being Richard Nixon, who was not impeached, but because of the threat impeachment brought him to resign. He said that was, a great example of when impeachment should be used. And he said if there was ever a time in which the framers put in the power for Congress to impeach and remove a president from office or disqualify him, maybe in the future her, probably in the future her, of being able to hold federal office again, then this would be it. And for it not to be able to actually achieve those ends kind of weakens the power of impeachment and maybe even the threat of impeachment. Do you share those sentiments, or do you have a different view?
Well, I guess I share overwhelmingly that sentiment. The one caveat I would offer is that I think Donald Trump is a unique character. The devotion of his base to him as a person, is a unique thing in American history. And so I wouldn't take it that if he ends up being acquitted, that's a sign that impeachment isn't available as an effective tool to rein in these kinds of abuses committed by somebody else, right? So other politicians fear his base and may vote to acquit him because they fear his base. I don't think that if in 2024 we get President Josh Hawley, that senators are going to be afraid of Josh Hawley in the way they're afraid of Donald Trump. And I think if Joe Biden were to, prompt an insurrection or to walk out on the White House lawn and burn the American flag, I imagine there would be an impeachment. And I don't think Democratic senators would fear the wrath of Joe Biden in the way that Republican senators fear the wrath of Donald Trump and Donald Trump's base. So that I don't think we should overdraw the lessons of the Trump impeachments. I think the political dynamics are dynamics that are peculiar to the unique political position and powers of Donald Trump.
Neil Kinkoff, I have one last question for you before we let you go. But let me first say this break has lasted longer than 15 minutes. And not being on Capitol Hill, I have no idea how much longer it's going to last. But if we're still in break after we let you go, we're going to invite listeners to call in to make a comment or ask a question. And the phone number to do that is, and I can't guarantee you're going to get in because once they go back into session, we have to go back there and broadcast that. But if you want to try to get in, the phone number is 1-800-958-9008, 1-800-958-9008. You can also leave a question or comment on our YouTube page where I am monitoring the live chat. Just look for Letters and Politics on YouTube or go to our website, kpfa.org. So again, Neil Kinkoff, before we let you go, let me ask you this. I think the other main legal argument that Trump's defense team is going to begin to make tomorrow is one about free speech, and that the president, and even in his most sort of intense rhetoric, it's political speech in the same way that other people have used speech, that you have to fight, that you have to get in their face, that you have to hold people accountable and stuff like that. What do you think about that argument of Donald Trump was using his right to political speech, and you can't hold him responsible for that concerning what happened at the Capitol on January 6th?
Right. So I think factually the argument is just wrong, right? And I think the impeachment managers have been making a very powerful case to that. But I really want to just respond to this claim that I know we're going to hear again, that the president's speech is protected by the First Amendment from being the subject of impeachment and conviction. And that claim just fundamentally misunderstands what impeachment is. Right? It would be true if the president were being charged with a crime, and being prosecuted in a regular criminal court. But that's not what impeachment is, right? Impeachment, the framers were very clear, is a political remedy for political offenses, political abuses. And the First Amendment just does not apply in that context, right? A moment ago, I used the example of Joe Biden going out on the White House lawn and burning an American flag. That is protected speech, right? The Supreme Court has said so. But it can still be the subject of impeachment, conviction, and removal, right? Or imagine the president goes out and gives a speech embracing white supremacy. I would hope that Congress would immediately impeach, convict, and remove such a president, even though that speech would be protected by the First Amendment. Right. So the First Amendment is designed not really as a punishment, or I'm sorry, not the First Amendment. Impeachment is designed not so much as a punishment, but as a way of protecting the nation as a political entity from the consequences of having unfit characters in office. And so the First Amendment just does not apply in that situation.
That's a very important point. You still have the right, your First Amendment right, to say whatever you want, but you can still be impeached for saying what you said. I mean, that's within the jurisdiction of what impeachment means.
That's right.
You're going to face the consequences.
I teach in a public university. Right. I teach in a public university. I'm protected by the First Amendment, but there are all kinds of things I might say in the classroom that could get me fired.
Yeah.
Right. I wouldn't use the N-word under any circumstances, but if I did, I suppose I have First Amendment protection for that, but that doesn't mean I get to be a professor of law, spewing that kind of hate and that kind of violence on my students. Right. They're different questions, whether I get to be a law professor and what's the extent of my First Amendment speech. And in the impeachment context, right, the idea of protecting expression just does not apply, right? It's in the way it does when it's private punishments, right, for non-official wrongs.
That's right. Neil Kinkoff is a professor of law at the Georgia State University College of Law. He is co-author of the book Separation of Powers Law, Cases and Materials. Neil Kinkoff, I always enjoy our conversations, and I'm deeply grateful to you for all the time that you've given us over this past year to talk about these constitutional issues. Thank you, sir.
Well, thanks. It's been my pleasure, and I hope I get to come back.
You will, as long as you're willing to come back. You can bet on it.
Great. I'll look forward to it then.
Be well, sir. Live coverage of the Senate Impeachment Trial of former President, got to remember to say that, former President Donald Trump. They are now in an extended break. They told us a 15-minute break, but I don't know exactly when they went to break, but it's certainly been longer than 15 minutes. But we are going to use this as an opportunity to get listener call in and questions. You can also comment to us on YouTube. Let me point out that we are providing a video component to our coverage because so much of the arguments that I've made so far have relied on video and photography that we wanted, so that you didn't have to jump over to corporate media and, encourage them to make more money on advertisements, that you could stay with us and watch it on our website. You can find it at kpfa.org, where we have a link to the video. You can also find it on YouTube, where you just look for our page, Letters and Politics. Go to our page. Make sure you subscribe so you know when we are going live with video. And there, I am monitoring the live chat feed. So if you have a question or comment there, you can get it in there as well. We are going to begin with the phones, however, and we're going to start on line 3 in Berkeley, where we have Wendy. Good morning, Wendy. You're on the air.
Two short points. One is I'm just so pleased that initially I thought that they were going to go to his speech and look at the speech and see that as the direct cause of what happened at the Capitol, and I knew that wasn't going to work, and that's what people were saying, but I think they did a great job yesterday of laying the foundation, giving the context of the constant, what they call the big lie, of setting it out over and over again, the falsehood that you have to recognize you can't say, it was lies, lies, lies that pushed people, that really influenced them to that they do that. Okay.
Quickly.
And then
we're going to wrap up, but quickly, Wendy. Go ahead. Wrap up, but go ahead quickly.
Okay. The second one is that your previous guest just said that that they were going to have that we're not going to have Donald Trump was different. We won't have another one. But actually, I think the Republican Party, they saw what works. They saw what get legislation through, and I think they might try to get someone like a Donald Trump again. That is that type of populist, mind-blowing person.
Yeah.
To lie.
Yeah,
so
no, I hear that.
I
Wendy
wouldn't
in
be
Berkeley.
so easy about saying it's not going to happen.
Okay, appreciate your comment. Thank you for calling in. We are now going to return to the trial. Taking to the podium is Democratic Representative Joaquin Castro of Texas.
My colleagues discussed with you the many harms to our nation as a result of President Trump's conduct. Now, I'd like to spend some time talking about the harm to our national security and our standing in the world. On January 6th, when President Trump incited a mob to march to the Capitol, he led them to a building that houses some of our nation's most sensitive information. And consider who was part of that mob. Some of the individuals were on the FBI watch list. The past behavior of some individuals led here by President Trump so alarmed investigators that their names had been added to the National Terrorist Screening Database. And at least one of the insurrectionists may have intended to steal information and give it to a foreign adversary. According to charging documents, Riley Williams allegedly helped steal a laptop from Speaker Pelosi's office to, quote, send the computer device to a friend in Russia, who then planned to sell the device to SVR, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service. While we can't be certain if or how many foreign spies infiltrated the crowd, or at least coordinated with those who did, we can be sure that any enemy who wanted access to our secrets would have wanted to be part of that mob inside these halls. And the point is this: many of the insurrectionists that President Trump incited to invade this chamber were dangerous. People on the FBI watch list, violent extremists, white supremacists. And these insurrectionists, incited by President Trump, threatened our national security. Stealing laptops again from Speaker Pelosi's office, taking documents from Leader McConnell's desk, snapping photographs, as you saw in the videos earlier, in sensitive areas, ransacking your offices, rifling through your desks. The President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, knew the risk of anyone breaching the Capitol. He swore an oath to preserve, protect, and defend this country. And yet, he incited them here to break into the Capitol. Senators, as you all know, we have spent trillions of dollars building the strongest military in the world and billions of dollars on the most sophisticated weaponry on the planet to prevent the kind of attack that occurred at this Capitol on January 6th. And here's what the insurrectionists incited by President Trump did.
Hey, let's take a seat, people! Let's take a seat! Hey, Nancy Pelosi. Let's vote on some shit!
Oh my God, we did the shit. We took this shit.
I want to just get a snap of that.
Yeah, I took a picture.
In many ways, this room is sacred, and so are the traditions that it represents. They've been carried on for centuries. Congress has declared war 11 times on this floor, including entering World War II. And Congress passed the Civil Rights Act and expanded the right to vote to ensure that no matter your race or your gender, you have a voice in our nation. And this floor is where history has been made. And now, our intelligence agencies and law enforcement agencies have the burden to figure out exactly what was stolen, taken, ransacked, and compromised. As acting U.S. Attorney Michael Sherwin explained, quote, materials were stolen, and we have to identify what was done, mitigate that, and it could have potential national security equities. These investigations are necessary now because of the actions of President Trump. And it wasn't just the people that he led here the intelligence agencies have to look into. It's also what they took and what they gathered. And it was the very fact that this building, with so much sensitive information and some classified information, that this Capitol was breached. And think about it. Every foreign adversary considering attacking this building got to watch a dress rehearsal, and they saw that this Capitol could be overtaken. As Elizabeth Newman, a former Trump administration official, stated, quote, "You have terrorists who would love to destroy the Capitol. They just saw how easy it was to penetrate. We just exposed a huge vulnerability." And it's not just the Capitol. This attack has implications for all government buildings. And Senator Rubio made this point well.
If you're a terrorist right now and you're sitting out there watching this, you're saying to yourself, hey, it's not that hard to get into the Capitol. Maybe that's not hard to get into the White House or the Supreme Court building or somewhere else.
Our government, our intelligence agencies, and our law enforcement have implemented additional safety measures since the attack on January 6th. But while we secure this physical space, what message will we send the rest of the world? We already know that the message our adversaries took from January 6th. This is how some of them responded after the attack. Quote, "For America's adversaries, there was no greater proof of the fallibility of Western democracy than the sight of the U.S. Capitol shrouded in smoke and besieged by a mob whipped up by their unwillingly outgoing president." And to make matters worse, our adversaries are even using the events of January 6th not only to denigrate America, but to justify their own anti-democratic behavior, calling America hypocritical. Here's what the Chinese government is saying. The spokesperson for China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said the Capitol riot should spark, quote, "deep reflection among U.S. lawmakers regarding how they discuss the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong, suggesting that the U.S. is hypocritical in denouncing Beijing's crackdown in the city while it struggles with its own unrest at home." In the Global Times, an outlet affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, even tweeted a series of side-by-side photos of two events, the siege of the U.S. Capitol and a July 2019 incident in which pro-democracy protesters in Hong Kong broke into the city's Legislative Council building. Think about that. President Trump gave the Chinese government an opening to create a false equivalency between Hong Kongers protesting for democracy and violent insurrectionists trying to overthrow it. As Representative Gallagher described in real time,
and if we don't think other countries around the world are watching this happen right now, we don't think the Chinese Communist Party is sitting back and laughing, then we're deluding ourselves. So call it off, Mr. President. We need you to call this off.
Russia has also seized on this violent attack against our government decrying that democracy is, quote, over. The chairman of the Russian Upper House of Parliament's International Affairs Committee said, quote, "The celebration of democracy is over. This is, alas, actually the bottom. I say this without a hint of gloating. America is no longer charting the course and therefore has lost all its rights to set it, and especially to impose it on others." They're using President Trump's incitement of an insurrection to declare that democracy is over. In Iran, the supreme leader is using President Trump's incitement of insurrection to mock America. He said of the situation in the United States, quote, "This is their democracy and human rights. This is their election scandal. These are their values. These values are being mocked by the whole world. Even their friends are laughing at them." And these statements are serious and pervasive. And according to a joint threat assessment bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and 8 other law enforcement entities, quote, "Since the incident at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, Russian, Iranian, and Chinese influence actors have seized the opportunity to amplify narratives in furtherance of their policy interests amid the presidential transition." We cannot let them use what happened on January 6th to define us, who we are, and what we stand for. We get to define ourselves by how we respond to the attack of January 6th. And some might be tempted to say and point out that our adversaries are always going to be critical of the United States. But following the insurrection on January 6th, even our allies are speaking up. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said, quote, "What we witnessed was an assault on democracy by violent rioters, incited by the current president and other politicians. As shocking, deeply disturbing, and frankly saddening as that event remains, we have also seen this week that democracy is resilient in America, our closest ally and neighbor." The German foreign minister said, quote, "This closing of ranks begins with holding those accountable who are responsible for such escalations. That includes the violent rioters, and it also includes their instigators." The world is watching and wondering whether we are who we say we are. Because when our other countries have known chaos, our Constitution has helped keep order in America. This is why we have a Constitution. We must stand up for the rule of law, because the rule of law doesn't just stand up by itself. After the insurrection, my colleagues on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the chairman and the ranking member, issued a bipartisan statement that said, quote, "America has always been a beacon of freedom to the world, proof that free and fair elections are achievable and that democracy works. But what happened at the Capitol today has scarred our reputation and has damaged our standing in the world. Today's violence, an inevitable result when leaders in positions of power misled the public, will certainly empower dictators and damage struggling democracies." And that's true. For generations, the United States has been a North Star in the world for freedom, democracy, and human rights, because America is not only a nation. For many, it's also an idea. It's the light that gives hope to people struggling for democracy in autocratic regimes, the light that inspires people fighting across the world for fundamental human rights, and the light that inspires us to believe in something larger than ourselves. And this trial is an opportunity to respond and to send a message back to the world. And I say this as somebody who loves my country, our country, just as all of you do. There is a lot of courage in this room, a lot of courage that has been demonstrated in the lives of the people in this room. Some folks have stood up for the civil rights of fellow Americans and risked their careers and their reputations, their livelihoods, and their safety, standing up for civil rights. Many members of Congress have risked their lives in service to our country, in uniform, fighting in the jungles of Vietnam, patrolling the mountains of Afghanistan. You served our country because you were willing to sacrifice to defend our nation as we know it and as the world knows it. And although most of you have traded in your uniform for public service, your country needs you one more time. The world
KPFA,
watched
KPFB Berkeley, 88.1,
President Trump
KFCF from Fresno.
tell his big lie. The world watched his supporters come to Washington at his invitation. And the world watched as he told his supporters to march here to the Capitol. And President Trump, our commander-in-chief at the time, failed to take any action to defend us, as he utterly failed in his duty to preserve, protect, and defend. And now, the world is watching us, wondering whether our constitutional republic is going to respond the way it should, the way it's supposed to, whether the rule of law will prevail over mob rule. Because the answer to that question has consequences far beyond our own borders. Think of the consequences to our diplomats and negotiators as they sit at tables around the world to enforce our agenda on trade, the economy, and human rights. To fail to convict a president of the United States who incited a deadly insurrection, who acted in concert with a violent mob, who interfered with the certification of the Electoral College votes, who abdicated his duty as commander-in-chief, would be to forfeit the power of our example as a North Star on freedom, democracy, human rights.
Democratic Representative Joaquin Castro of Texas.
Representative Neguse and I will now address the First Amendment argument that's being offered by President Trump's lawyers to try to excuse his incitement to this insurrection, and Mr. Neguse will begin.
And that was Jamie Raskin, the House Impeachment Floor Lead Manager. And this is Representative Neguse of Colorado, the first Eritrean American
Mr. President,
to serve in Congress.
Distinguished senators, good afternoon. You have heard over the course of the last several days overwhelming evidence that President Trump incited an insurrection. But as lead manager Raskin mentioned, as we prepare to close, we'd be remiss if we didn't just briefly address the principal defense that the president will offer to excuse his conduct, and that is this notion that he can't be held accountable for what happened on January 6th because his actions are somehow protected by the First Amendment. Now, let's stop a moment and try to really understand the argument that they are making. According to President Trump, everything he did, everything we showed you that he did, was perfectly okay for him to do. And for a future president, to do again. And the Constitution, apparently, in their view, forbids you from doing anything to stop it. That can't be right. It can't be. And it isn't right. Their argument is meant as a distraction. They are concerned not with the facts that actually occurred, the facts that we've proven, but with an alternative set of facts, where President Trump did nothing but deliver a controversial speech at a rally. Of course, that's not what we've charged in the article of impeachment, and it's not what happened. You will hear from my colleague, Lead Manager Raskin, the many myriad reasons why this argument that they make is wrong on the law, completely. Not just around the edges. They make major, fundamental mistakes of constitutional law, the kind that Lead Manager Raskin tells me wouldn't cut it in his first-year law course, which, of course, he certainly would know, since he has taught this subject for decades. And that explains why so many lawyers who've dedicated their lives to protecting free speech, including many of the nation's most prominent conservative free speech lawyers, have described President Trump's First Amendment claims as, quote, legally frivolous. There's another quote from a recent letter from prominent free speech lawyers that, quote, the First Amendment is no bar to the Senate convicting former President Trump and disqualifying him from holding future office. Their argument is wrong on the facts, wrong on the law, and would flip the Constitution upside down. Let's start with the facts, because as you'll see, his free speech claim depends on an account of what he did, of why we're here, that has no basis in the evidence. To hear his lawyers tell it, he was just some guy at a rally expressing unpopular opinions. They would have you believe that this whole impeachment is because he said things that one may disagree with. Really? And make no mistake, they will do anything to avoid talking about the facts of this case. That I can assure you. Instead, we expect they will talk about a lot of other speeches, including some given by Democratic officials, and they will insist with indignation that the First Amendment protects all of this as though it were exactly the same. We trust you to know the difference because you've seen the evidence that we've seen. You've seen, as we've proven over the last 3 days, that his arguments completely misdescribe the reality of what happened on January 6th. They leave out everything that matters about why we're here and what he did. Because President Trump wasn't just some guy with political opinions who showed up at a rally on January 6th and delivered controversial remarks. He was the President of the United States. And he had spent months, using the unique power of that office, of his bully pulpit, to spread that big lie that the election had been stolen, to convince his followers to stop the steal, to assemble them just blocks away from here on January 6th, at the very moment that we were meeting to count the electoral college votes, where he knew, where it had been widely reported that they were primed and eager and ready for violence at his signal. And then, standing in the middle of that explosive situation, in that powder keg that he had created over the course of months, before a crowd filled with people that were poised for violence, at his signal, he struck a match. and he aimed it straight at this building, at us. You've seen all that evidence. There's no denying it. That's why the House impeached him. That's why he's on trial. No president, no matter their politics or the politics of their followers, conservative, liberal, or anything else, no president can do what President Trump did. Because this isn't about politics. It's about his refusal to accept the outcome of the election and his decision to incite an insurrection. And there's no serious argument that the First Amendment protects that. And it would be extraordinarily dangerous for the United States Senate to conclude otherwise. To tell future presidents that they can do exactly what President Trump did and get away with it. To set the precedent that this is an acceptable, now a constitutionally protected way to respond to losing an election. And you'll notice something, certainly something Lead Manager Raskin and I noticed, which is that by all accounts, it doesn't appear that President Trump's lawyers disagree. I mean, they don't insist that if the facts we've charged, the facts that we have proven, the facts supported by overwhelming evidence are true, as of course you now know they are, that there's nothing you can do. They're not arguing that it's okay for a person to incite a mob to violence. At least I don't think they're arguing that. Instead, what they are doing is offering a radically different version of what happened that day, totally inconsistent with the evidence. And then they insist that if that fictional version of events, if that alternate reality were true, well then he may be protected by the First Amendment. That's their argument. But you are here to adjudicate real evidence, real facts, not hypothetical ones. And for that reason alone, you should reject their argument, because it has been advanced to defend a situation that bears no resemblance to the actual facts of this case. With that, I want to turn it over to my colleague, Lead Manager Raskin, to address the many legal flaws, as I mentioned, in President Trump's position.
So Mr. Neguse just explained why President Trump's last-ditch First Amendment arguments got nothing to do with the actual facts of the case. He's been impeached for inciting violent insurrection against the government. Incitement to violent insurrection is not protected by free speech. There is no First Amendment defense to impeachment for high crimes and misdemeanors. The idea itself is absurd. And the whole First Amendment smokescreen is a completely irrelevant distraction from the standard of high crimes and misdemeanors governing a president who has violated his oath of office. Yet, President Trump, we know, has a good way of treating up as down and wrong as right. He tried to pull off the biggest election fraud in American history by overturning the results of the 2020 election, even as he insisted that his own fraud was in fact an effort to stop the steal, to stop a fraud, a vast conspiracy that he blamed on local and state officials of both political parties, the media, election officials, the judiciary, federal, state, members of Congress, many others. Anybody who wouldn't go along with him was part of the conspiracy. He violated his own oath of office by inciting mob violence to prevent Congress from counting the Electoral College votes as we're assigned to do by the 12th Amendment and the Electoral Count Act, even as he attacked Vice President Pence at a rally for violating his oath of office and going along with an egregious assault on democracy. Now he argues that the Congress is violating his free speech rights when it was Donald Trump who incited an insurrectionist attack against us that halted speech and debate on the floor of the House and the Senate during the peaceful transfer of power, and that imperiled the very constitutional order that protects freedom of speech in the first place, along with all of our other fundamental rights. As a matter of law, as a matter of logic, President Trump's brazen attempt to invoke the First Amendment now won't hold up in any way. The basic flaw, of course, is that it completely ignores the fact that he was president of the United States, a public official. He swears an oath as president that nobody else swears. In exchange, he's given greater powers than anybody else in the entire country, maybe on earth. He or she promises to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and our government institutions and our people. And as we all know, the power we entrust to people in public office, in government office, especially our presidents, comes with special obligations to uphold the laws and the integrity of our republic. And we all swear that oath. Now, what if a president publicly, say a president publicly and on a daily basis advocated replacing the Constitution with a totalitarian form of government and urged states to secede from the Union and swore an oath of loyalty to a foreign leader or foreign government? Well, as a private citizen, you couldn't do anything about people using those words to advocate totalitarianism, to advocate secession from the Union, to swear an oath of personal loyalty to a foreign leader or a foreign government or country. You couldn't. That's totally protected. If you tried to prosecute somebody for that, as a prosecutor, you would lose. But it is simply inconceivable, unthinkable, that a president could do any of these things. Get up and swear an oath to foreign governments or leaders, advocate totalitarianism, advocate secession, and not be impeached for it. It's just unthinkable that that could happen. Would that violate their First Amendment rights? The opposite view pressed here by President Trump's counsel would leave the nation powerless to respond to a president who uses the unmatched power, privilege, and prestige of his or her office, the famous bully pulpit, in ways that risk the ruin of the republic, all for his or her own ambition and corruption and lust for power. Everyone should be clear. There's nothing remotely exotic about what we're saying. It should be common sense to everybody. Common sense about this understanding of the First Amendment as it applies to public servants, cops, firefighters, teachers, everybody across the land. My daughter, who I mentioned earlier in the trial, she's a teacher in a public school. And courts have said teachers teach, but if they go off script and they start advocating totalitarianism, treason, or what have you, they're not living up to the duties of their office as teacher, they can be fired. Everybody knows that. And it happens all the time, by the way, including to cops and firefighters and people on the front lines. Happens all the time. In fact, it happened countless times to people fired by President Trump for their statements or ideas about things, including on election fraud, not long ago. There were people in the government who lost their jobs because the president didn't like what they said or what they wrote. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, and I can't help but repeat it, Justice Scalia got it exactly right on this. He wrote on these cases about how the First Amendment affects people who take on a public office, who take on public employment. And he summed it up like this. He said, you can't ride with the cops, but root for the robbers. You can't ride with the cops, but root for the robbers. That's what Justice Scalia said. And when it comes to the peaceful transfer of power, to the rule of law, to respecting election outcomes, our president, whoever he or she is, must choose the side of the Constitution. Must. And not the side of the insurrection or the coup or anybody who's coming against us. And if he or she chooses the wrong side, I'm sorry. There's nothing in the First Amendment or anywhere else in the Constitution that can excuse your betrayal of your oath of office. It's not a free speech question. But there's more. Let's play make-believe and pretend that President Trump were just a run-of-the-mill private citizen, as my colleague Mr. Nagu said, just another guy at the rally who's just expressing a deeply unpopular opinion because we shouldn't overlook the fact that while there were thousands of people in that violent mob, they represent a tiny, tiny, tiny part of less than 1% of the population, and the vast majority of the American people reject the kind of seditious mob violence that we saw on January 6th. But let's say that he were just another guy in the crowd that day. It is a bedrock principle that nobody can incite a riot. The First Amendment doesn't protect it. Key case, Brandenburg versus Ohio. There's no First Amendment protection for speech directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and likely to produce such action. And for all the reasons you've heard, based on the voluminous, comprehensive, totally unrefuted, and we think irrefutable, but we're eager to hear our colleagues, based on all the evidence you've heard, and for all the reasons you've heard, that definition of proscribable speech fits President Trump's conduct perfectly. This is a classic case of incitement. And you don't have to take my word for it. The 144 free speech lawyers Mr. Neguse mentioned, who include many of the nation's most dedicated, most uncompromising free speech advocates, unlike Mr. Trump, of course, but these people agree that there is a powerful case for conviction under the Brandenburg standard, even if the President of the United States were just to be treated like some guy in the crowd. And they add, the First Amendment is no defense to the article of impeachment leveled against the former president. And I mention the Brandenburg standard not because it applies here. Of course it doesn't, since this is an impeachment. It's not a criminal trial, and there's no risk of jail time. Let's be clear about that. The president doesn't go to jail for 1 week, 1 day, 1 hour, or 1 minute based on impeachment and conviction and disqualification from further office. Rather, I mention it to emphasize that absolutely nobody in America would be protected by the First Amendment if they did all the things that Donald Trump did. Nobody made Donald Trump run for president and swear an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution on January 20th, 2017. But when he did, by virtue of swearing that oath and entering this high office, he took upon himself a duty to affirmatively take care that our laws would be faithfully executed under his leadership. All of the laws against federal destruction of property, all of the laws. We expected him in everything he said and everything he did to protect and preserve and defend our constitutional system, including the separation of powers. But instead, he betrayed us. And as Representative Cheney said, it was the greatest betrayal of a presidential oath in the history of the United States of America. The greatest. As I mentioned yesterday, President Trump is not even close to the proverbial citizen who falsely shouts fire in a crowded theater. He is like the now proverbial municipal fire chief who incites a mob to go set the theater on fire and not only refuses to put out the fire, but encourages the mob to keep going as the blaze spreads. We would hold that fire chief accountable. We would forbid him from that job ever again, and that's exactly what must happen here. There are hundreds of millions of citizens who can be president. Donald Trump has disqualified himself, and you must disqualify him too. Just like the fire chief who sends the mob, President Trump perverted his office by attacking the very Constitution he was sworn to uphold. In fact, that's one reason why this free speech rhetoric at this trial is so insidious. His conduct represented the most devastating and dangerous assault by a government official on our Constitution, including the First Amendment in living memory. We wouldn't have free speech or any other rights if we didn't have the rule of law, peaceful transfer of power, and a democracy where the outcome of the election is accepted by the candidate who lost. We had it all the way up until 2020. And the central purposes of the First Amendment are democratic self-government and civic truth-seeking, two purposes that President Trump sought to undermine, not advance, in the course of his conduct, as we have definitively demonstrated at this trial. The violence he incited threatened all of our freedoms. It threatened the very constitutional order that protects free speech, due process, religious free exercise, the right to vote, equal protection, and the many other fundamental rights that we all treasure and cherish as citizens of the United States. The First Amendment does not create some superpower immunity from impeachment for a president who attacks the Constitution in word and deed while rejecting the outcome of an election he happened to lose. If anything, President Trump's conduct was an assault on the First Amendment and equal protection rights that millions of Americans exercised when they voted last year, often under extraordinarily difficult and arduous circumstances. Remember, the First Amendment protects the right of the people to speak about the great issues of our day, to debate during elections, and then to participate in politics by selecting the people who will be our leaders. And remember, in American democracy, those of us who aspire and attain to public office are nothing but the servants of the people. Nothing. Not the masters of the people. We have no kings here. We have no czars. Here the people govern, President Ford said. The people. Most important words of the Constitution are the first three, we the people. But all this means little if a president who dislikes the election results can incite violence to try to replace and usurp the will of the people as expressed in the states, ignore the judicial branch of government, and then run over the legislative branch of government with a mob. President Trump's high crimes and misdemeanors sought to nullify the political rights and sovereignty of the American people. Our right as a people to deliberate, to form opinions, to persuade each other to vote, and then to decide who our president will be. The sovereignty of the people. That's an attack on the First Amendment, I would say. In addition, President Trump's actions were a direct attack on our own freedom of speech here in the Capitol. Members of Congress are sent here to speak for their constituents. That's why we have our own little mini free speech clause, the speech and debate clause. That's literally our job. We come here and represent the views of our people. The attack that President Trump incited forced members of Congress to stop speaking and to literally flee for our lives and the lives of our staffs and our families. The man whose statements and actions halted speech in Congress, speech related to the peaceful transfer of power, has no right to claim that free speech principles prevent this body from exercising its constitutional powers to hold him accountable for his offense against us. You know, Voltaire said famously, and our founders knew it, I may disagree with everything you say, but I will defend with my life your right to say it. President Trump says, because I disagree with everything you say, I will overturn your popular election and incite insurrection against the government. And we might take a moment to consider another Voltaire insight, which a high school teacher of mine told me when a student asked, when was the beginning of the Enlightenment? And she said, I think it was when Voltaire said, anyone who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. There's no merit whatsoever to any of the free speech rhetoric, the empty free speech rhetoric you may hear from President Trump's lawyers. He attacked the First Amendment. He attacked the Constitution. He betrayed his oath of office. Presidents don't have any right to do that. It's forbidden, so that our republic may survive. The people are far more important than that. The precedent he asked you to create, which would allow any future president to do precisely what he did, is self-evidently dangerous. And so there can be no doubt, none at all, the president lacks any First Amendment excuse or defense or immunity. He incited a violent insurrection against our government. He must be convicted.
Jamie
now,
Raskin.
I'm going to call up Representative Dean, who will explain why, contrary to the president's claims, the House provided him with all the process that was due to him in this impeachment process. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Liu is going to do that.
Just heard from Democratic Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland, lead impeachment manager. We're now going to hear
Thank
from
you for your
Ted
time
Lieu
and your attention.
of California.
We all heard President Trump's attorneys on Tuesday, and as part of President Trump's efforts to avoid talking about his own conduct, to avoid talking about anything related to his constitutional crime, we expect that President Trump will raise process objections. His due process claims are without merit. Under the Constitution, the House has, quote, the sole power of impeachment. That provision confirms that the House functions as a grand jury or a prosecutor. The House decides whether to bring charges. Now, in other impeachment cases, the House has provided certain deliberative and procedural privileges to the person being impeached, but those are exactly that, privileges. They are discretionary. The House has the power to decide its own rules, how it wants to pass the article of impeachment. And in this case, the House debated the article of impeachment and passed it on a bipartisan vote. I'm a former prosecutor. I just want to add that I've had the opportunity to decide whether to bring charges. And when you see a crime committed in plain view, prosecutors don't have to spend months investigating before they bring charges. I note that in this case, in fact, hundreds of people have been arrested and charged by prosecutors for the violence on January 6th. There was no reason for the House to wait to impeach the man at the very top that incited the violence. I'd also like to emphasize that the House had good reason to move quickly. This was an exigent circumstance. This was not a case where there was hidden conduct or some conspiracy that required months and maybe years of investigation. This case does not raise very complicated legal issues. The gravity of the president's conduct demanded the clearest of responses from the legislature, particularly given that the president was still in office at the time the House approved this article, and rumors of further violence echoed around the country. They still do. There must be absolutely no doubt that Congress will act decisively against a president that incites violence against us. That is why the House moved quickly here. And President Trump, who created that emergency, cannot be heard to complain that the House impeached him too quickly for the emergency he caused. Another point on the due process question. Earlier in this trial, President Trump's attorneys suggested that the House somehow deliberately delayed the transmission of this article of impeachment. That is simply not accurate. When the House adopted this article of impeachment on a bipartisan vote, we were ready to begin trial. But the Senate was not in session at the time. And when we inquired as to our options, Senate officials told us clearly and in no uncertain terms that if the clerk of the House attempted to deliver the article of impeachment to the Secretary of the Senate before the Senate reconvened, that the clerk of the House would have been turned back at the door. That's why the trial did not begin then. It's another reason why the president's objections of due process are meritless. And finally, let me just conclude that you all are going to see and have seen a full presentation of evidence by the House, and you're going to hear a full presentation by the president's attorneys. You're going to be able to ask questions. The Senate has the sole power to try all impeachments. President Trump is receiving any and all process that he is due right here in this chamber.
Ted Lieu, Democrat from California. This again is Jamie Raskin.
Mr. President, Senators, in just a moment, my colleague, Mr. Neguse, will return to show that we've established with overwhelming evidence that President Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors. Before Mr. Neguse comes up, though, I'd like to emphasize what should be an uncontroversial point, but is really key to understand. If we have proven to you the conduct that we've alleged in this article, then President Trump has indeed committed a high crime and misdemeanor under the Constitution. Incitement of insurrection under these circumstances is undoubtedly, in the words of George Mason from the Constitutional Convention, a great and dangerous offense against the Republic. Indeed, it is hard to think of a greater or more dangerous offense against the Republic than this one. So, to be very precise about this, I hope we all can agree today that if a president does incite a violent insurrection against the government, he can be impeached for it. I hope we all can agree that that is a constitutional crime. Another key point. While President Trump's lawyers may be arguing otherwise, the question here is not whether President Trump committed a crime under the federal code or D.C. law or the law of any state. Impeachment does not result in criminal penalties, as we keep emphasizing. No one spends a day in jail. There are not even criminal or civil fines. Centuries of history, not to mention the constitutional text, structure, and original intent and understanding, all confirm the teaching of James Wilson, another framer who wrote that impeachments and offenses come not within the sphere of ordinary jurisprudence. Simply put, impeachment was created for a purpose separate and distinct from criminal punishment. It was created to prevent and deter elected officials who swear an oath to represent America, but then commit dangerous offenses against our republic. That's a constitutional crime. And senators, what greater offense could one commit than to incite a violent insurrection at our seat of government during the peaceful transfer of power? In circumstances where violence is foreseeable, where a crowd is poised for violence to provoke a mob of thousands to attack us with weapons and sticks and poles, to bludgeon and beat our law enforcement officers and to deface these sacred walls and to trash the place, and to do so while seeking to stop us from fulfilling our own oaths, our own duties to uphold the Constitution by counting the votes from our free and fair elections, and then to sit back and watch in delight as insurrectionists attack us, violating a sacred oath and engaging in a profound dereliction and desertion of duty? How can we assure that our Commander-in-Chief will protect, preserve, and defend us and our Constitution if we don't hold a president accountable in a circumstance like this? What is impeachable conduct if not this? I challenge you all to think about it. If you think this is not impeachable, what is? What would be? If President Trump's lawyers endorse his breathtaking assertion that his conduct in inciting these events was totally appropriate, and the Senate acquits Donald Trump, then any president could incite and provoke insurrectionary violence against us again. If you don't find this a high crime and misdemeanor today, you have set a new terrible standard for presidential misconduct in the United States of America. The only real question here is the factual one. Did we prove that Donald Trump, while president of the United States, incited a violent insurrection against the government? Incitement, of course, is an inherently fact-based and fact-intensive judgment, which is why we commend you all for your scrupulous attention to everything that took place. But we believe that we have shown you overwhelming evidence in this case that would convince anyone using their common sense that this was indeed incitement, meaning that Donald Trump's conduct encouraged violence, the violence was foreseeable, and he acted willfully in the actions that encouraged violence. Mr. Neguse will take you through that evidence again. Not the whole thing. We're almost done. We're almost done. But we don't want it to be said, they never proved this or they never proved that, because my magnificent team of managers has stayed up night after night after night through weeks to compile all of the factual evidence, and we have put it before you. And we have put it before all of you in this public trial because we love our country that much. Mr. Neguse will show you that we've proven our case and that President Trump committed this impeachable offense that we impeached him for on January 13th, and that you should convict him. And when he's finished, I will return and explain why it's dangerous for us to ignore this and why you must convict, and then we will rest. Mr. Neguse.
As Joe Neguse makes his way to the podium, let me add that Representative Neguse is not only the first Eritrean American to serve in Congress, but the first African American to represent a district from the state of Colorado.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, good afternoon again. As my colleague, Lead Manager Raskin, mentioned, I know it's been a long few days, and I want to say thank you, that we're very grateful for your patience, for your attention, and the attention that you have paid to every one of our managers as they have presented our case. As Lead Manager Raskin mentioned, I hope, I trust that we could all agree that if a president incites a violent insurrection against our government, that that's impeachable conduct. So what I'd like to do as we close our case is just walk you through why our evidence overwhelmingly establishes that President Trump committed that offense. Now, as you consider that question of whether the president incited an insurrection, there are three questions that reasonably come to mind. Was violence foreseeable? Did he encourage violence? And did he act willfully? And I'm going to show you why the answer to every one of those questions has to be yes. First, let's start with foreseeability. Was it foreseeable that the violence would erupt on January 6th if President Trump lit a spark? Was it predictable that the crowd at the Save America rally was poised on a hair trigger for violence, that they would fight, literally, if provoked to do so? Of course it was. When President Trump stood up to that podium on January 6th, he knew that many in that crowd were inflamed, were armed, were ready for violence. It was an explosive situation, and he knew it. We've shown you the evidence on this point. You've seen it. The images, the videos, the articles, and the pattern, which show that the violence on that terrible day was entirely foreseeable. We've showed you how this all began with the big lie, the claim that the election was rigged and that President Trump and his supporters were the victims of a massive fraud, a massive conspiracy to rip away their votes. We've showed you how President Trump spread that lie and how over the course of months, with his support and encouragement, it inflamed part of his base, resulting in death threats, real-world violence, and increasingly extreme calls to stop the steal. We established that after he lost the election, the president was willing to do just about anything to prevent the peaceful transfer of power, that he tried everything he could do to stop it. You'll recall the evidence on the screen. Him pressuring and threatening state election officials, attacking them to the point of literally calling them enemies of the state, threatening at least one of them with criminal penalties. Then attacking senators, members of Congress, all across the media, pressuring the Justice Department, prompting outcries from assistant U.S. attorneys, not to mention his own attorney general, reportedly telling him that the stolen election claims were, quote, BS, not my phrase, his. And then, as January 6th approached, he moved on to attacking his own vice president, openly and savagely. We recounted throughout that entire period all the ways in which President Trump inflamed his supporters with lies that the election was stolen. And as every single one of us knows, nothing in this country is more sacred, nothing, than our right to vote, our voice. And here you have the President of the United States telling his supporters that their voice, that their rights as Americans were being stolen from them, ripped away. That made them angry. Angry enough to stop the steal, to fight like hell to stop the steal. And we showed you this. You saw the endless tweets, the rallies, the statements encouraging and spreading that big lie. You saw that he did this over and over again with the same message each time. You must fight to win it back. You must never surrender, no matter what. And remember, each time that his supporters along the way showed violence, he endorsed it, encouraged it, praised it. All part of that same demand to stop the steal and fight like hell. Remember the video that Manager Plaskett showed you from Texas? Some of his supporters encircling a bus of campaign workers on a highway. People easily could have been killed. Easily. What did he do? He tweeted it and made a joke about it at a rally. Called them patriots. Held them out as an example of what it means to stop the steal. When he told his supporters to stop the steal, they took up arms to literally intimidate officials to overturn the election results. You saw the evidence, and so did he. And he welcomed it. And when President Trump attacked Georgia's Secretary of State for certifying the results, his supporters sent death threats. You saw those in great detail from Manager Dean. What did he do? He attacked the election officials further. When his supporters gathered together to have a second Million MAGA rally, that's the rally that Manager Plaskett showed you, a rally about the stolen election, he tweeted that the fight had just begun. What happened next? It's not rocket science. Fights broke out. Stabbings. Serious violence. Now, President Trump, like all of us, he saw what happened at that rally. He saw all the violence, the burnings, the chaos. How did he respond? He tweeted praise of the event. And then, see it on the screen, he bought $50 million worth of ads to further promote his message to those exact same people. He immediately joined forces with that very same group. He joined forces with the same people that had just erupted into violence. Was violence predictable? Was it obvious that the crowd on January 6th was poised for violence? Prepared for it? Absolutely. And this isn't just clear, looking back in time. It was widely recognized at the time. In the days leading up to January 6th, there were dozens, hundreds of warnings. And he knew it. He knew the rally would explode if provoked. He knew all it would take was a slight push. Remember, you heard from Manager Plaskett, the chatter on social media, websites that the Trump administration monitored and were known to the Trump operation. It showed that the people he invited to the January 6th rally took this as a serious call to arms. That this was not just any attack. It was to storm the Capitol if necessary, to stop the steal. And it wasn't just clear on these websites that the Trump administration was monitoring. I mean, the FBI issued reports about this as a credible threat, a threat to target us. Law enforcement made 6 arrests that night before. 6 arrests. Newspapers across the city warned of the risk of the violence. There can be no doubt that the risk of violence was foreseeable. And what did he do in the days leading up to the rally? Did he calm the situation? Ask yourself. I mean, did he call for peace? No. He didn't do that. He spread his big lie more. The most dangerous lie, as I mentioned, that Americans' votes were being stolen and that the final act of theft would occur here in the Capitol. And then he assembled all of those supporters. He invited them to an organized event on a specific day, at a specific time, matched perfectly to coincide with the joint session of Congress, to coincide with the steal that he had told them to stop by any and all means. Again, he was told by law enforcement and all over the news that these people were armed and ready for real violence. He knew it. I mean, he knew it perfectly well, that he had created this powder keg at his rally. He knew just how combustible that situation was. He knew there were people before him who had prepared, who were armed and armored. He knew they would jump to violence at any signal, at any sign from him that he needed them to fight, that he needed them to stop the steal. And we all know what happened next. Second question. Did he encourage the violence? Standing in that powder keg, did he light a match? Everyone knows the answer to that question. The hours of video you all have watched leave no doubt. Just remember what he said on January 6th.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen. There's never been anything like this. It's a pure theft in American history. Everybody knows it. Make no mistake, this election was stolen from you, from me, and from the country.
At the opening of...
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. We must stop the steal. We will not let them silence your voices. We're not going to let it happen. Not going to let it happen. Thank you. And you have to get your people to fight, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
You may remember at the outset of this trial that I told you you'd hear three phrases over and over and over again. The big lie that the election had been stolen, stop the steal and never concede, and fight like hell to stop that steal. You heard those phrases throughout the course of this trial, video after video, statement after statement, telling his supporters that they should be patriots, to fight hard to stop the steal. And on that day, where did he direct the crowd's ire? He directed them here, to Congress. He quite literally, at one part of that speech, pointed at us. He told them to fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And here's the thing, that wasn't metaphorical. It wasn't rhetorical. He'd already made it perfectly clear that when he said fight, he meant it. And that when followers, in fact, fought, when they engaged in violence, that he'd praise and honor them as patriots. He implied that it was okay to break the law because the election was being stolen. You heard it. You remember the clip that Manager Dean showed you earlier in this trial. He told them, quote is on the screen, when you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. Remember how all of his supporters, some of his supporters across social media were treating this as a war, talking about bringing in the cavalry? Well, President Trump made clear what those different rules were. He'd been making it clear for months.
So, let's have trial by combat.
And Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts, unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party. He's got guts. He fights.
His message was crystal clear. And it was understood immediately, instantly, by his followers. And we don't have to guess. We don't have to guess as to how they reacted. We can look at how people reacted to what he said. You saw them. And you saw the violence. It's pretty simple. He said it, and they did it. And we know this because they told us. They told us in real time during the attack. You saw the affidavits, the interviews on social media, on live TV. They were doing this for him because he asked them to. And it wasn't just insurrectionists who confirmed this. Many, many people, including current and former officials, immediately recognized that the president had incited the crowd, that he alone was capable of stopping the violence, that he did this and he had to call it off because he was the only one who could. Let's see what Representative McCarthy, Representative Gallagher, Chris Christie, Representative Kinzinger, and Representative Katko had to say.
I could not be sadder or more disappointed with the way our country looks at this very moment. People are getting hurt. Anyone involved in this, if you're hearing me, hear me very loud and clear. This is not the American way.
Mr. President, you have got to stop this. You are the only person who can call this off. Call it off.
Pretty simple. The president caused this protest to occur. He's the only one who can make it stop. What the president said is not good enough. The president has to come out and tell his supporters to leave the Capitol grounds and to allow the Congress to do their business peacefully. And anything short of that is an abrogation of his responsibility.
You know, a guy that knows how to tweet very
KPFA,
aggressively on
KPFB
Twitter,
Berkeley,
puts out one of the
88.1,
weakest statements
KFCF,
in one of the
Fresno.
saddest days in American history.
The president's role in this insurrection is undeniable, both on social media ahead of January 6th and in his speech that day. He deliberately promoted baseless theories, creating a combustible environment of misinformation and division. To allow the President of the United States to incite this attack without consequences is a direct threat to the future of this democracy.
Did the president encourage violence? Yes. No doubt that he did. Final question. Did the president act willfully in his actions that encouraged violence? Well, let's look at the facts. He stood before an armed, angry crowd known to be ready for violence at his provocation. And what did he do? He provoked them. He aimed them here, told them to fight like hell. And that's exactly what they did. And his conduct throughout the rest of that terrible day really only confirms that he acted willfully. I mean, that he incited the crowd and then engaged in a dereliction of duty while he continued inflaming the violence. And again, we don't have to guess what he thought because he told us. Remember the video he released at 4:17 p.m.? Lead Manager Raskin showed that to you yesterday. The one where he said, quote, "We had an election that was stolen from us." Remember the tweet that he put out just a couple hours later, 6:01 p.m. on January 6th. You've seen it many times. You could see it on the slide. That these are the things that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away. That is what he was focused on. Spreading the big lie and praising the mob that attacked us and our government. You heard Manager Cicilline describe reports. The president was delighted, enthusiastic, confused that others didn't share his excitement as he watched the attack unfold on TV. He cared more about pressing his efforts to overturn the election than he did about saving lives, our lives. Look at what President Trump did that day after the rally. It's important. He did virtually nothing. We've seen, Manager Castro mentioned this, that when President Trump wants to stop something, he does so simply, easily, quickly. But aside from 4 tweets and a short clip during the over 5-hour-long attack, he did nothing. On January 6th, he didn't condemn the attack, he didn't condemn the attackers, didn't say that he would send help to defend us or defend law enforcement. He didn't react to the violence with shock or horror or dismay as we did. He didn't immediately rush to Twitter and demand in the clearest possible terms that the mob disperse, that they stop it, that they retreat. Instead, he issued messages in the afternoon that sided with them. The insurrectionists who had left police officers battered and bloodied. he reacted exactly the way someone would react if they were delighted, and exactly unlike how a person would react if they were angry at how their followers were acting. Again, ask yourself how many lives would have been saved, how much pain and trauma would have been avoided if he had reacted the way that a president of the United States is supposed to act. There are two parts of President Trump's failure here, his dereliction of duty, that I just have to emphasize for a moment. First is what he did to Vice President Mike Pence, the Vice President of the United States of America. His own Vice President was in this building with an armed mob shouting, "Hang him." The same armed mob that set up gallows outside. You saw those pictures. And what did President Trump do? He attacked him more. He singled him out by name. It's honestly hard to fathom. Second, our law enforcement. The brave officers who were sacrificing their lives to defend us, who could not evacuate or seek cover because they were protecting us. I'm not going to go through again what my fellow managers showed you yesterday, but let me just say this. Those officers serve us faithfully and dutifully, and they follow their oaths. They deserved a president who upholds his, who would not risk their lives and safety to retain power. A president who would preserve, protect, and defend them. But that's not what he did. When they, the police, still barricaded and being attacked with poles, he said in his video to the people attacking them, "We love you. You're very special." What more could we possibly need to know about President Trump's state of mind? Senators, the evidence is clear. We showed you statements, videos, affidavits that prove President Trump incited an insurrection that he alone had the power to stop. And the fact that he didn't stop it, the fact that he incited a lawless attack and abdicated his duty to defend us from it, the fact that he actually further inflamed that mob, attacking his vice president while assassins were pursuing him in this Capitol, more than requires conviction and disqualification. We humbly ask you to convict President Trump for the crime for which he is overwhelmingly guilty of. Because if you don't, if we pretend this didn't happen, or worse, if we let it go unanswered, who's to say it won't happen again?
Democratic Representative Joe Neguse. We're now going to hear from Jamie Raskin, the lead manager in the impeachment trial for the Democratic House of Representatives.
Mr. President,
when he finishes with
members
this,
of the Senate,
he should wrap
first
up.
of all, thank you for your close attention and seriousness of purpose that you've demonstrated over the last few days. Thank you also for your courtesy to the House managers as we've come over here, strangers in a strange land, to make our case before this distinguished and august body. We are about to close, and I am proud that our managers have been so disciplined and so focused. I think we are closing somewhere between 5 and 6 hours under the time that you have allotted to us. But we think we have been able to tell you everything we need to say. We will obviously have the opportunity to address your questions and then to do a final closing when we get there. I just wanted to leave you with a few thoughts. And again, I'm not going to re-traumatize you by going through the evidence. Once again, I just wanted to leave you with a few thoughts to consider as you enter upon this very high and difficult duty that you have to render impartial justice in this case, as you have all sworn to do. And I wanted to start simply by saying that in the history of humanity, democracy is an extremely rare and fragile and precarious and transitory thing. Abraham Lincoln knew that when he spoke from the battlefield and vowed that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. But he was speaking not long after the republic was created, and he was trying to prove that point, that we would not allow it to perish from the earth. For most of history, the norm has been dictators, autocrats, bullies, despots, tyrants, cowards who take over our governments. For most of the history of the world. And that's why America is such a miracle. We were founded on the extraordinary principles of the inalienable rights of the people and the consent of the governed and the fundamental equality of all of us. You know, when Lincoln said, government of the people, by the people, and for the people, and he hearkened back to the Declaration of Independence when he said 7 years ago, he knew that that wasn't how we started. We started imperfectly. We started as a slave republic. Lincoln knew that. But he was struggling to make the country better. And however flawed the founders were as men in their times, they inscribed in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution all the beautiful principles that we needed to open America up to successive waves of political struggle and constitutional change and transformation in the country. So we really would become something much more like Lincoln's beautiful vision of government of the people, by the people, and for the people, the world's greatest multiracial, multi-religious, multi-ethnic constitutional democracy, the envy of the world. As Tom Paine said, an asylum for humanity where people would come. Think about the preamble. Those first 3 words, pregnant with such meaning, we the people. And then all of the purposes of our government put into that one action-packed sentence. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and preserve to ourselves and our posterity the blessings of liberty. And then, right after that first sentence, the mission statement for America in the Constitution, what happens? Article 1. The Congress is created. All legislative powers herein are reserved to the Congress of the United States. You see what just happened? The sovereign power of the people to launch the country and create the Constitution flowed right into Congress. And then you get, in Article 1, Section 8, comprehensive, vast powers that all of you know so well. The power to regulate commerce domestically, internationally. The power to declare war. The power to raise budgets and taxes and to spend money. The power to govern the seat of government. And on and on and on. And then even in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 18, and all other powers necessary and proper to the execution of the foregoing powers. That's all of us. And then you get to Article 2, the President. 4 short paragraphs. And the 4th paragraph is all about what? Impeachment. How you get rid of a president who commits high crimes and misdemeanors. But what's the core job of the president? To take care that the laws are faithfully executed. And our framers were so fearful of presidents becoming tyrants and wanting to become kings and despots that they put the oath of office right into the Constitution. They inscribed it into the Constitution to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. We've got the power to impeach the president. The president doesn't have the power to impeach us. Think about that. The popular branch of government has the power to impeach the president. The president does not have the power to impeach us. And as I said before, all of us who aspire and attain to public office are nothing but the servants of the people. And the way the framers would have it is the moment that we no longer acted as servants of the people, but as masters of the people, as violators of the people's rights, that was the time to impeach, remove, convict, disqualify, start all over again. Because the interests of the people are so much greater than the interests of one person. Any one person, even the greatest person in the country. The interests of the people are what count. Now, when we sit down and we close, our distinguished counterparts, the defense counsel, who have waited very patiently, and thank you, will stand up and seek to defend the president's conduct on the facts, which I think they will. It has already been decided by the Senate on Tuesday that the Senate has constitutional jurisdiction over this impeachment case brought to you by the United States House of Representatives. So we've put that jurisdictional constitutional issue to bed. It is over. It's already been voted on. This is a trial on the facts of what happened. An incitement, as we said, is a fact-intensive investigation and judgment that each of you will have to make. We've made our very best effort to set forth every single relevant fact that we know in the most objective and honest light. We trust and we hope that the defense will understand the constitutional gravity and solemnity of this trial by focusing like a laser beam on the facts and not return to the constitutional argument that's already been decided by the Senate. Just as a defense lawyer who loses a motion to dismiss on a constitutional basis in a criminal case must let that go and then focus on the facts which are being presented by the prosecutors in detail, they must let this constitutional jurisdictional argument go. Not just because it's frivolous and wrong, as nearly every expert scholar in America opined, but because it's not relevant to the jury's consideration of the facts of the case. So our friends must work to answer all of the overwhelming, detailed, specific, factual, and documentary evidence we have introduced of the president's clear and overwhelming guilt in inciting violent insurrection against the Union. Now, Donald Trump last week turned down our invitation to come testify about his actions, and therefore we've not been able to ask him any questions directly as of this point. Therefore, during the course of their 16-hour allotted presentation, we would pose these preliminary questions to his lawyers, which I think are on everyone's minds right now, in which we would have asked Mr. Trump himself if he had chosen to come and testify about his actions and inactions when we invited him last week. One, why did President Trump not tell his supporters to stop the attack on the Capitol as soon as he learned of it? Why did President Trump do nothing to stop the attack for at least 2 hours after the attack began? As our constitutional commander-in-chief, why did he do nothing to send help to our overwhelmed and besieged law enforcement officers for at least 2 hours on January 16th after the attack began? On January 6th, why did President Trump not at any point that day condemn the violent insurrection and the insurrectionists? And I'll add a legal question that I hope his distinguished counsel will address. If a president did invite a violent insurrection against our government, as of course we allege and think we've proven in this case, but just in general, If a president incited a violent insurrection against our government, would that be a high crime and misdemeanor? Can we all agree at least on that? Senators, I've talked a lot about common sense in this trial because I believe that's all you need to arrive at the right answer here. You know, when Tom Paine wrote Common Sense, the pamphlet that launched the American Revolution, he said that common sense really meant two different things. One, common sense is the understanding that we all have without advanced learning and education. Common sense is the sense accessible to everybody, but common sense is also the sense that we all have in common as a community. Senators, America, we need to exercise our common sense about what happened. Let's not get caught up in a lot of outlandish lawyers' theories here. Exercise your common sense about what just took place in our country. Tom Paine wasn't an American, as you know, but he came over to help us in our great revolutionary struggle against the kings and queens and the tyrants. And in 1776, in the crisis, he wrote these beautiful words. It was a very tough time for the country. People didn't know which way things were going to go. Were we going to win? Against all hope? Because for most of the rest of human history, it had been the kings and the queens and the tyrants and the nobles lording it over the common people. Could political self-government work in America was the question. And Paine wrote this pamphlet called The Crisis. And in it, he said these beautiful words. And with your permission, I'm going to update the language a little bit, pursuant to a suggestion of Speaker Pelosi, so as not to offend modern sensibilities. Okay? But he said, these are the times that try men and women's souls. These are the times that try men and women's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will shrink at this moment from the service of their cause and their country. But everyone who stands with us now will win the love and the favor and the affection of every man and every woman for all time. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, but we have this saving consolation. The more difficult the struggle, the more glorious in the end will be our victory. Good luck in your deliberations.
And that is a wrap on the opening arguments for the House.
Thank you.
This
Now
is Chuck Schumer.
Two, we're going to do the adjournment resolution in a moment. I have two other things that we have to do. They're quick. First, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order to make several unanimous consent requests as if in legislative session.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent that on Friday, February 12th, from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m., that notwithstanding adjournment, the Senate be able to receive House messages and executive matters. Committees be authorized to report legislative and executive matters, and senators be allowed to submit statements for the record, introduce bills and resolutions, and make co-sponsor requests, and where applicable, the Secretary of the Senate, on behalf of the presiding officer, be permitted to refer such matters.
Without objection, so ordered.
It's Majority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York.
And a second request, poignantly appropriate at this moment. I ask unanimous consent that pursuant to the order of the Senate of January 24th, 1901, the traditional reading of Washington's farewell address take place on Monday, February 22nd, following the prayer and pledge. Further, that Senator Portman be recognized to deliver the address.
Is there objection? Not hearing an objection, it's ordered.
And finally, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the trial adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow, Friday, February 12th, and this also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Hearing an objection, without objection, so ordered.
And there it is. That is a wrap on 2 days of opening arguments by the Democratic House impeachment floor managers, led by Democratic Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland. Interestingly, for people who've been listening to Pacifica Radio for some time, Jamie Raskin was a frequent guest throughout our airwaves. In fact, he has a long history in progressive circles. His father, Marcus Raskin, was a noted anti-war activist who also helped with the founding of the Institute for Policy Studies, a progressive think tank in Washington, D.C. Jamie Raskin is also a professor, or a former professor, at least before he joined Congress, of law at American University in Washington, D.C. You are listening to Pacifica Radio's special broadcast of the Senate impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump. Here is what happens next. Tomorrow, Donald Trump's defense team will get to make their opening arguments in defending the former president. They will have up to 2 days to do that, so that means that will occur tomorrow and on Saturday. After they wrap up their defense of Donald Trump, there will be 4 hours, which will probably occur on Sunday, of questions from senators to both parties, both the impeachment managers and Trump's defense team. Senators will be able to directly ask their questions to members of both teams. Once that concludes, the Senate will then take up the issue as to whether or not there will be witnesses in this trial. We're not anticipating that there's going to be witnesses, and that's an interesting issue in of itself that perhaps we'll talk more about. Remember, last year in the Senate impeachment trial, Democrats very much wanted witnesses to participate in the trial. No witnesses did participate. The only witnesses you had was actually in the House as they were going through the impeachment process. But you never had any witnesses in the Senate trial. Well, even though Democrats wanted it then, it doesn't look likely that they are going to call witnesses this time. If they do call witnesses, that will prolong the trial, probably at least a week, perhaps longer. But if they don't call witnesses, then we will have closing arguments that could come as late as Sunday, or as early as Sunday, perhaps as, probably more like Monday, maybe as late as Tuesday. But who knows? We just heard there in the closing of the Senate that they are going to have a reading of George Washington's address to mark President's Day. So I don't know entirely what their plan is going to be with this trial. But that is still to be seen over what happens once the opening arguments are done, which will happen after Saturday, whether or not they take witnesses. And then when will the closing arguments be, and when will a final vote be whether to convict or acquit former President Donald Trump? I think likely to happen Monday or Tuesday, potentially as early as Sunday. So, again, we will see. Friends, again, just want to let everyone know we've had a good number of people watching this along with us with our video stream that you can find on our website at kpfa.org. You can also find it on YouTube by looking for the show that I host called Letters and Politics. Do a search on YouTube for Letters and Politics and find our page where you can watch these proceedings with us. Make sure that you subscribe and hit the notification button so that you know when we are doing live broadcasts like this. We will continue to do them. We will continue broadcasting tomorrow, but in the future, we will also probably be doing a number of congressional hearings this way, so don't miss out. Go ahead and subscribe and hit notifications so you know when we are doing such broadcasts on video. And for the folks who are still on video with me now, let me just tell you that for some reason my camera is no longer working, but we are still with you, and we want you to stay with us because I will be monitoring the comment and the live thread that is happening on our YouTube site. So if you want to type in a question or comment there, I'll try to work them in through our conversations, especially as a little bit later on we will be taking listener calls, so we can incorporate some of that into our discussion. And a programming note, we will be with you until 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So we're going to be with you for the next 90 minutes or so. And we're going to have several guests on, and then we're going to open up the phones and try to leave enough space for you to be able to participate in our conversations. But the guest that we're going to have in a moment, we'll be speaking to Republican historian Jeffrey Cabaservis. And then a little bit later on in this hour, we will also be speaking to Sasha Abramsky of The Nation magazine. But we're going to begin our coverage and our post-show analysis with Nora Benavides. Nora Benavides is the director of U.S. Free Expression Programs at PEN America, and we are going to be talking about sort of this trial and issues around free speech. Nora Benavides now joins us on the phone. Nora, thank you so much for taking time to join us this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Mitch. It's good to be here.
It's good to have you. So they did get in today's trial into the issue of free speech. We do anticipate, starting tomorrow, that there will be a great discussion concerning, does Donald Trump have a right to be able to use political speech as he sees fit, as others usually see fit, and that what happened at the Capitol should be that you should be able to separate things he said according to what in connecting it to what happened on January 6th. As somebody who is deeply in this issue as you are, where do you come down?
Well, first, everyone has a First Amendment right to speak their mind. And there are a number of ways we see people online coming out, expressing themselves, having opinions. The real question is, did Donald Trump constitute and did his speech constitute incitement when he went online, when he went on television and encouraged people to do a number of things, which ultimately led to the insurrection and the storming of the Capitol? From where we come at this issue at PEN America, we've really tried to help people understand what the First Amendment means. And the term incitement to violence is so legal. Colloquially, it feels like incitement is something that should be an exception to the First Amendment. But listening to his language, I think we see that Trump was very careful in the way he invited people to the mall, the way he invited his supporters the very day that the House and Senate were going to convene for certification of the election results. He went so far as to say, you have to get your people to fight. The ultimate question we're looking at here, in which I think the impeachment trial just barely began to scratch the surface on, is, was the violence foreseeable? Did Trump then light the spark that led to the insurrection? And I'm so glad you laid out that we're really early in the process, in the middle of this trial, just beginning to hear at least what the government has to say and House managers. And tomorrow we'll get to hear what Trump's lawyers say.
In a nutshell, tell me how you explain what the First Amendment means then in today's world, especially because not only are we talking about the First Amendment a lot when it comes to the trial of Donald Trump, we're also talking about it when it means, people who are, conservatives accuse liberals of participating in cancel culture. We have seen people lose their jobs because things that they have said on social media. What do you think is important for people to know? And of course, we could probably do a whole hour on this, never mind a whole semester. But what do you think is important for people to actually understand what the First Amendment means in this time that we're living through?
It's such a great question. I think that this is the question of our era right now. Yeah. Because we're all connecting and more connected than ever online. The First Amendment protects all of us to have freedom to speak, and that the government cannot limit or regulate that speech in certain ways. Because so much of the world now communicates online, one of the questions, though, is what are the limits of our free speech rights when we see those words or the language someone invokes have real-world harm? And I think the question before us now is, did Donald Trump's language inspire and incite people to do what they did and to take violent actions? That is not an easy answer. And so the First Amendment, absolutely protects him to say what he wants up until a point. And it is unclear right now how the law will really come down. And if, the kind of violent rhetoric he used to incite and inspire people is something that should be, as his lawyers will argue, his First Amendment right. I think that we've really seen the boundaries of where that right must end when it immediately inspires people to commit acts of violence. And his language really was built on months, if not years, of misinformation and lies. And so part of our work actually at PEN America is sort of grounded in how has the last 4 years been just the seeding and the planting of lies that have inspired people and really kind of pushed them to action. Where are the boundaries here for other people's free speech rights to say their own controversial opinions, to say something that maybe you or I are offended by, but they still have the right to say, versus what crosses over into dangerous territory?
Many of the president's defenders will say that there is a double standard that is occurring right now, and they will point to particularly Democratic lawmakers, people like Maxine Waters of Southern California, who publicly has, encouraged people to get into the faces of Trump administration officials. They point to things that Chuck Schumer has said on the steps of the Supreme Court. And, look, speech, and we use speech dramatically all the time. I do myself as well. And if I say something like we have to fight or attack, I've never meant physically, right? But they say there's a double standard here. What's your take on that?
Well, I hear it a lot, and luckily there's a lot of research that sort of looks at what content gets removed online. Republicans and conservatives often say that they are the most, quote-unquote, censored on Facebook or Twitter, and a lot of research has actually shown that that's not true, that conservative content doesn't get taken down more than other types of content. In fact, there's sort of this instead great body of research that shows that liberal content gets removed. Mother Jones did a great piece on that a while back. So I think it's something people claim when they have feelings about something. And often now we've seen feelings get conflated for the First Amendment. And part of what we do is try to help people understand the First Amendment, what it means, how we can exercise it, but that there are absolutely real-world issues that come into play when language moves from online to offline. It's a question because we all want to inspire. We want to sort of, move people and advocate them. But what Trump did, I think, kind of moves into something else.
Yeah. Let me ask you a bigger question then here about free speech. Now, there's the First Amendment, right? And in the First Amendment, I've always taken it as to mean, well, that's about restricting the government and the government's ability to be able to silence people out there. And this is something we've also heard when we've seen the deplatforming on social media sites and websites with such conservative social media companies like Parler, particular individuals being deplatformed. The president of the United States was deplatformed. And I understand, and I've heard, well, it's Facebook's first, or in Twitter, their First Amendment right to be able to, tag speech or even prohibit people from participating on their own platforms. But let me ask you, beyond the legal aspects of it and the technical legal aspects of it, is there a spirit of free speech that we should be concerned about what's happening right now in our daily discourse?
That is a bigger question, and I think we should be concerned. Part of what free expression principles show us are not just that we have the right to say what we want, but we have the right to access other people's opinions. That really, if we're to be our whole selves, to take part in democracy and civic discourse, I should be able to access what you're saying. You should be able to access what other people are saying. And so in thinking about the spirit of free speech, a lot of our work has always been informed by international standards, that in many places of the world, of course, Facebook is the internet. That is the only way people access information. So removing someone, a public figure, from that removes people's ability to see the unvarnished or unedited version of who that person is and what they're saying. It also allows people to make their own decisions about their lives, who to vote for, what to believe. The problem is that we've seen absolute misuse and abuse by public figures of our internet platforms. I think Trump has exemplified this with his being a super spreader of misinformation. And it's why I always come back to sort of that core tension now, that there has to be a sort of reckoning with how can we have the most expression, the most speech for the most people. You and I and others listening can access as much as possible while still making sure that we are avoiding and mitigating the kinds of real world harms caused by what happens. And that is a question that literally requires government, it requires platforms, it requires humans. There are a lot of pieces of that puzzle.
In the course of the trial, especially when they're talking about issues around free speech, we heard frequently brought up the Brandenburg decision from the Supreme Court. Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, of course.
I was hoping so.
Please keep going.
Well, tell us what the Brandenburg decision is, because oftentimes they would just cite the Brandenburg decision. Can you explain to us what that decision from the Supreme Court was?
Sure. So this case, I'm going back. It was in the 1960s. It made its way all the way up to the Supreme Court, ruling in favor of the KKK being able to exercise their speech. The case started, I'll give you just a little bit of background. This individual, Brandenburg, was arrested under an Ohio law that prohibited people advocating violence to force political change. And it really ended up as sort of the cornerstone of our First Amendment, a kind of landmark case where the KKK was seen as a legitimate organization that could exercise free speech rights. And that was a really huge case because moving forward, we're seeing now Donald Trump's lawyers are trying to reference the Brandenburg case and argue that Trump didn't direct his supporters, his allies, in what ended up happening with the attack on the Capitol.
I appreciate that. We certainly didn't mean to make you feel as though you had to defend a PhD thesis or anything coming on here. So
I know. Well, that it's a fascinating case. I think for many years it was sort of seen as the hallmark First Amendment case, where even the speech people dislike is worth defending, and it is something worth talking about now in this instance. Because as a First Amendment lawyer, I'm often not just thinking about the case at hand, but how the law will be applied in different contexts. And, if there is speech that offends you or me, I want to make sure that we do not censor or limit or allow the government to regulate that speech to the point where then the speech we like gets regulated in the same way. And that's a fundamental premise of free speech advocacy is, how do we have the most for the most? But more and more there's violence, there's vitriol, there's hate, there is extremism that has contributed to violence out in the world, not just online.
Yeah. And in some ways, this more people having access to broadcast their voices and views out there is a good thing. We've seen it help lead to such things as the Black Lives Matter movement, the #MeToo movement, amplifying perspectives and voices that aren't usually a part of main, at least the public discourse at the time. But then there's a flip side to it as well: disinformation, hate. Is there anything that can be done with this, or is this just the new world that we're going to have to get used to living with?
I think this is the new world. And of course, as a lawyer, I think sometimes about the legal mechanisms for accountability, about the civil rights avenues for relief for victims of violations by the government. But there is this kernel at the end of the day where what is causing humans to have this kind of hate? And how can we try to bridge political divide, have difficult conversation, and do so in a way that isn't a both sidesism, that doesn't sort of get at, well, let's hear from all angles. I think if we've seen anything of the last 4 years, there's been the largest social movement in this country's history, from Black Lives Matter to the recent, protests this past summer around the George Floyd murder. I mean, this huge social movement pushing for social change has erupted because of the limits and the sort of, I think, unconstitutional about face against our rule of law. And so I'm heartened to see that on the one hand, but it doesn't feel like change is here. And I go back to what John Lewis always said, it takes lifetimes. So the work of moving people and of building a healthier democracy is going to take a very long time. And our internet is not a healthy place right now. And unfortunately, it has changed so much of how we connect and think about ourselves.
It's a complicated world, and I suspect it's just going to be more so moving forward. Nora Benavides has been our guest. She is the director of U.S. Free Expression Programs at PEN America. Nora Benavides, that was very helpful, and I do greatly appreciate you taking time to join us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And you're listening to Pacifica Radio's post-show, really, of the Senate Impeachment Trial of former President Donald J. Trump. I'm Mitch Jeserich with Pacifica Station KPFA. Again, this trial has focused so much on video clips and photographs that we want to let you know that we have included a video link in which you don't necessarily have to go to CNN or Fox. You could stay right here with Pacifica Radio, commercial-free radio, and watch it along with us. My camera is broken, and this is something that I hope to be able to fix once the broadcast is over, but certainly not going to try to do it now as I am on the air with you. But I am still looking at comments and questions that people leave in the comments section on the live thread on our YouTube page that you can find on YouTube, just looking for Letters and Politics. And we are, actually, let me go find that. I saw one question on here that I may not have a great answer for you, but it's our friend Seamus, and he asks, how might the 14th Amendment factor into the Senate impeachment trial? Can they hold a vote to prevent the former president from holding office via a simple majority vote? Well, Seamus, appreciate the question. I'm not a constitutional scholar, but we did in our last break have a constitutional scholar with us, and in that was Neil Kinkoff, and we actually talked about that very issue with him, and his take on it was no, that we cannot, that they cannot, and it's not likely that will happen. And I got to be honest, I don't have it straight right now. The reason why you probably couldn't use the 14th Amendment, at least according to him, our guest at the time. I don't have a great answer for you as to why, but he was under the impression, Neil Kinkoff's a constitutional scholar, that you probably couldn't, and they probably wouldn't use the 14th Amendment and just a simple majority vote to bar Donald Trump from running for office in a few more years. We are going to continue with guests this hour, and we're going to stay with you through the next hour as well. We'll take listener calls. Now, we're not taking the calls yet, so don't call in quite at this moment, but I will give out that number maybe in about 15 or 20 minutes. But before we get there, I do want to welcome to our broadcast Jeffrey Cabaservice. Jeffrey Cabaservice is a historian. He's also a director of political studies at the Niskanen Center. He's the author of a number of books, including Rule and Ruin, The Downfall of Moderation, and the Destruction of the Republican Party, from Eisenhower to the Tea Party. He joins us on the telephone. Mr. Cabaservice, it seems like we always get to talk during the best of times. How are you, sir?
Hey, Mitch. It's good to talk to you. I think we last talked during the Capitol invasion itself on January 6th.
Like guys, always good. Jeffrey, when you hear from us, you know that, things are really happening. First, and I do want to dive in with you about what's happening within the Republican Party. But before we get that, let me just get your general impression that you have after the first 3 days in its entirety now of the Senate impeachment trial.
So my sense of the impeachment trial as it's gone so far is that the Democrats did an extremely effective job. And in stark contrast to the previous impeachment trial of Donald Trump, you actually saw what I thought was considerable Republican engagement, particularly with the videos that were shown that had not been previously seen, footage of the Capitol invasion. And I thought the Democrats very effectively laid out the timeline with those videos and showed how Donald Trump really did, in a broad sense, incite his followers to go to the Capitol, and it really does bear a responsibility for what ensued. If I have a criticism of the Democrats' case, however, it actually relates to the issue that your previous questioner had asked about the 14th Amendment. The thing that people tend to forget, and I think the Democrats could have emphasized more, is that impeachment is not a criminal trial. It is a political trial, specifically for political crimes. And incitement of insurrection is a crime. And it is likely that Donald Trump would not be convicted of that crime in a court because his intent in inciting the crowd was simply too unclear. He wanted them to go to the Capitol. He pointed them in that direction. But I don't think he had any idea of what he hoped they would accomplish when they got there. Something good for him, he hoped. Maybe their presence would intimidate Mike Pence into claiming that he could not certify the Electoral College results. Maybe Republican senators would be intimidated into demanding that the results be sent back to the states. It's not clear. However, since impeachment is a political event, it was just very clear from all of the presentations that Donald Trump failed his responsibilities horrendously as the president of the United States. And I think that's why it would be incumbent upon the senators to vote for his conviction.
Right. We're talking about high crimes and misdemeanors here, which is not a conviction in a court of law that can send somebody to jail or bring any other kind of penalty to oneself.
Yeah, and a lot of what the Republican senators are already telling the press, and will say further on in these proceedings as well, Donald Trump didn't literally tell people to go and attack members of Congress or disrupt the Congress. But Mitch, you always are very indulgent when I raise examples from history, and your listeners can handle the occasional far-flung analogy.
We encourage it here, sir.
All right. Well, in the year 1170 A.D., the English King Henry II was in a dispute with the Archbishop of Canterbury, Henry Becket, over the king's temporal authority vis-a-vis the Catholic churches. And Henry said aloud in his court, "Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest?" Whereupon 4 of his knights took up their weapons, went to the cathedral, and slew the archbishop near the altar of Canterbury. And, there were people around Henry II at the time who claimed, he had no intention of actually having anyone kill the archbishop. He was just blowing off steam, expressing his discontent. Shouldn't have been taken literally. And yet, what was very clear at that point to all sentient observers was that the king had violated his responsibilities of office, even if he had not directly committed the crime of insurrection. And that it was incumbent upon him to make amends, to be held accountable, which he did by going on his knees to pay tribute at what became the shrine of Thomas à Becket. And it's that sense of the political dimension of Trump's actions, which, again, Republican senators are being very irresponsible by not acknowledging that was the important aspect of what he did.
Oh, man, Jeffrey, you went to the Becket story. That was impressive. I think that's the first time that's ever happened when I'm on the radio. So that is notable. It's something to remember. Well done, sir. Well done indeed.
Thank you.
As I was watching the trial, and I think yesterday was probably the most effective day, perhaps because of the video that was shown. I thought Stacey Paskett did a pretty amazing job during her presentation. And her role in this is really interesting, too, because she's a delegate from the Virgin Islands. And because the Virgin Islands is not a state, it's a territory. Hence, as a delegate, you actually don't have full voting rights in the House of Representatives. Yet, she does have the right to be an impeachment manager in this process, which is interesting to watch. But anyways, yesterday I thought was pretty profound. And it was even shown in our listener stats that we can measure that they were pretty robust. Much more. It was good today, but yesterday it was pretty exceptional. And it made me think, and I ask you this as a historian, that what happened yesterday, regardless of whether the Senate convicts Donald Trump or not, that maybe what's really important in this process is just the weight of the trial in of itself. And maybe what happened, especially yesterday, and we'll have to see how the rest of the trial goes, but maybe this is going to go a long way in how our national perception of what happened on January 6th is going to be solidified and formed.
Mitch, I do agree with you that the national perception of the events of January 6th may well be the most important outcome of this impeachment trial. And I think you've even begun to see it in recent days with declining percentages of support for Trump, as maybe the impact of January 6th has begun to sink in. And I think, again, that, that's the power of video, just this real visceral, emotional effect of seeing the violence and knowing how close these really domestic terrorists, in some cases, came to the members of Congress. And of course, you could actually see the members of Congress themselves sitting rapt at this presentation because they were themselves the targets of this insurrection.
Again, we are speaking to Jeffrey Cabaservis. He is a historian and a historian of the Republican Party. He is the author of the book Rule and Ruin: The Downfall of Moderation and Destruction of the Republican Party from Eisenhower to the Tea Party. Jeffrey, we are going to take here a quick musical break because we need to allow radio stations to be able to identify themselves who are taking this broadcast. Can you hold on with us? And because I do want to ask you more about the Republican Party on the other side of this break. Are you good? Are you in good shape?
I'm good.
All right, good. So we're going to return with Jeffrey Cabaservis in the next hour. In the next hour, we'll also be speaking to Sasha Abramsky of The Nation magazine. We'll also be taking your calls and with for comments and questions, and we'll be with you all the way up to 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So we are going to have another hour with you. But we are going to take this quick minute now to allow radio stations to identify themselves. We'll be back.
You are tuned to 94.1 KPFA in Berkeley, 89.3 KPFB in Berkeley, 88.1 KFCF Fresno, 97.5 K248BR in Santa Cruz, and online at kpfa.org.
This is a Pacifica Radio special broadcast of the Senate Impeachment Trial of former President Donald Trump. We are now in the post-show, in which we will be with you for the next hour. Also want to remind folks, because of the video aspects of this impeachment trial, we have been providing a video stream of it along with our audio broadcast that you can find on our website at kpfa.org. You can also find it on YouTube. You can look for our personal show that I host, YouTube page, where we also have a link to it. And just look for Letters and Politics, and you can find our page and you can get to our videos that way as well. If you do go onto YouTube, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification button so that you know when we are doing live video broadcasts in the future. Also, and in a moment, I'll give out the phone number in a little bit. So hold on. We still have another about 15 minutes or so. We are also going to talk to Sasha Abramsky once we finish up with Jeffrey Cabot's service. But if you don't want to call in, or maybe can't get in because we can only go one caller at a time, and our lines fill up pretty quickly, you can also get us a comment on our YouTube page. We have a live chat feed going, and you could participate there, and I'll try to work in questions and comments there as well. But don't call in now. Don't call in now, even if you have the number, because we can't take it. We have to leave the lines free for our upcoming guests. Again, we are speaking to Jeffrey Cabot's service. And Jeffrey Cabot's service, when I was identifying you, I left out, and I should include that you're also Director of Political Studies at the Niskanen Center. And let me ask you about that, because that can lead into our chat about the Republican Party during all of this. The Niskanen Center has an interesting history in of itself. It is a center-right organization that it broke off from the Cato Institute. Is that correct?
That's correct. The original founders of the group had been libertarians, and they broke with Cato largely on the issue of climate change. Cato at that point was in the business of claiming that climate change was unrelated to human activity, and Jerry Taylor, the founder of the Niskanen Center, and a number of his associates had kind of Saul on the road to Damascus moment of conversion on that issue, and that led to their separation from Cato.
Let me ask you another question, and there's this perception that senators, Republican senators specifically, are fearful still of Donald Trump and his base. And even if they wanted to vote to convict Donald Trump, they wouldn't do so because it could be political suicide. I'm looking at more questions on our YouTube page, and this continually comes up, and I continually have heard this during the impeachment trial, is what about a secret vote for whether or not to convict the former president? My response to that has always been maybe you very well would get a different outcome, but impeachment, not in this case, but generally speaking for a president, is usually done to remove an elected president, at least a presidential impeachment, from office. And if you were to do that through a secret vote, that could potentially set up some very ugly scenarios in the future that we may want to know how our senators vote on whether on the question of removing someone like the president. What are your thoughts about having a secret vote in this process? And I don't even know if it would be possible.
Well, just on the question you raised earlier, I think there's no doubt that many Republicans, senators, would vote differently. In other words, they would vote to convict Trump if the vote were secret. And you can see that with the House vote last week on whether or not to remove Liz Cheney from her position as the number 3 ranking member of the House Republican leadership. If that had been a public vote, Cheney would be long gone.
Interesting.
Instead, Republicans voted 145 to 61 to retain her. And yes, it is precisely because the Republican members of Congress are, for the most part, terrified of Trump's base, terrified of being primaried in their next election, and maybe terrified of literal violence and death threats that may come their way from crossing the Trump base. However, as to the other question as to whether it would be appropriate for senators to take a secret vote on whether to convict Trump in an impeachment trial, I think, number one, there's no possibility of that happening. But number two, the whole point of the trial is accountability, and a secret vote would frustrate the imperative for accountability.
That was interesting what you said about what happened in the House of Representatives. If there was a secret vote on what was going to happen with Liz Cheney, and it wasn't just Liz Cheney at the time they were taking up, but they were also taking up whether or not to provide some kind of punishment for Marjorie Taylor Greene, the QAnon supporting congresswoman from Georgia. And I was anticipating you were going to say there was no doubt that Marjorie Taylor Greene would have been punished if it was a secretive vote. But instead, you said, no, it would have been Liz Cheney who would have been stripped from her leadership position.
If it had been a public vote, yeah, that's right. I mean, you can look again at the the negative result of this, right? Which is that there were 2 votes taken to impeach the president in the House and then to strip Marjorie Taylor Greene of committee assignments. And there were precisely 3 Republicans who voted yes on both of those motions. Adam Kinzinger of Illinois, Fred Upton of Michigan, and John Katko of New York. On the other hand, if you actually look at all of the people who voted yes on one side or the other, then it's a somewhat broader group, because there were actually some people who voted to strip Marjorie Taylor Greene of her committee assignments who had not voted for impeachment. So there's a sense maybe that these are really tough votes, and the leadership may actually be agreeing to spread some of the pain around so that people vote for one and not for another. But yeah, in terms of the actual number of Republicans who kind of have feelings for the responsible Republican Party of yesteryear, I think the 145 to 61 vote speaks more to that than some of the other votes.
Yeah, it seems to me what happened by leaving Liz Cheney in her leadership position, and the House of Representatives generally did strip Marjorie Taylor Greene of her committee assignment, but the Republican caucus did not do it themselves like they did, say, with Peter King before. It seems to me... Steve King, forgive me. That's right. Steve, is a long day, man. Steve King. It seems to me that was their way of trying to be able to keep the peace within the caucus.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the Republican Party, under normal circumstances, would be expected to take back the majority, maybe even in both houses of the Congress, in the 2022 election. But, the party is actually deeply split between fanatically pro-Trump grassroots base and state and local party apparatus, and I guess I would say the representatives of the party in Congress and elsewhere, and the party establishment to the extent it still has any power, which would like to go, if not back to the status quo pre-Trump, at least to restoring the Republican Party as a party that wants to govern and can win the votes of the college-educated suburban voters who deserted it in 2018 and 2020.
We're not even a month out since Donald Trump left office. So this may be an unfair question. Better to look at maybe 6 months from now than right this moment. But are you getting a sense? Has his power within the party waned at all? Is it strengthening? What are you seeing?
I think there are some people who are leaving the Republican Party because they're disgusted with it, but those aren't huge numbers as yet. And as far as I can tell, every poll we've seen suggests that Trump's hold on the party is as strong as it ever was. Just to give you an example, the American Perspective survey came out just recently. And it says that only 32% of Republicans say that Joe Biden's victory in 2020 was legitimate. 66%, in other words, 2/3, say it was not legitimate. And for Republicans without a college education, 75% of them say it was not legitimate. And that, of course, is the direction in which the party is trending. So, yeah, I think Trump still has a hold. I'm staying with my mother in Florida, and I just have to walk outside, go down my block, and I see people flying Trump flags. Long after he's been removed from office by the election, long after since the disgraceful events of January 6th. And I can't even think of another president for whom people have ever flown flags before. It's this sort of personal, cultish aspect of devotion to Trump rather than the Republican Party, which people have observed so extensively. So yes, I think the party is likely to belong to Trump for some time to come.
Is Trump turning Florida red? I mean, it's sort of a purple state before, right? I mean, it could go either way. But he's made his residency there.
Florida famously came down to about 500 votes, making the difference in the presidential election of 2000. It's been a state historically that has been a swing vote, but it actually wasn't all that close in this past election. And in fact, the thing that, again, people are going to be puzzling about until we have more accurate exit polling data is why Trump experienced a surge in Hispanic voting in Florida especially. But anyway, Florida, just to be honest, from having lived here for about 40 years on and off, it feels much more Republican than it really has at any point in the past.
That's really interesting. So when there's this attention on states like Arizona, Democrats starting to win there, potentially one day in Texas, we might see Florida moving in the opposite direction of that, which is a big state. especially significant when you think about the Electoral College vote. Jeffrey Cavus-Service, is this struggle within the Republican Party? Is this something that's going to have to be settled in the 2022 midterm election?
I'm not sure that the Republican Party is going to pay a price for Donald Trump. I'm not sure it's going to pay a price for January 6th. I'm not sure it's going to pay a price for Republican members of the House and Senate failing to impeach or convict Trump. I think in the normal course of business, what you would expect would be to see Republicans take back both the House and the Senate in 2022. Because historically, the party that does control the presidency and both houses of Congress sees losses in those midterm elections. But of course, nothing is normal in the Trump era. And if the Republicans don't win back the majority of one of both houses of Congress, I think that's when you will actually see a reckoning within the party. Because it's basically impossible for the party to continue along this kind of Trumpy path at the base, including this denial of Joe Biden's legitimacy in the 2020 election and this kind of longing for an authoritarian solution that will bring back Trump. You can't maintain that quasi-authoritarian path and also win back those college-educated suburbanites who left the party or at least voted Democratic in 2018 and 2020. And if the party doesn't do the expected thing and come back to the majority, then that's when you'll see an actual serious reckoning within the party.
David on our YouTube page asks, Trump used and co-opted the Republican Party. Will it be taken over permanently?
David raises a good question, and I don't know the answer to that. Trump, although some of his followers would deny this, is a mortal man. He is, in fact, getting older.
I think he would deny it.
He may not want... He would deny it, yes. He would deny it. But he's getting older. I don't know that in his heart of hearts he would really want to run again in 2024. I think he wants to be influential. I think he wants every element of the party to kowtow to him. But in terms of fixing a direction for the party, that's very hard to say because Trump himself just simply governed from his gut instincts from day to day and even minute to minute. It's almost impossible to say what Trumpism really is or stands for. So it's hard to know to what extent people who come after Trump are going to be carrying on his legacy. One of the things we're very interested in is whether the party will actually move in a populist direction, which you probably would expect that it should, given that its base really now is indubitably a working class base. But the kind of things, the kind of policies that a populist party would favor are very different from the priorities that the party's donor class historically has held. Whatever else you can say about the 2017 tax cut, which was really the sole legislative accomplishment of the Trump era, it wasn't a progressive move, and it didn't really benefit the working classes who are at the base of the Republican Party. If the party is going to become a multi-ethnic, multi-racial working class party, which some of the data from 2020 suggests it might become, it's also going to have to come to grips with kind of Trumpian impulses toward white ethno-nationalism. So it's going to be a lot to wrestle with within the party to know what Trump's legacy is and to what extent it will continue.
Is there anyone else other than Trump who can pick up the mantle and represent the kind of populist right-wing policies and politics that Trump has represented in the past, over the past 4 years?
Again, I just don't think Trump really represented any policies as such.
Fair enough. Yeah.
There are people who are trying to reorient the party in the direction of populist policies, and you have to include Marco Rubio and even Josh Hawley in that tradition. And frankly, Mitt Romney, by introducing his proposal for a universal child allowance, that's actually the kind of thing you would expect more from a populist party than for the kind of orthodox Reagan-style Republican Party that Mitt Romney used to be the presidential nominee of. So, there will be policies of a populist and maybe even Trumpian kind. But so much of Trump's appeal was owning the libs and being vicious on Twitter and causing division and really striking out against the perceived enemies of his people. And it's hard to know whether anyone can do that with the kind of effectiveness that Donald Trump can, and, that kind of peculiar alchemy of Trump being 80% a clown, 20% an authoritarian. And, no one else is going to have the legacy of Trump having been an entertainer on The Apprentice and a presence in people's homes and a personality they felt they knew for decades. So, no, I don't really think Trump is replicable in the future by any political actor now out there, except maybe Tucker Carlson, but that's a subject for another show.
Yeah, and it is a subject for another show and something interesting to think about. That's the one name that popped into my mind when I was asking you that question, was Tucker Carlson, which is interesting. Jeffrey Cabaservis is a historian and director of political studies at the Niskanen Center. He is the author of the book Rule and Ruin, The Downfall of Moderation and the Destruction of the Republican Party, from Eisenhower to the Tea Party. Jeffrey Cabaservis, always insightful to have you on, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch, and thanks to your listeners as well.
This is Pacifica Radio's now post-show of the Senate impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump. Today, the House impeachment floor managers have wrapped up their opening oral arguments. Tomorrow, we will begin to hear from Donald Trump's defense team. In about 15 minutes or so, we're going to begin to take calls on air, but if you want to call in now and get in queue, you'll have to hold on for a minute, but you can do so. We now will open up the lines. The phone number is 1-800-958-9008, 1-800-958-9008, and we are also taking written comments and questions on our YouTube site. Just look for Letters and Politics. I am Mitch Jeserich, and I'm very happy to welcome to our broadcast now Sasha Abramsky. Sasha Abramsky is a journalist and author of a number of books, and he's also a regular contributor to the Nation magazine. And regrettably, Sasha, I don't have your latest book in front of me on my notes, but it's a story of a great tennis star, Lolly Dodd.
Yeah, it's called Little Wonder. Anyways, how are you
Little
today?
Wonder. You'll forgive me for that. Live radio, sir.
I forgive you.
And it's late in the day. We've been on for a few days now, all day. But good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I am well. How are you?
I'm all right. Your reaction to the impeachment trial?
Yeah, I thought it was an extraordinary portrayal, not just of a sort of administration determined to wreak havoc in its final days, but of a president who for 4 years used violence as an animating force for his followers. And whether or not the Senate can convict, or a majority of the Senate will convict, that's clear, but whether or not 2/3 of senators vote to convict Trump, this was a trial conducted at least in part for the benefit of the public and for the history books, for the record of what the Trump era meant. And it was devastating. When you look at the evidence presented, when you look at the patterns of violent conduct and violent language that they established Trump used, whether it was Charlottesville in 2017 or whether it was Michigan earlier this year or whether it was earlier last year or whether it was the January 6th incitement to insurrection, they showed for the history books exactly how dangerous and how willing to flirt with violence Trump and Trumpism is and was. And I think, that was by far and away the most important part of this trial, was putting that in the historical record. If the Republicans still want to hitch their wagon to someone as truly dangerous and as truly authoritarian as Donald Trump, in the end it will destroy the Republican Party. But in terms of what the Democrats managed to do with these presentations, in the court of public opinion and in the court of common sense, it seems to me beyond a shadow of a doubt they showed Trump's culpability.
You think it could potentially sway any more Republicans in the Senate?
It could. And certainly going into the trial, you had people like Mitch McConnell who had sort of said, well, in private, he'd let it be known in public. He'd sort of let it be known that he was having private conversations that he thought Trump had committed impeachable offenses. Of course, McConnell then turned around and voted against the very concept of holding a trial. So it seems to me, at least a number of Republican senators are trying to have it both ways. They're trying to say, well, we don't condone what Trump did. We think he was awful. Of course, he was involved in inciting the riot. We just don't want to be the ones to hold him responsible. We'd rather someone else did it. That's cowardice. That's political cowardice of the worst form. And, again, I don't know how any of these politicians think, whether they think only for the moment or whether they do think about their historic legacy. If they're thinking about their historic legacy, after that presentation for the last 2 or 3 days, you've got to assume at least some Republicans are thinking, well, if I continue to support Donald Trump, this is how generations from now I'm going to go down in American history. I'm going to go down as somebody who looked at a president who clearly incited a violent neo-fascist mob to commit deadly violence, and I voted to acquit that president because of political cowardice. So it's possible that a few Republican senators will decide their historical legacy is worth more than simply appeasing the Trumpian base of the Republican Party.
That's what I'm thinking about, and I don't know if it will, but if what we saw, excuse me, especially yesterday, with the narrative put out by the House impeachment managers, if that's the narrative that solidifies and sticks over what happened on January 6th, and you got to, as you say, you really got to ask yourself, do I want to go down in history as somebody who voted to acquit Donald Trump? And that's a big question.
I mean, look, there are so many people in Congress who are incapable of thinking long term. All they care about is, the next election, the next set of fundraisers, the next political rally. But there are a significant number of politicians, even in this rather debased political era, who do think about legacy building and do think in terms of sort of grand visions and everything else. This is a pretty awful grand vision. If this is what the Republican Party has sort of debased or devolved into, this is a pretty awful vision to hitch your wagon to. So, yes, it's possible that some Republicans will actually have some second thoughts on this.
My thought on Mitch McConnell is I've never, and I once in person used to cover Mitch McConnell when I was a Capitol Hill correspondent. It was before he was a leader. He was the second highest ranking Republican at the time, which you'd call the Republican whip in the Senate. And my thought of Mitch McConnell through these last 4 years is I never thought that Mitch McConnell actually liked Donald Trump. But Mitch McConnell understands power, probably understands it as well as anyone in Congress. And for him, I think personally, he would be more than happy to convict Donald Trump in the impeachment trial, prohibit Donald Trump from being able to run in 4 years from now, and try to distance Donald Trump from his Republican Party as much as possible. But if the majority of his Republican caucus do not vote to convict Donald Trump, but instead, especially the vast majority of them, vote to acquit Donald Trump, then if he, just like we saw Liz Cheney, who voted to impeach Donald Trump, his power, his grip on power in the Republican Party would be greatly diminished. So I couldn't imagine in that scenario Mitch McConnell actually voting to convict Donald Trump unless he had, a good majority of his own caucus going along with him.
I think that's exactly right. And I think your analysis of what McConnell is exactly right, that this man has been all about power rather than sort of rigid ideology his entire career. He's all about finding ways to use different political openings and different coalitions to build a power base. And he does it very well. He may be the most effective Senate leader for his party since Johnson and, as a Democratic leader. That doesn't make him a good political figure. He's an extremely nefarious political figure, because you're absolutely right. What that means is that McConnell, in a situation like this, will follow rather than lead. McConnell has made a political calculation that the best way to maintain his hold on power, which is what he cares about, is basically following the lead of a critical number of his own senators. And if those senators are following the lead of a critical amount of the Trumpian base, well, then the political calculus for McConnell probably is best to acquit Trump and just hope he doesn't run again. The problem with this is, if he does run again, if the Republican Senate doesn't convict him this time round, if he runs again, how on earth are his primary opponents going to do what ought to be the strongest argument against Trumpism, which is that he's dangerous, violent, erratic, and authoritarian? They won't be able to, because they will have voted to acquit him twice in an impeachment trial. So they're really creating, in the long run, a vast problem for the GOP, because they're consolidating a Trumpian stranglehold over the base. And that's going to appeal to the base, but a large part of the moderate middle of the country and a large part of the moderate middle of what remains of the moderate middle of the Republican Party will basically walk away. And there's already talk of other parties being formed, of a sort of true conservative party being formed. There's already talk by ex-congressmen of forming new political movements to take down a Trumpian Republican Party. So in the long run, McConnell's strategy is almost guaranteed to create some kind of sort of civil war within the Republican Party. And that's a political calculus he's going to have to work his way through over the coming days as this trial wraps up.
Yeah, and it makes me really think about what's going to happen in the 2022 election. Who prevails in the midterms, really, in the midterms of the 2022 election for Republicans. And then I'm reminded of the directions it can go by just remembering the 2010 midterm election, the first midterm election under President Obama. This is where we get the ascendancy of the Tea Party. So potentially they could even go more extreme.
They could, but I think they're hitting their breaking point, and I think you're seeing it with the way the independent voters abandoned them, both when it came to voting for Trump in November, but also very particularly in the Georgia election, where, the full display of post-election Trump hysteria was, out there for all to see. Trump was phoning Georgia election officials and trying to pressure them to overturn the vote. You had these increasingly fanatical demonstrations going on about stop the steal. And the moderate middle didn't like it. Independent voters turned away in the Senate runoff race and voted for Democrats. And so I do think you're hitting a sort of natural limit of extremism. There are plenty of people who sort of held their nose and voted for Donald Trump because they wanted tax cuts, or they wanted pro-life judges, or they wanted deregulation. But are they really going to hold their nose when the entire Republican raison d'etre has degenerated to defending the mob? I mean, I don't see how that works as a political strategy, because at this point, that's what Trumpism is. It's a mob politics. It doesn't have a core ideology other than perhaps white nationalism or cult of the personality defense of Donald Trump. But the ideas that traditionally animated the Republican Party aren't there in certainly the post-election version of Trumpism. And so I do think you end up hitting a natural limit. And, the GOP, if it doesn't work out why it's in existence, it really is going to devolve into nothing but a Trump cult by the end of this process.
Sasha Abramsky, you have written a great deal for The Nation magazine about progressive groups and their response to Trump's politics, including what was going to happen with the election and the fallout of the election. What do you think now about once this trial is over? Are we done with Trump after this? Is this something we put in the rear view mirror?
I tend to think that we're largely done with Trump. I don't think he's going to be president again in 4 years. I sincerely hope he's not, because it would be a catastrophe of epic proportions if he got reelected. I don't think we're entirely done with him. He's malignant enough that if he can find a way to inject himself into the political debate, he will. If he can find a way to generate attention for himself, he will, because that's who he is. On the other hand, he's facing such a barrage of legal woes at this point. He's now being investigated by Georgia for various attempts to impact the integrity of the deepest circles of hell. He's in a Dantean moment here, because his post-presidency is not going to be very nice. So are we done with him? Probably not. Is he going to be as dangerous in the future as he was in the past? I would guess not.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be president in 4 years either. But then I'm quickly reminded that I didn't think he was going to be president 4 years ago. So
that might be a cautionary tale, I guess.
That's what I'm always reminding myself. Right? You didn't think this was going to happen in the first time, and I did not. But a new day, and it'll be interesting to see what is ahead in especially these next couple of years. I think the 2022 midterm election is going to be an important one and something that will continue to follow. Sasha Abramsky has been our guest. Sasha Abramsky is a contributor for The Nation magazine, and he is the author of the book Little Wonder: The Fabulous Story of Lottie Dodd, the world's first female sports superstar. Sasha Abramsky, that was helpful, and I thank you, sir.
Always a pleasure. Thanks so much.
Yeah, we'll do it again. And you're listening to Pacifica Radio's post-show of Day 3 of the Senate Impeachment Trial for former President Donald Trump. We will be back at it again tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m., when we will hear Trump's defense team begin to make their case. And that'll be interesting. Trump's defense team came under a lot of criticism after Tuesday's session, in which they were arguing over the constitutionality of actually trying a former president who is no longer in office. It was characterized, especially Bruce Castor, as being rambling and forgetting what he was saying. And I mean, look, it happens to all of us. But you would hope it wouldn't happen while you're trying to defend your client in a trial, I suppose. We are going to spend our last 25 minutes together taking listener call-in and questions. Our phone number again, and our lines I think are full right now, so you just may want to write this down. And once you hear someone get off the line, that usually means someone else, a line has opened up, and that's when you can get in when our lines are full. So write this down: 1-800-958-9008. 1-800-958-9008. We can never get all the calls in. If you urgently want to try to get something in, also find our YouTube page. Look for Letters and Politics, where we have a live chat feed where I will be monitoring that and can try to work in any appropriate comments or questions there. Okay, we're going to go to our first caller, who is in Oakland. We're joined by Tony. Good afternoon, Tony. You're on the air.
Hi, Mitch. How are you?
I'm okay, Tony. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. My question is going to be a little bit tangential, but hopefully you might be able to provide a little bit of direction and insight. My question is about the security and the police that were essentially lost the line and other things. I've seen much fewer people in a demonstration and much less armed with weapons be positively pummeled and shot at with corporal force and deadly force.
So have I. Let me ask you a question. I'm going to let you finish, Tony, but let me ask you a question real quick. Have you ever seen that at the Capitol? Have you ever? I've seen that too, right? I've seen it in Oakland. But have you ever seen that at the Capitol in D.C.?
I would think no, not the Capitol, but I think I remember the Chicago riots in '68 being the most violent in terms of police really wailing away at peaceful people. But no, not at the Capitol, Mitch, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, Tony. Yeah, go ahead. Finish your thought.
My question is there anybody talking about what commands did the police force have? What were their marching orders or their standing orders vis-a-vis the rioters? Because very few firearms were discharged, and I listen to the news and often, and many police officers claim I fired my weapon for fear of my life. They've said that for less.
Yes.
So that's my comment, and my question is anybody talking about what the standing orders were for the police and security forces that day? Why didn't they fire?
Yeah. Okay. Appreciate the call, Tony. And I think a lot of people are talking about it, both inside and outside of the Capitol. And look, we can go through a whole list of reasons that people are using, including, white privilege, would, if it was a majority of people of color out there storming the Capitol, would you have had the same response? And I think a lot of people would argue, no, you wouldn't. Were they sympathetic at all to the protesters, right? There's talk about that. There are investigations, internal investigations, that are happening as to what happened with the security response to the storming of the Capitol on January 6th. I don't have a good answer for you other than to tell you my own personal reflections about the Capitol and security. And I've mentioned this before, and it's quite different than these other things. And it's not to say these other things aren't real and aren't true, right? But my thought on as somebody who covered the Capitol, and I was in the Capitol. I was at the Capitol last year. But I covered it on a daily basis between 2003 and 2006, and then multiple times ever since I've gone back for, extended period of time, but never on a daily basis since. And the thing that I thought of, and this is my own perspective, and like I said, it's not to take away from these other issues that could have very well also played into what happened on January 6th. But my own thought is that I have always felt that the Capitol building itself was more accessible to the public than other seats of power in Washington, D.C. And what I mean by that is the White House, for example, is not very accessible at all. In fact, for journalists covering the president, it is frequently said that the White House is the worst place to be to cover the president, because you are incredibly restricted in where you can go and who you can talk to. And those restrictions are very much in place, you would imagine, also for the public. Where the Capitol building is pretty open, and you have millions of people literally every year visiting the Capitol building for multiple reasons, right? First off, that's where all of our lawmakers are. So if you want to, you can obviously visit them in their home district, but if you're going to visit them in Washington, D.C., you're going to go to Capitol Hill to meet to meet with your representative or your senator, right? So you have constituents coming all the time. And the last thing, and if you're, if you're going to be rough with the constituents, then you're going to hear about that in turn from the senator or the representatives, because they don't want their constituents thinking that, oh, I went to go visit my lawmaker and I was treated poorly, right? I think that's part of it. A lot of people go to the Capitol, for a vacation. A lot of families throughout the country, that's what they do in the summer. It's intense to be at the Capitol during the summer. It's just swamped with people all over the country taking their summer trip, wanting to see the nation's capital. And that's what they do. And they go to Capitol Hill. So I think there on the Capitol building, it's always been a little more hands off. There's definitely security, and a lot of security. And I should say, I was I'm a white man, a white reporter, so someone else, especially of a different ethnicity, may have a very different experience of that. But my thought was, my sense was it was always more hands off than a lot of the other places that you would go to. And I guess I would just use another example, and I use this every time, and that is of Code Pink. Now, Code Pink started disrupting congressional hearings and demonstrating at congressional hearings after I spent my daily, every day covering the Hill. That wasn't even occurring when I was there. But a lot of people had to start asking themselves, do they not know who Medea Benjamin looks like by now? Or other members of Code Pink who are frequently there. Of course they know what they look like. But there's this, I think there was this ethos of openness and access because it is the Capitol building. Congress, with all of its faults, and there are many, is the most democratic institution that we have on the federal level. Far more democratic than the president, which, is determined by the Electoral College. Supreme Court is not democratic at all. So Congress is the closest thing that I think we have to an actual true democratic body. And you can argue that the House of Representatives itself is actually the truest form of democracy that we have in this country, at least at the federal level. So, that's just what stands out to me, that there was a little more hands-off and that the Capitol was more accessible to people who were visiting it. And I wonder, I can't say this definitively, I wasn't there, but to me, I think that may have also been a part of what led to the response on January 6th. Now, look, a lot of people could say we all knew it was going to happen. They were talking about it on social media forums, and I think that's all accurate. Yeah, I think that's all accurate. There could be other things too, and I guess what I lament a little bit is I think that openness is gone now. There's now a huge fence that goes around the Capitol. It'll be fortified, just like the White House. You used to be able to go into the White House and say, I want to talk to President Buchanan. And then Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, and up goes some fortifications. And then William McKinley was assassinated. Up goes some more. There was an assassination attempt on FDR before he was actually sworn into office in 1932 in Florida. Killed a mayor instead. Up goes some more fortification, JFK. And so whenever we do have these kind of attacks, the response is more security, less access. I mean, just think of the entire country's response to 9/11. So that might be an unsatisfactory answer to your question, Tony, but that's just what comes to my mind from my own personal experience. Let's next go to Charlie, who is in the San Francisco Bay Area. Good afternoon, Charlie. You're on the air.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mitch. You're doing a good job. I just feel like it's absolutely been they've shown that he's led an overthrow of the government, and I was wondering after this whole thing is over, can he be arrested for a violent overthrow of the government?
Well,
overthrow of the government.
Yeah, I don't know if you can. I don't have a good answer for you, Charlie, on can Donald Trump be arrested for trying to overthrow the government. You might need a stronger case. The issue about impeachment is you don't actually have to be guilty of a crime. Instead, you could say Donald Trump is guilty of high crimes and misdemeanors by not fulfilling the role of his office to protect the country when the country needed protection, and instead incited a crowd to come and attack the Capitol building. But I think if you were going to arrest him and go through the judicial courts, which impeachment is not, again, you do not have to have committed a crime to be able to be impeached. If you're just failing at your job, you can be impeached for that alone. But I wonder, and I'm not a legal scholar, I'm not an attorney, so it'd probably be better to ask someone who is this question. But unless Donald Trump was secretly, and you could say he was doing it out in the open, right, on social media, but that's a little bit different. But if he was having direct conversations with these groups, or if his representatives were having conversations with these groups, even maybe the way that Richard Nixon was coordinating with the cover-up, anyways, of Watergate. My understanding is Richard Nixon actually wasn't involved in the breaking in of the Watergate hotel, but in the cover-up, right? Then maybe you could make the case. But it is interesting to see what's going to happen in Georgia. And I have a hard time imagining seeing a former president being put in jail. But Georgia has begun a criminal investigation into Donald Trump's phone call with the Secretary of State there, in which Donald Trump was, trying to get the Secretary of State to come up with another, almost 12,000 votes in order to give him the state. If you or I were doing that, Charlie, we would probably go to jail. It'll be seen. And again, it's very preliminary. It's just a criminal investigation, so we're not at that point yet. But that might be something to watch. And of course, we also have those cases in New York as well. But Charlie, appreciate the call. Let's go to our next caller, who is Lumpin in Aslan. Hello, Lumpin. You're on the air.
Hey, that's me.
Yeah, good
How you doing,
afternoon,
Mitch?
sir. I'm all right. I'm all right, sir.
All right. Thanks for taking my call.
Lumpin Proletariat, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Well, that was the Black Panther band, too. The Lumpin.
Yeah, the Lumpin.
Mm-hmm. So what's happening? What are your thoughts, sir?
Well, before we run out of time, I want to direct callers who are interested in learning more to go to my blog, lumpinproletariat.org, where I've been keeping notes on the first 100 days of Biden's presidency. And one of the things that's missing from this whole process is what Max Blumenthal and Abby Martin, somebody that I used to work with at Media Roots, reported on at Empire Files. Well, not Max Blumenthal. I think Max Blumenthal was on there, but they discussed how it was an inside job, how there was police that were opening doors for the loyalists who laid siege to the Capitol, and also how Senators Cruz, Hawley, and Green gave a speech, quoting Hitler out front, and there was a tour of women that were going to come to the Capitol, and that confused the Capitol Police because they were expecting women to come, and at the last minute, the wife of a politician. You guys can go to Empire Files and see the inside job video. Noam Chomsky called Trump a political genius. He said we all underestimated him, and it sounds like we're underestimating him now. I take issue with Raskin's line of argumentation where he says that Trump is singularly responsible, but behind him is the Republican Party. We know that on January 29th, Trump met with GOP bosses on how they're going to recapture the GOP in 2022. This was recorded in the Tampa Bay Times. So please go to my website and learn more. But go to Empire Files, go to The Gray Zone with Max Blumenthal. Check out Jeremy Scahill's American Mythology documentary, The Presidency of Donald Trump. He laid out a stronger case than did the senators. I've said a lot. I don't want to overstay my welcome, Mitch.
No, you were welcome. And I'm going to check out your blog, Lumpin. So Lumpin Proletariat, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
That's right. Yeah, I ran for the local station board back in 2010 in KPFA.
All right. Good. Thank you, sir. We'll chat again in the future. So that was Lumpin and Aslan. We're now going to go to West Marin, where we're joined by Jerry. Good afternoon, Jerry. You're on the air.
And Sasha, thanks for your program. Thanks for taking my call. The first question is, did Trump win? Is he winning? The second question is to change the voting campaign systems. The electoral debates are handled fairly. Why not the election with guidelines? Same as our federal income tax. Each state, got 50 different laws about how to vote. We got to stop this from happening again. Apart from all the money that's put into the whole thing, billions of dollars, there should be a limit for each, and it should be fairly done.
When you say is Trump winning, I'm not clear what you're referring to when you ask is Trump winning now. What do you mean?
Well, when he says we love you and thank you very much and go home peacefully, did he win? Is he going to win in the Senate by not being disqualified from having a position again electorally or in leadership? I think this is more the beginning than it is the end, actually, the way it looks to me.
So you think this continues? You think Trump continues to be a presence?
Well,
he
was impeached once. Big deal. It's only a name. Nothing happened to him. He's impeached twice. Nothing happened to him. There's a court case now. Is he going to get away with it? Is there going to be the army of Trumpeteers? Basically, there's major things that have to be changed in our country, like lobbying. It's just bribery, like gun control. Okay, everyone can have a gun, maybe just 100 bullets. That's it, but no arsenals and no automatic weapons. The law was written for people with flintlocks. What's going on in this country? How can they vote for a narcissistic, pernicious, obese billionaire? Is it because the 40% of the people in the United States are obese?
Well,
you tell me.
Well, I don't know. We don't want to necessarily body shame anyone in all this, but look, I don't fully get it. But Donald Trump, well, maybe I do get it, right? He just captivates everyone. I think, not only did Donald Trump in this last election get the second most votes that anyone ever running for president has gotten, but I think it's directly because of Donald Trump that Joe Biden got the most votes ever for a presidential candidate. That last election was all about Donald Trump. But look, we can go. I think we're all culpable to a certain extent. Of course, I'm sure there's those who aren't more so than others. But the media infatuation with Donald Trump and his candidacy right from the beginning was there. And I mean, it's interesting to be talking about Donald Trump again so much now when we had a couple of 2-3 week break here since the inauguration of Joe Biden. And I personally found it nice. I found it nice to be able to think about policy, to talk about the economic emergency that we are experiencing now, along with the pandemic, and other issues as well. We're almost out of time, so I do want to work in Barbara, who is in Gardenia in the LA area. Good afternoon, Barbara. You're on the air.
Hi, I have 3 points. One about Leahy presiding over this proceeding. I think that is unfair. I just can't be convinced that he should be able to preside as a judge and vote too. That seems to me just untenable.
Is that because
right.
He's a Democratic senator?
Right.
Is that because he's a Democratic senator? I'll let you get to your other points, but I want to ask you why.
No, it's just because it's one is a judge, and at the same time, you get to vote on your own rulings.
Yeah.
And that just seems to me to be unfair.
No,
they should have appointed somebody in the judiciary to substitute for Roberts.
It's interesting. I'm going to let you get to your other 2 things, but I just want to say quickly. I think you bring up a valid point. Patrick Leahy is serving as judge, juror. And John Roberts refused to participate. I don't know what the actual rules are in an impeachment concerning what happens if the Supreme Court justice is unable or unwilling to participate in an impeachment trial. And I think what the rules are, and I think your point is right, but I think what the rules are is then it goes to what they call the Senate temporee. And the Senate President temporee, is the longest serving senator of the party who is in power. And so that results in Patrick Leahy. But I hear your point, and I think it's a valid one. But anyways, your next 2 things.
Okay. The other one is I thought that the Republican point, and I can't remember the guy's name, but he brought up the point that this impeachment does not have this kind of ruling on these impeachments after a person has left office, does not have a temporal limitation on it, which means the next time the Republicans get in and they control the Senate and the House, could impeach Obama for his ruling on DACA. Okay? If they can go back for any of the Liz Cheney's father, Dick Cheney, and all of those civilian officers who got us into all of these illegal wars, they would all be subject to prosecution, which, for me, some of them, it's good to know that we can still get them down the line, but I don't think that that's right, and that's something that needs to be addressed by the legislature as soon as they can. Some kinds of temporal limitation on these post-service impeachment.
Yeah.
And the last thing is these people, talking about the Congress, all of them, crying about how they were attacked. These people who send people off to war to risk their life and get killed, die for the country, cry and boo-hoo instead of showing a brave face in the face of this attack or whatever. I don't think that the weeping and boo-hooing is, I think it's unseemly. I just can't even believe the extent of boo-hooing in whatever, especially since everybody knew that march was coming. And if the people in the Senate and the House had already characterized the people who were going to be there in Trump's crowd, were going to be unruly or whatever, surely they should have taken measures to protect the Capitol and themselves without counting on Trump to do it for them. All right.
All right,
That's
Barbara.
my three.
All right, you got it in. Let me follow up on a couple of them. I don't think you're alone in your sentiment about some people's reaction about what happened at the Capitol. I personally reserve sort of judging too harshly how people respond, because when people are being attacked, we all have our own responses to it, and I wasn't there, and so I could not say if it has been an overreaction or not. Some of that video is pretty harrowing. I know I've been in the middle as a reporter of malaise before, and it's hard to say. It's hard to say. But the second thing that I will respond to, and your second point being that, are you setting a precedent now to where maybe when Republicans become president, are they going to go back and impeach Barack Obama? Or as one of the Trump's defenders, I think it was David Schoen, said that maybe they'll go back and impeach Eric Holder for the Fast and Furious, or maybe that was Castor. I can't remember. But this sort of statute of limitations of when can you go back and impeach somebody who's no longer in office. I think we should point out that Democrats did impeach Donald Trump while he was still in office. Mitch McConnell did not move on having a Senate trial in the time before the inauguration of Joe Biden. That does not mean, I don't know, I mean, it may not have been appropriate to have a Senate trial that early, but I do think it's worth pointing out that the House of Representatives did impeach Donald Trump while he was in office. But impeachment is something that is in the jurisdiction of Congress. And if you have the votes for impeachment, generally speaking, there may be some exceptions, but generally speaking, if you have the votes for impeachment, then you have the votes to move forward, because it's not something that's available for judicial review. Friends, that's it for today's coverage. We will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. to hear the Trump's defense team start its arguments. Today's coverage was produced by Deanna Martinez. At the controls is Kirsten Thomas and Lucrecia Burton. Special thanks to Eileen Alfandary and to Program Director Laura Privis for her support. Broadcasts like this are possible because of your financial support. I'm Mitch Jeserich, broadcasting from Oakland, California, and look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Man, I cannot believe there are still 108 people on this feed. My camera broke, and I have no idea why. I'm just using the camera on my laptop, friends. Just reading some of the comments here quickly. Yeah, my camera broke. My apologies about that. I did not want to try to fix it in the middle of the broadcast, because not only am I providing the video feed here, I am also providing the audio feed to KPFA. and KPFA butters my bread, if you know what I mean. And I gotta that's my first my first responsibility is to make sure that KPFA has good audio of the broadcast of the hearing. So I did not want to start tinkering around. I'm hoping I can just shut everything down and open it up again, and the camera will be working again. But who knows? I don't know for sure. But we will. I'll try to work on that. Hopefully, we'll have it fixed by tomorrow. Because the laptop I have and I'm doing this all on is actually relatively new. Would have hated for my camera on the laptop to have gone down. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tanny. Thank you, David. Thank you, Russell. Once again, good to have you back with us. Jenny, many of you I recognize as Facebook friends too. Peter, thank you, Peter, if you're still there. It was fun. We'll do it again tomorrow. If you're still with us and you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. Then you can be notified when we have future broadcasts like these, potentially other, congressional hearings, stuff like that in the future. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate the good word. Everyone, good night.